was born for the wild. born for the wild. I was born for the wild.
Beauty. Merely the first breath of terror. Death. Perhaps the opening act of eternity. I've sought proof my whole life. The cost insignificant. I give the dead an eternal shadow. The living a face untouched by time. What I truly desire is not to freeze the now into forever, but to bring the once into this moment. I long for silence to break, for light to turn for you again. I long for you to breach the album and speak my name again. I long for you before my very eyes.
Joseph?
Claude, I'm back.
Life is an endless adventure, and danger waits at every turn. The more you flinch and hide, the deeper you sink into despair. Only courage can cut through the darkness and reach the dawn. Only those who have walked the world with their own 2 feet earn the right to be called the greatest explorer.
Well said. What a thrilling day we've had. Time to catch our breath. Shh. What is it? Wolves! Kurt, look out! Kurt!
Get away from me, you filthy beasts! Get away from me, you filthy beasts!
Call the doctor! Hurry! I'm sorry, Kurt.
I beat the wolves, but lost my freedom.
Given your condition, we can't let you leave yet. Please rest.
I must leave this cage. Because my next adventure is about to begin.
あれ？みんなまだ来てないじゃん。
お疲れい。おい遅えぞ。
いつの間に来てたのみんな。もうずっと待ってて俺たち。マジで。
じゃあみんな使ってるキャラにするのがいいんじゃない？
いいね、確かに。
まあいいんじゃないですか。
じゃあはいはいみんなが S バッジ取ったことあるオフェンスどうすか？オフェンス
確かに。言われてみれば全員取ってるね。
確かに。
確かに。
ハンターの衣装も決めようよ。
忍者でいいんじゃないですか？
忍者か。
でも俺使えないんだよな。
確かに。
確かにな。
じゃあでもどっちも使えるのサングリアじゃない？どう？
待ってもう確かに
天才やん。
最強じゃねこれ。
じゃあ衣装どういう感じにする？
まあかっこいいやつがいいよね。
確かに。
そうね。なんかこのゼータのねやっぱこのマークとかやっぱ外せないと思うんだよ。
あ確かに。
あとこのユニフォームやっぱさめちゃくちゃかっこいいからこの雰囲気やっぱ取り入れていきたいよな。
確かに。
雷も欲しいよな。
まあ確かに。ゼータといえばね。
ゼータといえば雷。
ゼータ君も入れてほしそうにしてる。
贅沢。可愛いな。
入れてあげる。
そんな感じにしますか？
はい。
行きましょう。行こう。
じゃあリーダーあとはお願いします。
ありがとうございます。はい。そうか。俺らの夢が叶ったんだな。
おいもう練習始まるぞ。
ごめん。よいしょ。やろうぜ。やりますか。やべ、90は。
やべ。
何してんだよ。
Shattered
The same dream again. Chaos. Turbulence. Darkness closing in. In unseen corners, sinners hide behind virtue. Power spills into blood and ruin. I stand at the edge, believing I could fly. Father, I once dreamed of reaching your sky. High, far, free. To spread my wings, to guard Libero's sky. You said an honest heart matters more than flight. Do not fear falling. Do not fear loss. Do not fear being alone. Because someone on the ground will always reach up to hold another sky. That is the true meaning of flight. Father? It was only after the fall that I understood. Some losses can never be undone. Hatred is the only wind strong enough to make us rise again.
Hello and welcome everyone. I'm your caster, Potch Spice. As our protagonists gradually unveil the secrets of the ultimate question, the curtain finally rises on the 2026 Identity V Call of the Abyss 9 Global Finals. As the grandest offline celebration event of the year in the Identity V tournament scene, the Call of the Abyss 9 Global Finals boasts an impressive total prize pool of 8 million Chinese yuan. The Call of the Abyss 9 Global Finals is divided into two stages, the group stage and the playoffs. The group stage kicks off at the Shanghai Yangtze River Delta International Esports Cultural Center from April 10 to April 19, spanning a total of 10 days. 20 teams bound for the global finals. The results of the group draw are in. Here are the groups. Group A, Weibo Gaming, DFM, ARTERC. Group B, GG, AXIZ Wave, X Team, Wolves, GR. Group C, Omni, PRR, FDXCQ, FL, ACT. Group D, MRC, RT, LX, B4U, ZETA. Each group will compete in a single round-robin format using a best-of-3 system. The top 3 teams in each group will advance, while the bottom 2 teams will be eliminated. The top teams in each group will directly advance to the playoff quarterfinals. After 10 intense days of competition, the 12 advancing teams will head to the Shanghai Oriental Sports Center to battle it out in the final showdown. The Call of the Abyss 9 Global Final playoffs will span 5 days. The first day will feature a best-of-3 single elimination format, while the subsequent 4 days will adopt a best-of-5 single elimination format. Will it be the legacy of the veteran giant that prevails, or will the dark horse rise to glory in a single battle? Who's your champion? Share your predictions in the comments, and together we'll witness greatness.
到深渊驿站特别节目，我是主持人小小。那现在我们也是来到了本次的第2站，在正式开始今天的体验之前呢，我们也是有请到了一位特殊来宾，让我们欢迎AXIZさん，来和我们大家打个招呼吧。
皆さんこんにちは。日本地区解説、キャスターさせていただきますAXIZです。よろしくお願いいたします。
欢迎AXIZさん。那他今天呢也会和我们一起来进行接下来的挑战。那今天的话也是要请你先来做一个我们刚才也完成过的环节，那就是从夯到拉，给自己今天的体验来进行一个预测和排名。好啦，那么现在也是选完了他自己的评级，小明有人陪你了，你不是唯一一个夯了，而且他还在后面加了2个感叹号，感觉他比你更有自信。那下面也是要来问一下AXIZ为什么会非常自信的给自己选得到一个夯呢？
毎日朝コーヒーを飲んでます。もうたくさん飲んできたんで、味は完璧です。
那在这里其实也是想要稍微提醒你一下，因为确实我们今天第1站小笼包的制作还是非常有难度的。你现在想要退出，还有机会，还来得及。
任せてください。コーヒー大好きなんで、1番取ります。
从生豆到熟豆，每一颗咖啡豆都历经烘焙的蜕变，萃取出醇厚浓郁的浓缩。细腻绵密的奶泡缓缓打发，温柔融合，再以巧思雕花，随心所欲 DIY 自己想要的图案，一杯专属的咖啡就此诞生。
谢谢。あー、いい匂い。美味しいのができました。老师没有 line。1/3。こんぐらい。雪みたいに綺麗です。
可以自己想画就画什么。
对，你可以自己想画什么画什么。OK， finish。OK。
なんだろうな。
Yeah, I'm enjoying it.
好了，那我们的选手也是在经过了学习和制作中，现在我们的面前就已经摆了7杯非常非常浓郁的咖啡了。接下来就从我身边的我们今天特殊的来宾AXIZ上开始，我们来问他一下，今天你选择进行创作的会是哪一杯咖啡呢？
僕のやつはこちらです。どうですか？かわいい、かわいい、かわいいですね。かわいいですね。もうめちゃくちゃ美味しく仕上がったかなと思うんですけど、まあ絵力についてはちょっとこれから練習が必要かなって思います。S ランクですね。いただきます。あー、真好喝。
哇，这趟没白来啊，没白来，又学了技术，又喝了这么好喝的咖啡，感觉AXIZ今天的体验感完全拉满了。好，那下面问到我身边的 Yuki， 哪一杯是你的咖啡？哇，这一杯看起来是最专业的。你之前有接触过咖啡拉花相关的吗？
没有。
所以今天第一次学，第一次做就做成这个样子。
是。
哇，那你今天在选择图案方面有进行一个怎样的思考？
没有吧，是老师全靠老师教的。
然后就到了我们的 Green 选手，来拿出那一杯你亲手制作的咖啡吧。
Yeah, this is my coffee. I made this design because I felt very happy today to participate. So yeah, I have a happy face to represent my feeling.
感觉自己亲手做的就是好喝一点。那接下来我们问到所有选手，哪一杯是你做的？
일단 이런 경험한 것도 굉장히 좋았고요. 근데 특히 세계 각지에서 이제 온 다양한 선수들과 같이 이제 만들 수 있어서 더 뜻깊은 시간이었던 것 같습니다.
那请他来和我们分享一下，怎么样想着今天制作了一个有点像 X 这样的一个图案。
오늘 행운 같은 날이라고 생각해서 이제 네잎 클로버를 그리려고 했습니다.
那下面的话也是问到我们左手边君先生，哪一杯是你的咖啡？
因为我自己本身没有什么想法，所以我是跟着老师的教学一步一步去做的。
那你觉得对于你来说，今天整个的学习和制作会是比较难的吗？
不会，因为老师教的比较慢，会一步一步教。
那接下来问到白木選手。
私が作ったコーヒーはカフェラテはこれです。なんかそのお花とかその葉っぱみたいなやつを作ろうと思ったんですけど、それをうまく表現するのが難しかったなって思ってました。
但还是尽力尝试去还原了。能够感觉到大家对于今天的学习还是非常非常认真的嘛。那下面我们来问到小明同学啊。
因为我本身自身比较喜欢小狗嘛，所以说我想的是在拉花上也画了一只小狗，就是2个耳朵，眼睛一个开心的笑脸，有点色跑了。
你要喝吗？
可以啊，喝。
你想喝就喝吧。从小明的表现来看，确实今天他这一杯咖啡可以给到一个非常非常高的一个评价了。那我们本次的深渊驿站到这儿就要告一段落啦。在这里呢，也想要对我们所有的选手还有屏幕前的观众说，希望大家都可以好好吃饭，好好睡觉，好好喝一杯，身体健康快乐才是最重要的。也请大家继续关注深渊的呼唤9全球总决赛，拜拜，
拜拜。
Beauty. Merely the first breath of terror. Death. Perhaps the opening act of eternity. I've sought proof my whole life. The cost insignificant. I give the dead an eternal shadow. The living a face untouched by time. What I truly desire is not to freeze the now into forever, but to bring the once into this moment. I long for silence to break, for light to turn for you again. I long for you to breach the album and speak my name again. I long for you before my very eyes.
Joseph?
Claude, I'm back.
Life is an endless adventure. And danger waits at every turn. The more you flinch and hide, the deeper you sink into despair. Only courage can cut through the darkness and reach the dawn. Only those who have walked the world with their own 2 feet earn the right to be called the greatest explorer.
Well said. What a thrilling day we've had. Time to catch our breath. Shh. What is it? Wolves! Kurt, look out! Kurt!
Get away from me, you filthy beasts! Get away from me, you filthy beasts!
Call the doctor! Hurry! I'm sorry, Kurt.
I beat the wolves, but lost my freedom.
Given your condition, we can't let you leave yet. Please rest.
I must leave this cage. Because because my next adventure is about to begin.
Are? あれみんなまだ来てないじゃん。
お疲れ。おい遅えぞ。
いつの間に来てたみんな。もうずっと待ってて俺たちマジで。
じゃあみんな使ってるキャラにするのがいいんじゃない？
いいね確かに。
まあいいんじゃないですか。
じゃあはいはいみんなが S バッジ取ったことあるオフェンスどうすか？オフェンス。
確かに。言われてみれば全員取ってるね。確かに。確かに。
ハンターの衣装も決めようよ。
忍者でいいんじゃないですか。
忍者か。
でも俺使えないんだよな。
確かに。
確かにな。
じゃあでもどっちも使えるのサングリアじゃない？どう？
待って。確かに。
天才やん。
最強じゃねこれ。
じゃあ衣装どういう感じにする？
まあかっこいいやつがいいよね。
確かに。
そうね。なんかこのゼータのねやっぱこのマークとかやっぱ外せないと思うんだよ。
確かに。
あとこのユニフォームやっぱさめちゃくちゃかっこいいからこの雰囲気やっぱ取り入れていきたいよな。
確かに。
雷も欲しいよな。
確かに。ゼータといえばね。
ゼータといえば雷。
ゼータ君も入れてほしそうにしてる。
本当ですか。
ゼータ君。
可愛いな。入れてあげる。
そんな感じにしますか。
はい。
行きましょう。行こう。
じゃあリーダーあとはお願いします。
ありがとうございます。はい。そうか、俺らの夢が叶ったんだな。
おいもう練習始まるぞ。
ごめん。じゃあやろうぜ。やりますか。やべ、90は。
やべ。
何やってんだよ。
bills.
即便第一次踏上这个舞台，我们也必将展现最耀眼的自己。
도전자인 만큼 이 무대에서 새로운 흐름을 보여드리겠습니다.
Born bold, forged to face any challenge, we shall take the abyss stage head on.
We have stood in the abyss stage before, and this time we will return to conquer.
In skill and legacy, NAEU division to stand as a top contender in the abyss stage.
Fueled by pure passion, my team and I set out once again on the world stage. Third place at IBS is not where our journey ends.
”1年间，身份的转变让我不断变强。这一次，我也想书写属于自己的传奇。
上海は僕たちが初めてグローバル大会の優勝を手に入れた始まりの場所、そして今、栄光とともに戻ってきました。僕らの前進は誰にも止められません。
我们踏上过巅峰，也咀嚼过遗憾。成都狼队极具经验与韧性，追逐冠军的星火，我们永不熄灭。
1年前、優勝に涙した思い出は今も鮮明に覚えています。日本地区は COA の有力な優勝候補の一つになりました。ゼータディビジョンはこれからもこの栄光を死守し続けます。
最高のパフォーマンスを出せるようにリジェクト戦頑張ります。
この試合も勝って1位通過目指します。
紧张刺激的比赛即将拉开序幕，让我们一起期待精彩纷呈的对决。首先有请日本赛区 Destination Focus Me 战队登场。欢迎 Money、阿柏、Felix、栗子、Magica、Yami。接下来，让我们有请日本赛区 Reject 战队登场。欢迎 ZETA、UNP、阿洛夫、阿卡、Soba、福库。精彩比赛一触即發，讓我們一同見證兩支。
All right. Hello, everybody. Today is day number 8 of the COA⅓ group stage. My name's Nello, and that's our OT queen, Chocho. Yeah, looking to deny her OT royalness today, hopefully, because it's going to be RC versus DFM today. So who knows? If this really happens, then you might have to accept your OT fate, right, Chocho? But how's everyone in the chat? And how are you, Chocho? How are you feeling today?
Today, I think today I'm feeling pretty energetic, I must say. Slept really well. So hopefully today we will be seeing exciting matches that can also keep up with the energy that I have.
Wow, yeah, for sure. Keep up with the energy. Guys. If you remember, right, DFM yesterday. I believe it was yesterday. After suffering from a defeat, Yami in tears on stage, right? So I think definitely today DFM might have a fire lit under them, although they are at the bottom of the group stages now in their group. But I think it's important to leave a final impression, right, as we are reaching the conclusion of group stages, right? So Chocho, today DFM versus RC. Give us your thoughts on the matchup itself.
Yeah, my thoughts for it is that there is a reason why Yami was so disappointed, because currently DFM stands in the last place in Group A, which means that they don't really stand a chance when it comes to being in top 12 anymore, which is why there was so much disappointment and regrets coming to the matchup. But still, against RC here, RC would still be seeking to claim it as we look into the prize pool, a whooping 8 million Chinese yuan in total here. And for our calendar here, we're seeing that we're on day number 8 today, the 17th of April, and we'll be having 2 more days of our group stages before we finalize on our rankings. But honestly, at this point in time, seems like the rankings is kind of like more or less kind of there already. Right? We're just having our second last, if not our last matchup with our teams here. As we look into Group A first, we're seeing that DFM is indeed placed last, and this is an important matchup for RC, because if they do win this, they will be above WBG tonight. And for our Group B here, we're seeing AXIZ Wave versus GR for our final matchup today. This one you don't want to miss. And of course, for Group C, we are also seeing that FL is topping the charts here. We're seeing a matchup for Group C being PRR versus ACT. ACT being 4th place right now, so they have to win this one to potentially be above Omni tonight. As for Group D here, RT has already been kind of set in stone to not make it for top 12, but RT versus ZETA's matchup today. ZETA, if they do win this, will be closer to MRC, but will still maintain their second placing. It is worth noting that ZETA and MRC's matchup will be their final matchup with each other in the group stages.
Yeah, to solidify who is going to be the king of the hill, right? And so a lot of games here pretty much set in stone, but of course there are still a few matches, and like what you pointed out, RC right here has the potential to go all the way up to the top of the leaderboard. And what does this mean? This means that if you are at the top, you get one less match to play when you go into the playoffs, and that is important because you kind of are able to scout what your opponent is going to be playing up against. But up next, that's the support event right here, Chocho.
Yeah, support event, we're seeing it happening from April 3rd to May 5th. So until the final day of playoffs, do show your support to your favorite teams or players through your arts, through your words, or through videos. And on social media, do tag the hashtag IDVCOA9 and or hashtag IDVCOA9 support. And you might be that lucky winner to receive the $1 USD gift card that you can use to purchase your maybe favorite merch, maybe Kirk plushie that you can add to your own bed or next to you when you watch our streams here.
Yeah, or the 60 echoes, the monthly dice is very important. That could work if they can use it. But yes, for sure, your supportive messages will be personally selected by the team and have a chance to be featured on the offline event, right? So whatever it is, do send your support out. Again, back to today's matches. We are in for a very entertaining day today as we see DFM versus RC. And Chocho and I will be covering ACT versus PRR as well. ZETA versus RT is going to be the third, and AXIZ versus GR. I believe that's going to be the OT, the OT match for today. But eventually, I feel like it's going to be very close. But for us, today we'll be starting off things with RC versus DFM. Before we head into the map band selection, a quick hello to everyone in the chat. Hello, guys. Salty Sugi, Carol, Loboto Boy, the usual suspects. I see Limitless as well. I see Pocket Treti, Adori-chan. For those of you who just finally make it, like Sakura Break is offline. Yes, please. We are going to enjoy this game. Hopefully you guys enjoy it with us as well. Chocho, looks like we are going to go to the Darkwoods today.
Yeah, going to Darkwoods, we'll be having DFM survivors coming up first. So as mentioned already, this matchup would not change anything about DFM because they will definitely not qualify for the playoffs. So it will be a show match for DFM, but for RC, stakes are still very high. if they do win this matchup against DFM, they would potentially be placed number 1 in tonight's ranking. And once again, their final matchup will be between WBG versus RC. So both of them will fight it out to see who will be placed number 1 in Group A. So very important matchup still now, and we should be seeing a very strong front coming in from RC side. We shouldn't be seeing any games as well. DFM, let's see if they still have what it takes to go up against RC.
Yeah, for sure. I definitely look forward to seeing how Aka will be coming up as the hunter for RC, right? But as you know it, yeah, I mean, he's been very, very strong so far. Very dominant performance, and so dominant. As a matter of fact, I don't really get to see Alf just yet, but who knows, right? Who knows? But today, yes, where's Mystic? I'm not sure where Mystic is, but when Florian appears, Mystic will probably appear. You know, like a Mystical Maniac, if you miss it out, right, Chocho? Mystical Maniac is a Florian fan, and the formula is when you see a Florian, it equals to auto win. So we're trying to bust that myth right here, right?
So Florian equals a win for sure for the survivors.
Yeah, FL.
Okay.
Florian, FL, Fanel, Florian lover right there. But of course, right now heading into the game itself, it's going to be Darkwoods, Chocho. Darkwoods, I think it's a really good map for a few characters, for a few off-meta characters, right?
Yeah, so during the entire group stages for Group A right now, RC, we're seeing the introduction for DFM, but for RC's side, we'll be seeing shortly, RC have been getting a 2-0 matchup against their opponents, AR, TE alike. So coming into this matchup against DFM, ranked 5th in the Group A rankings here, it would be quite unfortunate if we do see a 2-0 here. But I think one thing that we can note is that during the group stages, RC did pick up a Darkwoods and they won in that map. So the fact that DFM actually chose into their opponent's map selection here is quite a curious decision.
Well, Appa is laughing right there. He's like, yeah, you know what? You're right, Chocho. Why did we even pick Darkwoods here? Help! But you know what? Maybe they have a secret plan that they want to. That's why they want to bring the fight here to Darkwoods. They're like, you know what? We know those secret locations we want to play at. And that's Appa, guys. A lot of times on the Lanternist and Magician as well. All smiles. Definitely does not look like being in last place affects him at all. At this point, I think they're really just there to make the most of their experience and time right here. And Chocho, a word for the Gen Zs. Riz is gonna grace our presence right here.
Yeah, Riz. We are seeing him more on the rescuer role and also a forward to add into the table here. Average rescues at 1.6, so we should be seeing at least a rescue coming into the matchup. And we should also be expecting, we are seeing COAⅨ at the back as the coach. We should be seeing a performance when the camera will be penned on him.
Yeah, the battle dance. I mean, animated coach, but you know, definitely good for morals, right? You can see Vanny as well. Actually, Vanny is also a very good archer player. As far as I can see, he definitely did have his moments on the archer. Antiquarian as well, and I'm pretty sure that if there's an enchantress available, that would be his cue to play as well. But although the stats does not really reflect it, you know, 10% escape rate, that's well, that's probably the fate of being a bullier, right? Playing harassing characters right there. But Chocho, up next, talk to us about this handsome man.
Felix, we are seeing the containment time, right, being pretty high here at 76 seconds, ranked 8th among all the survivors that we are having on the stage here. And of course, Felix being Felix, we did see his matchup against Hershen's Hula Blue at average time. I think it was a BO3 overtime, where he was the one decoding, popping all the 4 ciphers. So yeah, we thought it was tricks playing against us, but it seems like the performance has started.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not really sure which character that is, but props to COAⅨ though. I mean, like I would die figuring out how to choreograph that.
I think I would die also. I think I would die.
I think Kuro can do it.
So,
although we might think that he's possessed, but Kuro can do it, I think, at some point.
But I think
guys,
it really takes a lot of guts for sure. Coming in from COAⅨ, always so optimistic for the team here, even in this matchup. SVC Aka, their BO1 hunter from RC. We're seeing the Nightmare and Ivy as the specialty or most picked hunters coming in from him, as we see the full elimination rate at 50%, ranked 4th. average elimination at 3.25. Maybe this is also the reason why we have yet to see Elf.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, but that definitely kind of takes the opportunity off for RC, you know what I mean? Because now that they are using Aka 100% of the time, and Alf does not have the opportunity to come out at all, it might backfire on them simply because if it does go to a round 3 or a round 3 overtime, especially when you go and head into that playoffs, this might not be the best, Alf might not even be in an optimal condition to play at this point, right? Simply because Aka has more, is tried and tested throughout the group stages. But we'll leave that question for later on, because you know what? Let's face the day a step at a time, is what I was trying to say. So for DFM, today is just another day to them, day number 8. Yeah, it's it's probably their last game right here, I think, to make something happen. Although I would say the only thing that can happen is a 1 win but it wouldn't change the rankings, unfortunately, for DFM. But hey, you know what? DFM is here to risk you guys. COA⅓ was there to risk you guys. And now, with the Forward and Enchantress at the same time. So Chocho, I'm not sure about having a Forward here, but talk to me. What's going on here? Like,
It seems like from the side of DFM, they want to go for a team fight, potentially team comp. If opportunities does open, I guess that could be possible here, because Aka does have a Goatman that he could pick, and Enchantress is great against a Goatman, but not too much of the forward. Imagine you are dashing your ball and then the cage happens and then you just run straight into the Hunter from the back again. So this is the reason why we don't pick forward in BO1. We tend to see more of the first officer, if not the mercenary, or even the Gravekeeper coming in BO1. But just generally, with this forward here, I'm quite intrigued into how DFM has already crafted out a plan against Aka. As we see a Meteorologist and Doctor being picked up here. Doctor being meta, we understand that the heal itself, it will allow for that healing to happen, so at least a triple hit before he's down. But for Meteorologist, also doesn't work very well against the Goatman, so Aka could potentially pick up a Goatman here.
he can, and the walls might result in a really hard rescue for DFM's forward if he needs to go for the stun rescue, right? But honestly, at this point, right, Chocho, I just feel like DFM is just trying to be creative. It's just trying to be like, you know what, we're comfortable playing this. We've been playing meta. We've been playing those balance and copy-paste lineups throughout the group stages. And yet we have not tasted any victory just yet. So right now, you know what? Let's go out with a bang. Let's try something more towards our comfort zone. And this might be their comfort picks. Whether or not it works, I guess it's secondary to them. But leaving an impression, I think that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah, and also just to remind us, right, Aka actually picked up an Ivy in Dark Woods against TE previously in BO1. So it could be that they are trying to gear up for an Ivy, which is why we see this team comp from DFM, which 100% explains why the Ivy pick from Aka would be selected here. But yeah, so it seems like it is confirmed with this Ivy here. Previously had a 4K situation against TE survivors. So DFM, let's see if they have what it takes once again with Aka.
Yeah, it might be hard for this lineup going up against Ivy, but hey, you know what? That's the importance of band picks, right? And just seeing just a girl in the chat as well saying you're listening to the podcast. Well, listen to this. At the AXIZ, take the first turn. Okay, I don't know where you are. Please don't listen to my GPS.
Wait, I'm not too sure because of this particular TikTok that like the girlfriend would change the left and the right sounds of the AI into the girlfriend's voice, and it's very aggressive. But anyways, heading back to the matchup here now.
All right.
We are seeing Aka with this pick here, right? We'll see the spawn location soon, which would probably give us an indication as to which person would potentially be the first chase and how the route coming in from the IV would potentially cause pressure onto those ciphers with those Ostracons. We're seeing 2% at the river area, Enchantress at the center, and Doctor near the shack.
Ooh, I mean, if you're Ivy, who would you want to go after first? I mean, some juicy targets here, but optimally, who should be the best first chase?
None. But I think maybe getting rid of the harass. I think getting rid of the harasser would be the best option. Even if they can't really see you, especially like Enchantress, she could stun you without having to look at you as long as she's within the radius. So Ivy, popping up next to our Enchantress here could potentially be the first chaser, or if not, actually just adding the pressure with the Ostrakon and chasing another person could be a strategy that Aka could go for.
That is very, very true. I mean, yeah, no easy targets, but somehow you gotta start somewhere, right? And hopefully DFM will be able to minimize their mistakes, maximize their teamwork, and hopefully contain as long as possible. Whoa, look at that. The bow before the handshake, into another bow before walking towards the backstage. Very romantic right there. But right now heading towards the persona builds. Chocho, help me look at it.
Yeah, with some Sun Tenders that we're seeing Bling, Insolence, Detention, Hunt, and our slow opening of the gate towards the end in Berserker. From Survivor side, we're seeing a triple borrowed time and double tight turner situation for the Survivors. So let's see how this first half is gonna go between DFM Survivors versus RC's Hunter Aka. Live commentary brought to you by Nilo Mello and Chocho.
All right, move straight, go straight along the road. At the exit, turn right. Well, at least that's where you'll find Vanny if you turn right, because that's where the ethereal form is going. Probably trying to put an Ostrakon right up there first, bring the body closer towards it. Vanny Enchantress needs to make sure that the containment is needs to be contained as long as possible. But Aka already realizing that Vanny is just going to drop off the second floor. Beautiful awareness, just trying to close the distance, and it seems like he's getting closer and closer. Vanny might need to use that stun right here, be a little bit more distance, put down the pallets. And this is annoying, Chocho, because there's so many pallets right here.
Yeah, pulling that distance is exactly what the Survivor needs, especially if you can't look backwards. At least you're able to give those stuns within the radius. So Vanny actually doing a great job pulling that distance here. As we see, Bling will be up in about 3 seconds, so not quite enough to prevent this swing across into the other side of our wood station here. As we see Aka, a little bit of a slow situation here with this chase. Still, no first hit registered, and Bling is up.
Yeah, for those of you who are listening like it's a radio podcast, right now Vanny is doing amazing kiting Aka. Aka has a blink available though, and with that 100% corruption, he's gonna bring it towards Vanny. Okay, good job. That's the first hit. Vanny still has 2 stuns, 1 flywheel, and Aka still has a blink, so it's just a matter of time before he catches up. But obviously, you gotta pay attention towards the progress of the entire map.
The spray coming from Aka missed out unfortunately, and missing out the blink again with this flywheel. What an awareness of mine coming in from Vanny. Even without looking backwards, he was able to preemptively predict this flywheel against the Ivy. It's huge. As you see, Vanny is still able to kite it out here. 70 corruption here still. Behind this pellet, still able to get that stun off. That's the final stack already. I think the down would be inevitable for Vanny here, as we see her coming through this pellet. Still able to kite out in the 2-minute moment. Vanny!
Aka!
What?
Aka! I know.
3.5 ciphers kite there.
Yeah, missing that bling definitely hurts so much for Aka, because Vanny with that kite, like what you pointed out, 3.5 ciphers, that was amazing against Aka. And right now, Aka has a lot he needs to do to pick up the pace, and not to mention there are no Ostrakons that are actually pressuring the ciphers far away. So I think Aka really needs to regroup and set it up, but DFM is not going to allow it, because Riz is already in the vicinity, ready to rescue, and probably with a stun as well at the end.
Seems like the stun support won't come through. Vanny will just get this hit because they don't have the tight turner rescuer coming in, which is the meteorologist. Meteorologist will be able to pop a cipher here, so she will come in for that second rescue, which is still fine. And Churches does have borrowed time, so there's no need to actually risk. Alright, able to get the stun. Obviously, the body block does happen here. It seems like it will not, unfortunately. Aka still able to get that hit onto Vanny. As we see, Riz actually still didn't get a single free hit, so that's still fine.
Yeah, this is really, really going great for DFM. So, I know, Chocho. I'm not
It could
really
be a
sure.
4-escape. We don't know because. Okay,
it might
here's
be
the
a
thing.
4-man endgame. That's one thing for sure. Yep.
But if they get a 4-escape here, it would be amazing. But against Aka, he will at least try and get a single survivor here left in this manner. As we see Riz we'll get the revelation there, just trying to destroy the Ostrakon, so less pressure onto the rescue coming in. Should be the meteorologist. Seems like also forward, just the awareness of mind, trying to delay the fly back as well with that touch and go. As we see, Dr. Cypher is pressured, it seems.
Yeah, just trying to land that Ostrakon, like, you know, just keep making as many Ostrakons as possible is what you're trying to do, right? So that you can just teleport back. Even if they destroy one, you still have the other. But right now, it seems like Vanny has a second chance in life, and he has a stun bomb. Oh
Blink
my goodness, Aka.
Oh, the blink is up as we see the hit register, but the Cypher is prime now. They will pop it, especially if Entrances with borrowed time. He has triple stacks, as we have already mentioned, a big stun that Aka will not be ready for. Endgame with no blink. How can he potentially prevent a 4 escape from the survivors?
Aka looks disoriented at this, right? And for very good reason as well. DFM's Vanny's kite has definitely give so much problem to Aka's Ivy here. And yes, 4-man endgame, yes, we have a detention, but honestly, DFM can still get a lot of survivors out. This is definitely not going to be the W for the winners, but Felix, that's going to be the first person falling victim to Aka. Let's see if Aka will be able to get more people down. I mean, it's not over for Aka yet. Detention is a very strong factor in the late game, plus Ostrakon. But again, it's such a far distance away. So Aka, you know what? Aka here, if he can just salvage and get a draw, I think that can be I think that's the best case scenario for him to salvage the situation.
As we see, Benny does have a flywheel and 2 stacks and almost a triple stack to work with, so we shouldn't be seeing a down anytime soon here. I think maybe Benny is trying to buy some attention away as well. If they're able to come for a backdoor rescue, it could be possible. As we see Arpai in the line of danger, trying to go for a backdoor rescue, but Aka with that awareness of mind could potentially tie things out if he's able to catch up here. No blink though. Spray will be important here for him to get this done.
Oh my god, still has items on the meteorologist as well, which is why this is very, very dangerous for them. Enchantress is gonna be healed up right here. Apai still kiting out of his mind, but unfortunately the 100% corruption is gonna bring him down. They're just gonna settle the draw. So oh my goodness, this, I mean, it's insane. Like you pointed it out, RC has had 2-0 games so far, and right now a draw might be what DFM needs to bring it all the way to a BO3.
BO3, yes, but I just feel from the side of DFM survivors, the endgame could have been betterly, that's not a word.
Betterly.
More like, okay, betterly handled, but you guys understand what I mean. Like, could be handled a lot better. Because, like, it was a 4-man endgame. The Enchantress was no longer Hunter's main focus anymore. It was the Doctor. And then the opportunity came for him to tie things out, even in such a dire situation. We saw it was a 3.5 cypher first kite. Miss Bling for the first time, and then apply with the counter it, and then endgame with no Bling and Ivy. So the fact that they were still able to tie things out, I just feel like for the server side, it's a loss for them. And it's a gain for Aka side.
True. But one thing is good. One good thing that happened as well is that we finally see some value in the forward pick, right? Because that's one of the very few moments that forward pick actually mattered. Because of the stun rescue, it did buy time. So I would say good job on the side of DFM. But of course, I agree with you. I think that was DFM's game. Because that was a 4-man endgame, I felt like they could have definitely gotten more. But it is Aka that you are up against, and you kind of have to take that calculated risk. You kind of have to just, how do you put this? Accept that sometimes that might be the most that you can get in this situation. You know what I mean? But oh my goodness, Chocho, match stats there. Vanny, 166 seconds there. He's the reason why they get a 4-man up and about during endgame right there. Of course, Riz did help as well. Yep.
Yeah, I feel that this tie game, right, really diminished Vanny's kite. Vanny's Enchantress kite. 166 seconds of containment time. That is just amazing. Blink prediction against an Ivy. Someone that you don't want to look at to gain those corruption stacks, right? He's still able to fly load that thing. I think really Vanny being their first kiter here was really, truly amazing here. And the fact that they only brought in one Tide Turner this round now.
True.
Seems like
One
it was the correct decision, yeah.
Because Vanny, like, you know what? I don't even need more than one Tide Turner. I'm gonna kite as long as I can. I know my kiting rotations. I know where I'm strongest at. I know when to utilize my stuns, and that's where things got very, very smooth for DFM. Vanny, 166 seconds going down after 3.5 ciphers. That was already such a good start. But again, you know what? You gotta accept what you get in the very end, because IV detention late game is still very, very dangerous to deal against. So, I mean, obviously you want more, but at this point, I feel like DFM is just grateful. Like, you know what? You kite 5 ciphers, we'll still get a draw, it's fine. Because it is Aka after all, and you can come back with an IV at the late game. So, Jocho, an opening for DFM right here. Because after this, MZK, I believe, will be taking the stage. Or if they want to send Yami first. But yeah, MZK going up against RC Survivors. What do you think? RC Survivors.
I think for the side of RC Survivors, right, we talk about the Enchantress 166 containment time. But we can't forget about Ampi's Enchantress Kite as well against TE's Hunter Pepe's Hula Baloo. It was so good. He kited a total of 4 ciphers and they were able to get a 3 escapes. So we'll see if the Enchantress will be put through the test here. As we see the average containment time, first place, by the way, 122 seconds, and second place for average containment before first knockdown. So this guy has his stats all maxed up here. Average deduction points at first place as well now.
Yeah, that's Sungjin Woo right there, right? The Sungjin Woo of IDV with that max stats, almost max stats, right? He's just lying down saying like, yeah, let me just rest my brain a little bit. I need to kite 166 seconds to like Vanny. That's probably what he needs to do, right? But of course, up next, that's gonna be Fuku right there from Rejects. Definitely not gonna make things easy for MZK DFM as well. Like, it doesn't really look like they're bothered at all. They're like, you know what, Aka, you still did very respectably well. I mean, it's a draw, not too bad. But trust in us. Now it's our time. And look at all these power flexes right there. Fuku showing what he wants to do. And there's a Florian here, so mystical.
I think
we might see the Florian here.
We could be. For the side of Fuku, we don't usually see him in the main lineup. Usually it was MP, Soba, Raulia, and City, right? So coming into the main line, I wonder how he would turn things around here for RC. I mean, we saw how 5S could be a potential harasser at Arms Factory, courtesy of Kuro. So as we look into Soba's stats here, Magician and a Lucky Guy here. Soba's Lucky Guy was able to raw kite it out during detention period against Hershen's Peddler. Juked out 5 swings, if you guys do remember. So this guy here, definitely not someone that you want to reckon with face to face, as we have our final member here, City, with the rescuer role here. 100% escape rate. So Survivor side, they are at least able to guarantee a 1 escape in dire situations.
Yeah, I mean, 100% escape rate, right? And we talked about this before. I talked about this at least, right? Xiaodi, the also one with the 100% escape rate, obviously did not make it the first game against Spritzer. So I think Spritzer now can say, hey, you know what? I'm the one who took Xiaodi down from his 100% escape win rate, right? Right now, it's up to RC to perform at similar pace, getting a draw, or even better, do one better and get a 3-man escape. That's their victory condition. And the person to stop them is none other than MZK. So far, round 1 QS. So, what do you think? QS in Darkwoods? I mean, we haven't seen him play anything else. Yeah.
Okay, we've seen the QS at Darkwoods before, but maybe not just... I'm not too sure whether it was QS at Darkwoods for Team DFM, but I don't think so. And for the stats that we do have here for DFM is that MZK only with QS, right? He's picked it up 3 times in their 3 out of 4 matches against their opponents here in the group stages. Got 4K twice and only a 1K, but this 1K was because it was at Hospital.
Oh, yeah. Hospital is definitely very deadly for hunters, right? So, different scenario here, but Obviously, it's an opening, right? They already got a 2-man escape against Aka. Hopefully, they'll be able to capitalize. Hopefully, MZK from DFM will be able to capitalize and give RC a run for their money. So, COA⅓ right there, right beside MZK. Not sure what advice he needs to give MZK at this moment, but honestly, I don't think he should be in a stressful position. Seems pretty comfortable right there with smiles and whatnot. But it is a crucial moment for RC because QS is very hard to counter, right? You kind of need specific characters like Lanternist, which is really a hard counter. Obviously, the Enchantress will buy a lot of time against Marcus as well. But honestly, I think they should just not spare any expenses in choosing the meta characters. For DFM, they'll only use up one Enchantress and and Meteorologist as well, and Doctor. Yeah, so they've already expanded that. But for RC, I think they should just use whatever that they have at hand as well. You know, we'll see. I mean, they definitely want to play. I feel like they want to play that Enchantress though, Jojo. I feel like
they do,
yeah.
Especially when Aka got kited out by Vanny's Enchantress. Maybe there is that revengeful energy coming from RC survivors also, picking up the Enchantress for MP to show you who's boss.
Yeah. Like, you know what? I'll do you one better. You did 166, I'm gonna do 167 seconds for you. Right? So
could be.
Could be. Yeah. But whatever it is, it seems like they are choosing the Lanternist first. So I would say smart choice. You already know that MZK has a QS in hand, right? So you might as well bring out the big guns, spare no expenses. You get QS off get QS and Lanternist off. And yeah, seems like Muro and Gravekeeper. So a little bit of different approach, right? From MZK, Jojo, like taking out 2 rescuers straight away. So leaving a lot of utility characters around.
Yeah, so very interesting selection coming from MZK. Maybe just forcing survivors to just pick up your rescuer first early in the game, so he has more things to ban out later. As we see the aeroplanes getting banned out here, Magician. So Q is something that he's really afraid of is the invisibility coming in. We're seeing 3 out of 4 already with that invisibility. The contact points will be very difficult for him to execute. And survivors side, they're probably going to bring a lot of fireballs to counter those contact points after the first hit, opening up insolence, a first skill as well. So yeah, RC, they are fully geared for this. They are betting that. MZK is going to pick up the QS 100%. And with this Vanny's and MP's Enchantress pick here, it's only most definite that we might be seeing this Enchantress coming in first kite.
Yeah, I mean, let's see if that's going to happen. I mean, guys, what's going on? What's with all the 6-7s in the chat? Honestly, I don't keep up with trends, so I don't know what's going on. I'm just making a comparison of Vanny's 166 seconds kite, so +1, that's the answer, right? So whatever it is, let's get on. The stage is set for the survivors and we're just waiting for the hunter to make his choice. Obviously, we think that it's a very strong QS right here, but against a composition that sort of counters him a lot of the time. Are you still gonna pick your QS, or maybe you wanna play your Hullabaloo or something else? Cause I don't know. I feel like this is gonna be RC is gonna punish a QS here with this picks. I feel like this is a very strong counter towards QS, right? So
it's a full counter team comp going against the QS here. So MZK, we have yet to see him pull out anything else other than the QS in the group stages here. So I'm very curious to see if he still goes for it. There's all smiles coming from Hunter as well as COA⅓. Is it going to be expected here, or is he going to surprise us with a pocket pick? A peddler.
Oh, Grandma! It's not going to be QS, it's going to be Grandma right here. Guys. I mean, okay, you know that they are hard countering, right? Chocho, you already talked about it. You said that they fully counter QS, but now with the Grandma pick right here, I mean, what are the chances? I mean, the Peddler is not always known as the 4K hunter. I mean, Jin did get a 4K, but that's Jin. That's a different story, right? But here, going up against RC with Peddler, I kind of have a bad feeling about it, but honestly, between this and the QS, I guess you don't really have much of a choice, right? But Peddler, I don't know. I
There's a
think
lot
that
of-
this comp is still hard. Yeah.
I personally feel that this map itself has so many areas to kite. After you finish a pallet, you hit to another area nearby, and there's another pallet to work with. And the thing about Peddler is that the vines itself, if you're next to a pallet, there's really nothing much our Peddler here can do other than closing the distance and forcing out a mini AoE onto our survivors here. It will be difficult as we look into spawn locations here. We have our Lanternist as well as Magician on the Green River here, Enchantress at near Shack, and our first officer at the center. So Peddler could potentially go for. I feel that she should really go for the Green River area to kind of force survivors for their rotation, because Cypher progress is going to be extremely fast in this team comp here. So not too sure how MZK is going to perform here. It's very hard to predict something when we have yet to see a single Peddler from MZK.
Yeah, for the first time ever, right? And again, you have to remember he doesn't have the best mobility as well. Sure, you can use the Vine, but you are expending a lot of resources just to do that as well. So let's see if MZK will be able to do this as we look at the persona trades.
Yeah, we're seeing Warp, Trunka Detention, Rage, Wanted Order, Claustrophobia, as well as a... Oh, seems like a relatively new trait that I'm unable to identify, unfortunately, but Peddler will be coming in from MZK. But Survivor side, we'll be seeing more of their personas into the game as we will be starting the second half of VO1, DFM Hunter versus RC Survivors at Darkwoods. Live commentary brought to you by Nello Mello and Chocho.
All right, Grandma right there taking that first affinity right there with a green mark ready with a vine. MZK looking to close the distance towards the closest survivor, although might not be his first chase, his optimal first chase, right? Soba also in the vicinity as a magician. MZK is just paying attention to the rotations of the survivors at this point, right? But oh wait, MZK thought that someone was gonna try and play some mind games, but Soba is like, you know what? Maybe not. The one's gonna help a little bit there. Avoiding, no, did not manage to avoid at all. The vines coupled that with an earth affinity. Chip damage. That's gonna be one more hit or one chip damage away. Soba needs to be very careful right here. Soba using that second one stick, able to keep alive a little bit longer, but no fly with no Chocho.
Yeah, nothing to work with. Yeah, and a basic hit will register here. Mini AoE wasn't ready yet, so a very unfortunate situation as well. But for RC's side, this is a very fast start. A minute into this game here as Wanted Order is on Enchantress. We're seeing Enchantress with a full kiting build, which means that MP was kind of gearing up for that kite, potentially a chase from MZK, but it seems like Soba here caught a little bit off guard here with this chase as we see City will be coming in for the rescue. There's a Titana to work with, so it should be a relatively safe rescue unless a terror shock does happen here. Yep, missing out that swing unfortunately, but Pella down there, so a safe rescue does happen here for our City's first officer Magician. Does have another wand to work with. Can he prolong the kite?
Well, can he dodge that vine is the question as well, right? Oh, he's going to be able to dodge it. Smart play, putting down the pallet just so they can get the extra speed boost, right? But Soba gonna get that chip damage. Enchantress is like, yeah, you know what? Let me just block a little bit more. No, Soba is gonna go down right beside Enchantress. I'm not sure if they should push the issue right here. Sure. Enchantress still has one more stun to work with, but you kind of don't want to over support that much. You can. Unp is okay. He's gonna stun, but I'm not sure that's gonna matter much. But now no more stuns, and MZK is gonna save. Oh my god!
In a basement that he will not share. All right. From the side of Enchantress here, she flight wheeled the mini AoE, but she didn't successfully do so. So the mini AoE still registers onto her. So luckily for her, right? I mean, and luckily for MZK, because right now with the 1/4 health onto MP here, it would be quite dangerous for her to come and harass, especially with the mini AoE and a basic attack next to the hunter. So great decision to just back off for now, and we'll see how the survivors do to play around here as we see that they will be selling Soba here and try to go for a tie game. Ciphers are not enough.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a tie game, then well, then Kuro's gonna appear. While Kuro has appeared, so to speak, right? He's probably going to be summoned here. But MZK trying to look for that next target. Simply, it's 3v1 right now at the point. No, it's going to be a tough battle for RC. But it's Unp with the next kite after all. And honestly, if RC plays this right, the second kite being good enough, they can definitely gear towards a 3-man late game and possibly a 2-man escape that would tie things in round 1. And the good news is we might see Alf in BO3. But right now, things are far from over. Chocho, no last cipher though.
It's a very tricky situation that RC servers are trying to work around with. MZK also trying to stand on top of the ciphers here so that it prevents them from decoding those, the 41 persona especially, as we see the final cipher is 7th cipher actually decoding right now. So MP, can he hide it out here? Oh no, divine capture and a mini AoE and basic damage, that is it! A instant down onto MP here, no kite at all. No redemption kite coming in from RC as well. And there we go, a snowball situation from MCK's Peddler here, and nothing RC servers are doing about it.
Oh no, one thing leading to the other. I don't think that they expected Soba to go down that soon. And Anpi, like what you pointed out, already had that chip damage onto him. So smooth play by MZK. As a matter of fact, that was a really smooth move, right? A stun into a chip damage into a hit. That's what Peddler means, always classic move, right? But right now, Fuku will be able to rescue Anpi, the stun bomb to prolong the kite, but it almost seemed as if it was it almost seemed like it was non-existent. Yeah, the flywheel missed as well. Last effort pop. Anpi's gonna go down. Fuku needs to be very careful. Okay, fortunately, he's not gonna be hit any point right here. But Fuku is not out.
Option.
MZK is playing like he's gunning for the 4K right here. He's playing so aggressive.
Yeah, if DF can get 4K here, then they win in their map selection here. Of course, with this kind of condition, he doesn't want to tie things out only. Wartime absorption coming in, mini AoE doesn't miss out on Fuku here. If he's able to get a mini AoE and a basic damage, then it will be instant down. But seems like Fuku, with that little wiggle out of that area, does make it out alive. As we see Enchantress potentially will be using her self-heal here. And first officer opening up a chest, potentially for that syringe.
Yeah, I mean, he did wasted that. Pocket watch, right? Better to be safe than sorry. But right now, this might be the opening that RC needs, because leaving the Enchantress might not be the best case scenario, because right now Fuku did buy a lot of time. I would say that, but now there's a basement factor right here. Oh no, there's no chair here. He has to go away. He needs to leave.
Alright, we'll be pressuring MP right now. We need to know that MP does not have self-heal anymore. If he's able to get the down instantly onto MP, then he can just leave him on the ground and focus on other people. As we see, a mini AoE does register onto MP. He does have another stone AoE to work with. If he gets it again, it's a down onto MP's Enchantress. Double AoE, and that is it. We'll be trapping her on top of one of their ciphers, I think. And now triple stun on MP here. Can they still come in for the rescue? Because now they're all injured and they're not going to prioritize healing.
Yeah, this is not going to be a draw game anymore, Chocho. Enchantress is the only one that can survive with a stun bomb, right? But MZK, crazy snipes right there without any help from the vines. That was absolutely insane. You gotta wonder why MZK did not play Peddler more often then. But I think they're playing into the hands of the FM right here. MZK in a position to get a 3K. Enchantress is about to expire. And it seems like RC might be getting their first L in round number 1. So what a play from DFM.
Seems like they will. So for the side of Survivor side, City was unable to open the chest and get out a syringe. You know, usually situation like this, you don't really get a syringe because IDV. Because IDV, as we see, because IDV, and we're seeing that Fuku, the Lantern is in the vicinity for this second chase. MZK is locked in.
Yeah, a syringe when you're healthy, a perfume when you're half health. So Cypher's supposed to be pop though. Oh my god, if RC can get a draw here, that'll be insane. Oh, the teleport's gonna be used either way. He's City after all, but he has a perfume. Not that it really matters because he gets caught by the vine. That's it, sayonara, because he has detention right here. But City, the freeze frame by Lantern is not that it really matters because the metal affinity is gonna help MZK with that long range hit right there. And seems like MZK will be able to secure that 3K. And what a play, DFM. Round one.
All right. He does have vines though. Is he gonna go for it? He's gonna go for it!
Whoa! He did!
And it's a 4K at the gate! RC! Survivors do not make it through this time around. DFM securing a 4K. Securing the win in BO1.
Oh, look at him. He's like, yeah. it's a secret, but now you know my peddler is stronger than my QSI. Oh my goodness, what a play by MZK. You can look at the pump, right? He's like, yeah, look at that. Reject, so what? DFM for life, right? So getting that 4K, who would have thought RC getting the L in the first round and in a rather convincing manner. That's a 7-2. That's a 7-2.
It is.
Oh my god.
Wow. This I think it's also surprising coming in from RC because for the Survivor side, they have yet to lose a single game into the group stages. The fact this is their first 4K. They weren't even close to the 3K at all at any point. So this is the first 4K that we're seeing here from RC Survivors. Quite a surprising turn of events, I must say. And DFM side, MZK really eating it up. We're seeing that. We saw his kills before, very dominant, but this peddler coming in on the final matchup against RC here. I am
absolutely
quite impressed,
insane.
I must say.
Exactly.
Yes.
Looks like we won't see that Unp 167 kite. We do see the 68-second kite though. Everyone else is below 90 seconds. It's still very respectable. City very unfortunately did not manage to kite longer simply because he's already used up his second pocket watch. Did not get a stringe when he was half health. Unp obviously the flywheel timing was not there to avoid getting sniped by the chip damage. Not being able to use that stun burst as well is also very, very unfortunate for RC. But what a start. Jojo, who would have thought that DFM getting their maiden 4K, getting their first W right here against RC. And that's the team that's trying to get the top spot.
Yeah, here's the thing. If DFM does win against RC, they will deny them of being spot, potentially in the top spot in Group A for tonight. So yeah, I guess even if they're gonna be eliminated here for DFM, they're not gonna make it for playoffs. They still want to be that obstacle that RC have to deal with. And I'm glad that this is that fighting that we're seeing coming back from DFM.
Yeah, I mean DFM definitely impressed me just now with that play. So obviously, Dark Woods was their lucky charm, right? Like, you know what? Like, yeah, I know. You know what? We believe that Dark Woods is the answer to our prayers, and they got it. And I can see Just a Girl being really salty because RC lost in the first round. But anything can happen, especially when you're pretty much trying to leave an impression, right? Even though you might not change your rankings anymore, but hey, you know what? So what? I'm the last place, but I still managed to take down RC from getting that first place. I think that's what they're trying to gun for. The strong final impression. DFM is still an awesome Japanese professional team, right?
Yeah, and I'm still quite curious why MZK has decided to bring out the peddler so late into the group stages. Yeah, finally, because we saw such accurate fine captures and mini AoE. But let's hit into the highlights first and come back for VO2. Yeah, with DFM, we saw how they were in the backstage, super excited. So we hope that this momentum coming in from DFM will continue. So DFM, they made the selection at Dark Woods, right? They got 7-2 in leading right now. So we'll be having BO2 RC picking their map.
Yeah, I mean, now it's RC's turn to pick the map. Trying to look for a comeback right here. Who would have thought us saying that, you know, RC is looking for a comeback right here. Usually they are the ones to set the pace, but again, when you corner a person enough, well, they're not gonna, when they have nowhere else to turn to move, they're gonna fight back, and that's what DFM did. So, seeing some comments in the chat as well. Vanilla kind of saying, MZK, sorry for doubting you, King. I know. I think he heard your apology. He's doing very well right now with Obachan right there. But the peddler, though, I doubted the peddler. But I didn't doubt the player. I doubted the character itself, because how often do you see a peddler getting a 4K? Especially against a team like RC. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah. So RC is gonna try to come back in this map selection with an ever-sleeping town. The hunter's gonna go first, and obviously this is a cue for just a girl to drive the tram properly this time. Make sure you brake properly. Don't run over the wrong person. Yeah.
I saw some close incidences of the tram at the fake gate area. That opera singer, if you know, you know. If you guys have been catching up with all the the boss.
Yeah. Even Baby Top suffered thanks to Just a Girl and Soapy right there. But yeah, we trust in your tram today, okay? So that's why Rejects chose Ever Sleeping Town. Okay, Rejects is gonna recruit Just a Girl, so you drive properly right there. But all jokes aside, DFM still is not out of the woods just yet. Sure, they win round 1, but they still need to win round number 2 to really solidify their standings. Like saying, hey, you know what, last place, but we still won against RC. That's their current stand so far. So a draw might not be so bad, but it would be really bad for RC. So I feel like RC, if they are going to come back and power up, they're probably gonna do it right now.
Yeah, they definitely have to. As of now, you know, looking through my notes, we're seeing that RC said they have yet to pick up. They have yet to play on Ever-Sleeping Town, so they picked this map here. They've seen how RC performed the Ever-Sleeping Town, so maybe they want to use that to their advantage, or maybe just want to sit on the tram to get those advantage, or some surprise element that is hard to look forward to. As we look, Aka will be coming in for BO2 once again. Elf will be benched out here still. So yeah, with that very slow start coming from Aka and BO1 we saw against the Ivy, I wonder how he's gonna be performing here against DFM survivors.
Yeah. DFM might be the bane to the existence of RC, because RC won against every other team, but lose one round against DFM, which is the last place. So maybe a Junkin Pond situation, right? A Junkin Pond situation, one wins against the other team who defeats the other team. So DFM right now, that's Felix, guys, ladies and gentlemen. He's looking through the files of COAⅨ, probably has a plan right here. And if they're going to drop something interesting like what they did in game number 1, I'm all for it. Right, you lose access to William, but hey, at least you have the Archer right now for you to use, so maybe you can consider that. Vanny can definitely play that, but for now, Chocho, one game, one round win on the side of DFM. RC needs to make this comeback, but if DFM somehow ties this game again, I mean, MZK, Yami should be the one coming out. They will be in a really good spot to actually win against RC.
Yeah, which would completely, I would say, we wouldn't turn the tides around. It's just that RC would be an opportunity lost for them to top their group rankings tonight. So that would be something that RC would still be looking forward to, because BO1 is still BO1. There's still chance for BO2 and 3 for them to come back. And the fact that they pick this map, let's hopefully see a point advantage going towards RC. So a little bit back and forth potentially between these two teams. Aka, right? I'm not too sure what he's going to be picking here, because previously he brought out a Goatman, he got a tie. His Nightmare was 4k though. His QS was 3k. So maybe he might, and just based off the stats, he could be picking up a QS tier, or a QS tier. Hopefully we don't see a Nightmare so soon again.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard. You know what I mean? Because if they really respect his QS here, they would just ban it straight off. You know what I mean? Although he does have access to something else. Although QS should be the perfect ban right here for Team DFM. Let's see if COA⅓ shares that same insight and sort of talk it through with the team. Telling you like, you know what, yeah, maybe QS should be off the tables. But that will open up Aka's Goatman, a Nightmare, everything else, you know what I mean? And that's gonna be, yeah, so that's the thing. Do you want Aka to persist with the QS and you just draft this strong counter towards QS? Because that's what RC did. They thought MZK was really just playing QS. That's why they drafted everything to counter QS, but it did not counter Peddler. Right? So maybe a little bit more balance should be the answer to this. I think RC sort of miscalculated and like went all in. Full counter QS, and when changed to Peddler, same thing happened. So maybe right here, DFM should continue the streak. Creative, balanced pick that can work. And not count on Aka to play. Yeah, so you see, QS is going to be banned.
Yeah, just giving that respect onto Aka here. And also from the side of DFM, right, I really like the fact that they used BO1 forward, right? Because now they have so many things to work with. They banned out the great... Aka banned out the great people, yeah, there's still Merc and First Officer, but First Officer, of course, the ideal pick here still. So we are seeing that pick coming in, and feels like they might be gearing up for that Goatman that Aka is going to pick, because we know that the Enchantress, the Antiquarian can go up against the Goatman with those stuns, Puppeteer as well taking many hits, and First Officer will not be an instant down situation. Yeah, so a Magician also coming into this mix here. So it's a full counter team comp against the Goatman that Aka is gonna potentially pick here. And we know from the fact that Aka, it doesn't matter if you pick a full counter team comp, he's still gonna pick what he feels that is the most comfortable, or like at least the S tier hunters into this mix.
Yeah. Kind of surprised that they don't pick Archer instead, you know what I mean? Archer here would be great. And there's no IV threat as well. But maybe he's just trying to prepare in case Aka goes crazy with his Nightmare. Then that would be insane, right? Because his Nightmare did get 4Ks. And yeah, a few options they can go for right here. Goatman definitely on top of the pick. Although I feel like DFM is very prepared for a Goatman. So do you still want to go with a Goatman, although you know that they're prepared? Yeah.
Honestly, I rather Aka not.
Yeah. Like MZK, right? He knew they were countering his QS. He didn't go for it. He went for Peddler. But here's the thing, Chocho, if he doesn't play Goatman, what do you think he would play in this condition? He needs a reversal win. He only got a draw last game.
Picking an opera singer here would also be really bad. Yeah, it would be really bad.
Yeah, so many tanky characters. So
hear
hard.
me out. I feel like
Hermit?
The Hermit.
Chincha? Oh my god.
Actually, I was thinking maybe Nightmare, you know, like surprisingly from my end, I was maybe thinking Nightmare because the Nightmare, maybe the jump forward, right? Antiquarian might not be able to react, and because it's true like absorption of the survivors first before he managed to jump, right? He will be able to get the hit of the Magician and first off, potentially, even though they use the items. So I feel like maybe the Nightmare could be a potential pick here, but Hermit though now.
Wow.
How do we feel about this?
I feel very comfortable with a Hermit. I feel very comfortable with a Hermit, but here's the thing, like they know how to counter Hermit. I'm just saying it because I know a lot of teams know how to counter Hermit, right? But they are at a disadvantage because they don't have any healers. I think that's the only thing that's stopping them. If he can get fast downs, then that's great. But if he's dragged into a really long battle where all 7 ciphers are about to be popped, then you kind of, it's not working. So let's see if he's able to set the pace from the very beginning. You can see the spawn locations as well. Magician at the bottom. First Officer's not going to be in the middle. It's going to be on top. Antiquarian in the middle. Puppeteer on the right side. Hermit should probably spawn on the top left or top... Oh, top right. Okay, top right.
Okay.
Sure.
I mean, at least from how we see this, right? He's kind of forcing survivors outside of Graveyard.
Yeah.
So forcing the rotations coming in from all sides, all 4 corners. So this is probably the plan coming in from Arca's side as well, but we'll see how this matchup turns out, because we do know that Ever Slipping Town, right, is one of those maps, right, where survivors tend to get for escape the most, right? And RC side, they definitely don't want to go for those kind of things. So picking the Hermit, I'm not too sure it's quite risky for Arca. I do hope to see that, because instant down situation is very difficult against a Hermit, as we see a warp, detention, insolence, wanted order, as well as Hunter's Instinct coming in from Arca. From server side, we're seeing a triple board time and a double tech turner and a single flywheel, as well as the broken windows. So at game 2, first half at Ever Slipping Town between DFM survivors versus RC's Hunter. Live commentary brought to you by Chocho and Nello Mello.
All right, Aka, he needs to get that W right here to help his teammates later on in round number 2. So Aka, it can be in the words of I would say it can be very good or it can be very bad. So right now, Felix is gonna be that first target right here. Aka is gonna try and find Felix, and not connecting ciphers might be that play where he's like, yeah, let's just go down, let's just bring one survivor down. Then we hit
the connection. Will happen here.
He's gonna connect. Yeah. I guess he just doesn't want to waste time to just wait until they touch cipher, then he connects, right? So good job so far landing that blue polarity. Again, first officer will be sharing that damage with Felix, removing the charge as well. So whoa,
he wants to get the
Aka
fast down
really
here.
wants
Aka
to get the food out. Yeah.
Getting this first hit now. Now Little Lou is coming through as well. So yeah, that's what we mean, right? Picking into this team comp here is gonna be very difficult for Aka, as we see Puppeteer still has so many Little Louis to work with. It's gonna be tough. It's gonna be tough. As we see another stun coming through, Little Louis also coming in preemptively. So good stuff. Good awareness of mind coming in from Felix, as we ciphers are being progressed here. Yeah, solo kiting coming in from Felix.
Wow, Felix is just kiting normally. He's just like,
another
you know what?
stun.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm fine being in the grave. No worries. I can do it. But he's gonna finally go down. But here's the problem. Yeah, here's the problem. You don't connect. Sure, you get the fast down, but as a Hermit, you sort of want to slow down cipher connections, right? That was not the fastest down, and look, despite having a Hermit, it was still a 3 ciphers kite. But Kuro's basement in effect. Chocho, this might oh my god, this might turn things a little bit, change things a little bit for DFM.
Yeah, it might. So Wanted Order is on the Magician. We saw that was in effect for a while, and now it's gone. Now I'm not too sure whether they still want to come in for the rescue. If it's a basement, just continue decoding outside. The cipher is fast that we saw, but now that it's all connected, it's gonna be slowed down here. Giving that Tinnitus here would potentially be enough. Coming in for this basement rescue could potentially be denied, or if not, a double down situation that the survivors are not looking for, especially in this winning condition that they have. So for the survivors, it seems like decoding is just happening here straight away for them. They're not gonna even do anything. Aka is not aware as well, because all ciphers, right, if you connect it, right, everybody's decoding in some sense. So how will you know where the servers are? Where are you gonna,
That's true.
how you know where they are exactly to warp? So this warp will be kind of nullified here for the start of this matchup, as we see Aka will try to pressure ciphers outside. Apai running in advance as well.
Bye. That's gonna be the first one being missed, the second one being missed as well. So not the perfect placement that you think would happen right here, but Apai right here at a pretty strong kiting area as well, still surviving. If they have the charge on, I think they can still share damage, so I think it's fine. But no, not even getting that damage in. My goodness, Aka is having a really hard time right here trying to chase after Apai. Apai's already out of sight, out of mind, and seems like Aka needs to move on to the next target. But again, Chocho, you mentioned this, every cipher's moving. Who exactly can he expect to find right here?
Like a skill that a Hermit has seems like it's kind of working against himself, as we see DFM survivors doing such a good job negating any free hits into the table. We're coming into our 4th minute mark into the matchup, as we see Puppeteer has already been expired here, and Yeah, it's very suggest cutting it out. And in fact, first officer still has the tide turner. If they really want to and opportunity allows, they could go for a tide turner rescue and go for a 3 escape.
That's absolutely insane. DFM, although they are playing 3v1 right here, Felix did die in the basement, but look at the Cypher programs as well. Chocho. DFM really is the bane to RC's existence, and I'm not even surprised if they have a 3-man endgame right here. But right now, Riz still has one more pocket watch to work with. Let's see if he'll be able to avoid that red charge. The answer is no. He's just gonna take it. Oh wow! Oh my god! The trap!
Oh my goodness, the trap! A little bit of that reaction time coming in from Aka. So Riz will be able to use his final watch here, but the warp is available. Aka, does he want to close this distance down here? If he doesn't, both kids are being open, then Riz watches expire and an instant down situation. If they do one right now, hear me out. If they really want to do this, they could go for it. But I'm not sure if they do want to risk it. A warp is happening.
Wrong area.
Get that area, but stunning! Stun, but I think that will be enough for him to get out. It seems like it does, and they will settle for a tie.
Again, the second time DFM gets a tie against RC. Absolutely insane. Look, no wonder they're all smiles. Yeah, they're like, you know what? We are the rock to Aka's scissors. Yeah, we are the paper to Aka's rock. You know what I mean? Like, yeah. So I think it's just a matter of they really know how to counter RC at this point. So such an amazing performance by DFM. You kind of wonder why they did not pop off earlier on in the earlier stages. But right now against RC, this is the second time the survivors got a 2-man escape against Aka. Wow. Yeah, and I won't even be surprised if Yami comes out, and if Yami comes out in 3K RC, that's it. That's gonna be a 2-0, but DFM's gonna take it.
Yeah, which would be a huge turnaround for us, because expectations-wise would be RC to win this, especially them 2-0ing both of their opponents earlier on in the group stages. So, DFM with this sudden outburst from them is truly surprising. As we look into their match stats here, 79 seconds of containment time from Felix. This is soul containment with no damage shed against our Hermit here. So I would still say it's a decent kite. It was almost a 3 full Cypher kite. And then from there onwards, there was no freeze coming from DFM survivors. And that's where they really do shine. We saw that they were able to open both gates. First officer still has a watch to work with. They did not waste any time. As we see Aka, a little bit, of course, I would still feel the disappointment coming in from Aka, tying 2 games in a row, which is definitely not the usual Aka that we see.
Yeah, I mean, this might sound weird, but I'm still around that time zone. I'm still around that era, that time zone where Aka is kind of like the hunter, where he just gets a draw and his survivors actually gets the win. You know, I'm still kind of in that time zone. So, as a matter of fact, coming into these group stages, Aka has been showing a lot of dominance as a hunter. Caught me, like, it really impressed me how much he has grown. But right now against DFM, now I'm impressed at how well DFM is playing against RC right here. The story remains the same, Chocho. A draw will bring them to BO3, sure, but DFM will have a lot of advantage if it's a draw. Whereas if RC wants to have a chance, they need to 4-man escape here. A 3-man escape will help them win, but ultimately DFM will still have the advantage in game 3. You know what I mean? If they draw, they'll still have an advantage. So I don't think the answer for RC in order to win is through Aka anymore. At least not anymore right now, right? It lies in the survivors. And I sure hope their survivors know what to do, because this is their map selection. Right?
Yeah, they have to get the advantage here. And BO2, there's still so many meta hunters to go up against. So I would say it would be a very tough task for RC survivors to work around in. But still, I have to remind you guys that AbyssⅨ Town is still the map that most 4 escapes do happen. So for the side of RC, I'm still holding on to a King of Hope. If they're somehow able to get a 4 escape here, right, our scores will be balanced out for BO3.
Very true. Yeah, but I don't think Yami will allow that to happen. I mean, I don't see him getting that, allowing that 4 escape to happen, especially not after MZK's performance, right? Getting that 4K. But he is the meta character, Hunter as well. Has the Hullabaloo, has the opera singer as well. Not the best 4K Hunter, but still very dominant performance, especially with his opera singer we've seen in bigger maps. But this map, smaller map, well, the worst he can do is really just a draw. The worst he can do. Although I feel like he will be gunning to upset. I'm pretty sure a lot of people have a lot of apples onto RC. You know what I mean? So maybe DFM is just gunning to like, you know what? I will be taking all of your apples. Yum, 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 yum. And like 2-0 RC. Yeah. But again, RC still has an opportunity right here. A 3-man escape will help them to come back. A 4-man escape will tie the entire thing. 1 round win each. Points at the same scores. Although 4 escape kind of seems hard for RC right here.
And also, I think also depending on the team comp that RC survivors do ultimately choose. He could go for the opera singer, the Ivy, which he has previously showed also. Opera singer has been time and time again a pretty reliable character coming in from Yami's side. Whereas for Ivy, there was a little bit inconsistency, but still, all 2 of these hunters, he has gotten a 4K before.
Yeah, he definitely has that potential to get 4K, right? And I think if you are DFM fans, like what you can see in front of us, right? You can see the DFM signs right there, although there's a little bit of glare, but DFM fighting, that's what it mentioned just now. That's what was written. But for sure, if you're for Team DFM, guys, do show your support for Team DFM. And if you're for Team RC, yes, Team RC, show your support as well. Right now, DFM has only the winning condition for DFM right here. Yami needs a 3K. 3K and above. A draw is going to bring it to BO3 with an advantage. For RC. No win conditions. Basically, it's either you tie things up, you get a 3-man escape, you win 1 round, but still at disadvantage going to round 3, or you get a 4-man escape, go into round 3 with a clean slate. It's really hard. I think, yeah.
I think also, right, from the side of Yami, we've seen him being really disappointed, especially at the end of the matchup where he has to shake the opponent's hands, right? Remember the middle of the stage?
True.
He doesn't want to feel that way again, which is why they're all gonna be taking this very seriously. A win, like I said, a win for RC, they're gonna be guaranteed. But at the end of the day, they will be number 1 in the rankings. Whereas for DFM side, although they won't make it, at least they are still able to pull RC downwards. Still remain the second place.
Yeah.
So
I can go up, I'll pull you down. Yeah, go on.
Yeah, I think I also double down on what I'm also reading the chat. What Salty Sugi said is that they've faced each other countless times in IJL, which is possibly why they kind of read them like a book. They know exactly what they're gonna go for. I'm gonna come in with something surprising, something that you never thought of. Maybe that kind of pressure also coming from IJL's experience is put to the test here for RC.
True, put to the test indeed. Although it won't change their rankings much, RC will still remain in second place, still qualifies. But of course, RC definitely wants to gun for that first position, right? Simply because they'll have 1 less game to play. They'll be able to monitor the teams that play before them, before facing them. So that can be a factor. Right now, RC, they got a task. A 3-man escape will help them win this round. Hopefully, that's what is planned. And seems like they will have Muro and Lucky Guy. Wow, so Lucky Guy and Walling to be the first 2 picks up against Yami right here. Who do you think they're trying to prepare against right here? Opera singer?
It could be.
I mean, Lucky Guy can have a gun. Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was yesterday. We saw a Lucky Guy, I think coming in from Wolf's Jelly. He brought out a coordinator gun and then a flashlight against Xiaoma's Bonbon, remember, at the AbyssⅨ town, this exact map.
Yeah.
So I'm not too sure because RC, they really love their team fight. So I'm quite curious to see how this Lucky Guy is going to value add later on, whether through a bot to decoding. As you see, everything is getting picked up here as well. I'm not too sure what Yami's gonna pick though to answer your question because he has so many things to work with. Maybe the opera singer could be a pick here.
Yeah, I can for sure, right? I mean, anything's possible at this point. Lucky Guy is really just a utilitarian character. If not being chased, well, the bot's always there to help decode. If he's being chased, a perfume can help it. A gun will help as well. Now they have Puppeteer as well, so no harass at all in this game except for Moro's Boar. I don't think it's as effective, but honestly, playing towards the late game, this might be the thing that they need in order to make their comeback against DFM. So whether or not it works, I will just have to wait and find out whether or not Just a Girl's Tram will help RC. That we'll have to find out as well. But one thing's for sure, Yami right here, the worst he can do is really a draw. The worst he can do, and he should do, is a draw.
I'm not too sure because it could be.
Yep.
I'm just kind of reading how RC is kind of doing this BB, right? Because in their BO1, right, they were really aggressive, picking all the meta characters just in the BO1. But then in BO2, we're seeing a lot more conservative selection coming from the survivors. A Wilding coming in. So yeah, maybe they're trying to gear up for that BO3 because BO3 for the side of RC, they want the BO3 because they've really lost a round win. So they want to win that round back. So that BO3 is definitely what they want here. So RC survivors, you've already mentioned, they just need to tie things out and bring it to a BO3. But personally, I think they should just get the win here. So it's a lot easier coming BO3. They just need to win the BO3. Because in BO1, they got 4K.
Yeah, 7-2. That's a lot of points to cover, right? And it seems like Yami's going to go with the Wax Artist. So, I don't know. I
also don't know.
Wax Artist has such a bad time here, I think. I mean, this map, not exactly the best, especially if the survivors go into a graveyard. That's also horrible. And then there's the corners as well, right, Chocho? So,
actually, right? Wax is actually still okay at ever slipping, but we've seen unsuccessful plays of the Wax Artist recently. There's so many high walls, so many areas for you to block line of sight that it's just so hard for you to get those Wax legs latched onto the survivors. Especially RC, they've faced countless Wax Artists. So heading into these small locations here, we're seeing the Wilding at the center. For the first stop of the tram, we're seeing our Lucky Guy, and outside of Graveyard, Aeroplanist as well as the Puppeteer. Any potential small locations for the Hunter?
Probably pushing them out of the graveyard, but I don't really see many people choosing that at all. He's going to be spawning below Muro, but honestly, I feel like he should go for Puppeteer first because Little Lewis is really countered by the Wax Artist, especially when reaching 100% Wax. Well, the Little Lewis might not matter the most. Or he can go for the Lucky Guy. No items means no usage, no utility usage going towards the mid game. Two very possible options. But Lucky Guy would be easier to chase, I would say.
I would actually double down on your sentiment as well, because at that small location where Lucky Guy is, right, the nearest two chests is one at Shack at double story area and one at the Fate Gate, which is nearer the Hunter. Of course, you want to open the one at Shack. So yeah, I think Lucky Guy will only be having one item into this matchup. Could be a potential ideal chase at the start. So, but if he actually decides to go for Puppeteer, then it will kind of force a rotation for the survivors, for our Aeroplanist. So as we look into their personas, Warp, Trump Card Detention, we have Rage, Wanted Order, as well as our... Alright, sorry, unfortunately I was unable to finish that, but let's hit into the matchup here for BO2 first half for Wax Artist here against this RC survivors. Oh, sorry, DFM survivors. Let's see what's it gonna be.
Yeah, let's see if this second half will be the end of RC, or will RC begin their comeback. Remember, Yami needs to get a 3k, RC needs to get a 3 escape. So that would solidify the game right here. Our Soba is going to be that first target. Is going to get a perfume. So I'm not sure if that's going to be useful because it's a Wax Artist after all. You can just freeze you. If you don't use the perfume, you can just wait until you've used the item, hit you, and then you won't be able to perfume back. So here's the usage of the perfume. Just gonna put it there on top in case he jumps down. Well, Soba can go back in. But now, without any items, Lucky Guy, 96%, 100% Wax already, forcing him back towards the corner, actually.
I think it's best if he heads back because all his teammates are at the other side decoding. If he downs there, he'll be downing in between 3 ciphers that's being decoded. So Soba has no choice but to hit here now. Unable to fly will the 100% wax, and seems like he will not survive this second hit as well. Will be down at the center in the minute into this match.
The flywheel not even gonna be in effect.
And a basement? And a basement.
Oh my
and a basement chair. All right.
god! Is this gonna be Yami's game? Oh my god!
Seems like it will be. I think it's DFM's day, in fact, as we see Perpetua will be having this wanted order, but that's alright because he doesn't have the tight turner coming in for this rescue. They do have 2, one on Wilding, one on the Aeroplanist. So let's see if they do come in for the rescue. But
right?
Probably, yeah, I think they would probably not. Yeah, just sell and focus on decoding like what DFM survivors did in the first half.
Yeah, I think at this point they gotta settle for the draw. That's the most realistic of all. Salty Sugi saying, hey, Alf coming soon, but hey, it won't matter if Yami gets a 3k here because that's going to be 2-0 for DFM against Rejects, right? And right now, Yami just waiting until Lucky Guy expires. Obviously, he is in close proximity, but yeah, no one's going to be here. That's tinnitus, but it really is just to keep him here.
Yeah, Yami also kind of heading outwards already. We don't see a lot of Cypher control with the Wax Bomb as well. So a little bit of that missed opportunity coming in from Yami. But yeah, we'll just let the Wilding go for now and we'll potentially focus onto Ampi. A little bit preemptive rotation also coming in from Ampi. So good awareness of mind and communication from the RC survivors. Question is, how long is this second kite going to be?
The red light?
Because Warp is ready.
Yeah, Warp is ready. He baited the red light and Ampi has no choice but to use the jetpacks and the elevation as well. It's only 44% wax right here, but honestly, it is a pretty strong area to kite against a wax artist right here. Going through the windows, through the tunnel, but no, Ampi.
Okay.
Yami having such a good time on the wax artist.
It's such a good play coming in from Yami. The survivor is also unable to make full use of those flywheels to negate 100% as well at any time. So Ampi, let's see if it's able to kite out this warp. Now warp usage has been used here, but stuck at this single pen, able to get a pellet stand, so at least he survives for another time. Jetpack not available for use right now. Unable to fly with 100%. Great awareness from Yami to stop spitting as well. As we see a second down and the 3-minute 30-second mark, and no, Cypher is not enough. And if Yami wants to, he could Wax Bomb that Cypher.
Yeah, he's going towards where City is decoding, so they have to start a 6 cipher. But with only 2 people running around, I'm not even sure it's gonna be a 3-man end game right here. Because again, Wilding's the only one with tight turner here. Although Puppeteer is really far away, they don't have a 6 cipher again. So okay, he's not gonna wait with he's not gonna go with a freeze into a hot wax, but let's see if that's gonna happen. Oh wait, he's gonna do that with the Wilding. Oh, it is
last effort. We'll try this same survivor at the last cipher. I think best case scenario here is Puppeteer to come in for the rescue and then Aeroplanist force that cipher. But then again, Warp will be ready in about 30 seconds, so he could just change targets again to the person that's decoding a new cipher. Ampi will be decoding the S pellet area, still very near to Yami. Yami could Wax Bomb that cipher.
Yeah, he could. I mean, he's Wax Bombing the one that's further away. Yeah, Fuku got it. He can do both actually. Look at what's going on.
Okay.
He can do both.
He didn't really try very hard with the IDV math to the S pellet, but that's alright. That's alright.
Yeah.
Fuku
he wants to save it for
rescue.
Fuku. Yeah, he does.
Maybe.
Fuku is Puppeteer after all. So with Little Lewis, oh no!
Unable to pull out the Little Lewis, but can he pull it out in time for this rescue? Overhead rescue! Wilding will be on his death bid here if he downs against City. He needs to cut it out until Cypher is prime. Now last Cypher it's at 68% right now, and now Wax Bomb missed, unfortunately. So they will be able to decode continuously on that Cypher still. Yami also having the awareness will be heading to that Cypher. MP will be seeing Chair for the second time if he downs here. So still okay.
Should go for Anpi. Yeah, he should go for Anpi because he knows that Anpi rescued Tight Turner, probably the one with suicide build, which means no borrowed time. So if he downs Anpi here, nothing much they can do. Nothing much they can do right here. So I think it's a smart move going up against Anpi right here, but whether or not he can make it in time, that's a totally different thing. Right now,
Five Wheels misses a little bit, but now the hot wax will come through. Missing out, unfortunately, again. So Anpi able to kite it out for now, but Cypher is not moving because they are focusing on healing now. So Walding
Oh
will
my
come in for this
God.
rescue again, it seems, and Puppeteer will be decoding.
It's really hard. It feels like DFM really has this in the bag because full presence wax artists, even if you are on the board, you still have a sliver of damage. Okay, never mind. But here's the thing: you have the hot wax to work with, right? The cold wax into the hot wax, and just getting the walling down, and you get pushed away. You get 25% wax as well. Look at what's going on. Look,
Basic
it doesn't
hit.
really matter that you're on the
missing
ball.
out the basic hit, so the rescue still happens, unfortunately. But for the side of the survivors, if he's still able to get this down fast, the Cypher might not be prime in time. As we see a pallet stun, so Cypher will be enough. There is borrowed time on the Walding. Will they just pop? They will go for the pop. Your Walding is on his last legs here. Will be sent back to the mana if he's down here. So able to buy a little bit of time. Gate is being open now.
Well, he doesn't have any bore. That's one thing for sure. So now the hit's gonna happen.
What?
If he chairs right now,
Does he want to be aggressive?
he can
Oh, if
warp,
it's just
he can
gonna
warp.
chair.
No, the tram helping them. The tram helped them.
Coming in clutch. The gate will open in time now. So Yami, even with this rope, I don't think he's able to. With this setup, but yeah, he will definitely not make it, and it will be a tie game for RC survivors, prolonging to a BO3. What an unfortunate match for Yami.
Just a girl coming with the tram, stopping Yami for a second right there. Oh my god, that was all just a girl there. The tram factor coming in, right?
Yeah. If that tram was not there, the chair would be earlier. That we saw that teleport. If it happened slightly earlier, maybe he would be able to catch one of them when the gate is like still semi-opening.
True. But honestly, it's still insane. I mean, DFM definitely still has this in the bag. Simply because like they're at an advantage, 7-2 in the first round, and now that they tie things up in round number 2, if they tie things up again in round number 3, that would be DFM's victory. So wow, what a play right there.
I just feel
well
so.
played, Trap.
Yes, for sure. I just feel like it's such a missed opportunity for Yami. If he was able to get the hot wax onto the Walding, right? If another basic hit happened and Cypher wasn't primed, it would have been a definite 4K, I must say, for Yami here. Because he knew that it was a winning game here. We look at the stats here. 55 seconds of containment is not long. Adding for the rest as well is also not extremely long. That it was the crucial play coming in from the Walding. And also from Yami missing that swing onto City there when the Cypher wasn't primed.
Yeah.
We can see how frustrated he was towards the end as well.
He was. I think he probably was thinking, instead of chairing this, maybe another alternative would be not to chair the Walling and just go straight for the teleport. That could work out as well. Or maybe go with the warp gate, right? Go near, down one person really fast, and then go back and pick up the wall. No, I don't think so. I think he can just go teleport and just chase 2 person away. No, I don't think it works as well. It's so hard because you're chasing after 2. You know what I'm saying? Because if he leaves the Walling, well, let's just say 2 survivors. He teleports, the gate's not open. 2 survivors can run either way. They run different ways. You catch one person, but Walling will heal up. The other person will run away. I think there could be an opportunity as well because the other gate's not open.
It could be an opening if he's able to get a fast knock. I feel like that was a game that Yami felt that he has the chance to go for. Yeah. But I think one thing that he also didn't predict was the tram coming.
Yeah,
the tram coming was so unfortunate.
Yeah, RC tram, right? Because they brought everyone to Ever Sleeping Town. The tram was definitely a factor they're looking for. And right now, they managed to tie game number 2. However, again, DFM is 11 points up against RC's 6 points. Sure, round wins come first, but now that game 2 is tied, it's pretty much going to be decided in game number 3 right here. So, you know what this means, Chocho? We will get to see Elf. Yeah, we'll see Elf.
Yeah, I'm quite excited to see if Elf is going to be coming in for BO3. But let's head into the highlights first and we'll be back with more action.
学校 OK がない一応最悪あれ休憩してても数字とか6 8-8 8-7 8-7帰らなくていいまだあいいよいや書いていい了解行け危ないかもしね学校何割投げられたらマンション投げられたら出て大丈夫待ってよやめろ運ピーさマジ行っていいよもう行くよ行っていいよさんあげたら学校でいいよ
I bring back Leia. All right, so there you have it. Yami right there with the draw. RC somehow clutching it with a draw thanks to the tram driven by RC tram right there. Just a girl is probably very happy, right? Because that was good driving. If you're a fan of RC, you love it. If you're a fan of DFM, you'd probably hate it. But one thing's for sure, we're gonna see Alf coming out in the next BO. Simply because it's a round tree. I think it's a round tree hunter as well. But Chocho, are you excited for round 3?
I am very excited actually for round 3 because there is still that possibility for that overtime, right? Now we kind of have like this discussion during the highlights moment. So actually, BO2,
Yeah.
it was an RC map selection and they only tied things out. Now it's back to DFM having the map selection in BO3. So I feel like if it's about winning this, right?
Yep.
Even though my apples are with RC, right? DFM having the winning advantage here, and they've yet to win a single game group stages. I really want them to win this matchup against RC.
Yeah, I mean, go out with a bang, right? Yeah, nothing's over until it's over. We're gonna show what we're capable of. It seems like they're gonna go to Arms Factory. So Arms Factory is not really. It's chosen for a few reasons, right? One of them being that Ivy and Dreamwish is really strong here. Maybe they don't play with an Ivy, and DFM does have Ivy, right? While RC does not have Ivy anymore. They don't have a lot of things anymore, honestly. But survivors are gonna come out first from the side of DFM, which means we might see a change in Hunter for RC.
We hope to see, because I do know that Elf has yet to show his face during the group stages, So, and a lot of fans for Elf as well. So this is gonna be an exciting matchup, and also for us to kind of guess, because in the first half we'll be seeing whether there's gonna be a Hunter swap or not.
True. I mean, nothing to lose at this point, right? You already made it all the way to BO3. Aka has already done his job. Although not the one we expected him to do, it's still a draw. It's not a lose, right? So it's still a draw. Honestly speaking, I love Alf. Him coming out, definitely, I think a lot of people would be expecting him to carry this game. Alf's like, why did you wake me up for this, Aka? You guys are supposed to have this in the bag. Why? But I'm happy to be here. Hello, guys.
To be here, and he needs to get that 4K. Okay? He needs to get that 4K.
He needs to start off with a really strong 4K. Yeah, because I don't think he can expect RC survivors to get a 4 escape. So, 4K is definitely what he needs to get. Doesn't look so pressured though. Nice hair though. Yeah, nice hair, bro.
Nice hair as usual. Even his blonde was also pretty awesome. So yeah, Elf, now that he's back in.
Efu. What? I can't read Japanese, but he's saying who's more handsome. Yeah, what exactly is that question?
Who's more handsome? Everybody say one. Elf is
one.
more handsome. Whichever Hunter. But both options are one, so they're both handsome.
They're both handsome. Okay, so they're both handsome. Alf is like, yeah, but you secretly know I'm handsome. But anyway, Alf finally coming out, but I'm not sure though, Chocho. As much as I want to see him out here, Aka's the one that's soaking up all of the heat in battle, right? Again, Alf coming out, great, but whether or not he can get a 4K, different story, right? Because it is DFM. It is DFM that has given Aka a hard time. They're pumped up, they're warmed up, they're good to go. Alf looks like he just woke up from the backstage, right? I mean, no offense, but he looks like he's just like, oh, what am I gonna do here?
Wow.
Like, you know what I mean. You know what I mean.
I know what you mean. It's just so much pressure for Elf, because if you think about it, there is a 5 points difference between both teams right now. Even if Elf get a 3K here, their survivors get a 3 escape, right? The point differential wouldn't still be enough. So it's a must, 100% must for Elf to 4K in this Arms Factory matchup.
Unless if he 3Ks or 2Ks and the survivors get a 4 escape or a 3 escape. That can work, but yeah, you're right. You're right. I think it's more possible for a hunter, right, to get a 4K, to get a 3K, 4K here, to get the points here rather than survivors. But again, here, a few choices right here, especially for Alf. I mean, it's a smaller map. There's a Bonbon, there's a Dream Witch, there's an Ivy, and Alf can play all of it, right? Sorry, no Ivy. I forgot. This is RC Aka has already played in the first game.
So there is Opera Singer, Hula Blue, Bonbon, Peddler, Dream Witch, and also the Wax Artist still. For Elsa's side, he has yet to like, yeah, in his recent IJL Autumn right finals when they actually play up against ZETA, he didn't get a 4K game against ZETA Division survivors at all. So I'm quite curious to see what he's going to be picking here against this team from here. Aeroplanist and Fire Investigator coming through from DFM side. And an Archer, you know, now I keep talking about the Archer. The Archer is finally here and in such crucial moments as well, where DFS Survivor just needs to at least get a 1 escape. Just at least secure the 1 escape.
True. But I think that they will want to continue their streak of getting a draw. Yeah, of ties, just tie it up. If they can tie this up, then rest assured, Yami will just need, well, technically speaking, he just needs 1K if he can tie these things up here, right?
Oh my goodness, I just realized something.
Yep.
Remember this earlier of the stream, he told me that Florian pick means survival will win.
Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
Where's
and I'm seeing the chat happening now.
Oh my god, Florian, my baby. Mystic, wake up. It's your baby. It's your baby boy right there. Let's see if Alf will be able to bust that myth though, that Florian equals auto win. I mean, DFM definitely believes in Florian. I mean, look at DFM. It's like, detonate, Florian main. I mean, maybe that's what it means in an alternate universe. Wait a minute, Mystical Maniac just popped out from bed just to see Florian right there. Exactly, you've been summoned right here. Let's see if the Fire Investigator will be a crucial character to have alongside the Aeroplanist, Mercenary, and Archer up against Alf, because right now Alf, what is he gonna play in this situation? I think Bonbon? Hullabaloo?
Something that can possibly be not so something that he wouldn't be so scared about harassment coming through, whether it's through the inflatables or the Archer. Bonbon?
Yeah, not so strong. Not a 4K at this point. Archer can counter you, sort of, right? But it is good against a harasser, right? Because you put the bombs down, but every single time you harass out, you need like 2 chip damages bomb. Oh my god!
Oh, now you called it again. Bonbon on Elf. He needs a 4K, by the way, guys. So,
guys, manifest Alf the Great. Manifest. Believe.
Okay,
if you're like... RC, believe.
Believe. That's right. Okay. If this is like, okay, because of the Elf is here to bust the myth, right? That if you have a Fire Investigator in the team, you're confirmed a win for the survivor side. Confirm a win like 3K and above. 3K, 3 escape and above, right? Is that the win? Or is it just like the 1 escape with this glory?
For DFM?
Yeah, like the myth that you guys are trying to bust.
The myth is win means 3 escape lah. 3 escape for the side of survivors. Yes, we've seen a 3 escape from Florian before. But yes, Artas, we are close with the chat. The chat's close with us. Yeah, we definitely pay a lot of attention to the community as well. I can't wait as well, because this is the moment. Living for this moment, right? Alf needs to let the world know.
Yeah, he needs to find an angle.
Yeah. If it's just Alf or Alf the Great, right? Or if it's Gandalf, because he needs to work his magic right here, right now with the Bonbon. And no offense to the Short King, but he needs to do a lot of.
Oh my goodness!
I mean, come on.
So, our Merc is the safest here. He wouldn't even be Hunter's attention, I feel, at all. Now we have the Fire Investigator and the Archer here. Both can pull pretty... Okay, the Fire Investigator can pull pretty good distance with the inflatables. Archer-wise can do the laceration to stop Hunter from walking for a few seconds. So
No,
I'm not too sure.
No, Jojo. Shh. No. Believe.
Okay.
Believe.
Okay.
Believe. Hearing a cautious voice behind. But Jojo, sorry. Take us through the persona webs.
Yep, from the Hunter side, we are seeing a warp, Windows block, as well as the detention. Here for the Saga side, we're seeing audience effect on 3 of them, single tight turner, and very little borrowed time. So let's see if the DFM survivors can go up against Elf's Bonbon. This is going to be VO3 first half, and live commentary brought to you by Chocho and Elomelo.
All right. Oh my god, my favorite skin as well. And Alfred trying to look for that first target right here. Remember, guys, if he gets a 4K right here, he will bring the hopes of RC back into this game. Carrying the weight of this game is Gandalf the Great right there. First airbag already deployed. And Florian will be that first kiter trying to bring more distance against Alf.
Yeah, looking down also for the Hunter Instinct as well, and Arpai also awareness on fine to dodge that out. Now able to use the inflatables again to gain that distance. So Elf still doesn't want to remove it now. This time he gotta remove it, right? Because it's blocking the entrance there. So with this blink that will be up soon and bombs that is kind of recharging up continuously, let's see if Arpai can use it again. He used it again to gain that distance. So chasing Fire Investigator is hurting him quite a little here. As we see the warp is ready, Arpai will get this basic K-bit scenes.
Wow, he's dodging left and right every single bomb attempt by Gandalf right there. So far so good. Still has the inflatable. I think Gandalf needs to destroy. Okay, he's finally gonna destroy the airbag because airbags are the staple of a fire investigator kite as well. So right now going through the window, Alf is definitely struggling a little bit here, but the warp gate right here to close the distance, Appai has nothing to work with.
Flywheels through the pallet. He does, and survives for another few more seconds here. Let's see Appai unable to dodge out the 3rd time. And we'll have to try and cut it out here. Time bomb is not available because there's no insolence here. So Appai will be seeing his demise at the shack area. But it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because it's almost a 3-cipher kite. He's okay downing here because there is no basement. So everything is working towards DFM's favor here. As we see, want to order onto Felix.
Sell. I think they have to sell here. Because, yeah, I mean, they have to sell. They don't have borrowed time as well.
Yeah, they have
How are
to.
you gonna rescue here? Yeah, and remember.
Against Elf as well.
Gandalf. Yeah, Elf has already used up his warp gate. There's no way he's going to be able to teleport to the next available cipher here. So the smart thing to do right here is to sell and force Alf to just stay at the chair. If you leave the chair, then boom, maybe the mercenary can just come in. You know what I mean? Because Riz is there to be like, hey, I'm here. Make sure you don't leave the chair just yet until Appa is gone. But so far for RC, Alf has already eliminated one.
Oh my
3 more to
goodness,
go,
this is so
Chocho.
tough. Yes, it's so tough because the last 2 ciphers are so far away from where Fire Investigator was chat, so he couldn't even pressure the ciphers with time bombs or like bombs in general. So this is so tough for Elf's Bonbon here. I mean, we trust in Bonbon, Elf's Bonbon especially, but this is a very tough situation. Oh, unable to miss that, so no dodging of that laceration as we see 100% will be stacked up soon. And a time bomb hit will register. Laceration happens here, and Vanny still have 2 more to work with as well as Bagley.
Again, I told you, the short king, right? Without warp gate, I think it's really hard to catch up. But now the 100% laceration again. Alf having such a hard time with Vanny right here. But the hit and the bomb is gonna bring Vanny down finally. But they are not out of danger just yet.
Yeah, we're seeing aeroplanes rushing from the factory area to the cipher area. Riz has to come in for the rescue because he has borrowed time. If any case, right, this rescue fails, at least that borrowed time is there. But cipher is suddenly not enough. The kite is not enough. Archer does not have borrowed time. They only brought in 1.
Yeah, I mean, they can go for the sell strategy again. Give the Nidus. Just don't rescue.
They could.
Very possible. You just want a one-man escape, right? You just don't want that 4K. Very possible. They will have a I think they should go with this because why you gotta save that elbow pad for later on, and the aeroplanist will have items to kite late game as well. So even if Alf has the jetpack, doesn't really matter.
Yeah. So we're seeing
There's
that the
a
G by ciphers will be decoded. So just in case Felix is unable to pop it, but it seems like he still will. Even with this warp, I think he will still be able to. Seems like he will. Fly rolls through, and the detention hit does not register. Survives to another levitation happened here. Jetpack being used. Felix, what a clutch pick coming in from him, prolonging that time for Mercenary to open up the back gate. But at least it will guarantee a one escape for DFM survivors, which is potentially the winning condition. Like, not yet, but for now, that's at least what they need.
Exactly. And Mercenary Riz will be the only one going out. He's like, yeah, you know what? I don't even want to rescue. I'll take it. I don't even want to rescue. But honestly, though, the dungeon was a little bit too far away as well. Otherwise, I think they would have been able to make it. But good job, though. Elf at least breaking the tie that RC was facing from DFM, right? But with a 3-1,
not enough.
It's not enough. Reject survivors needs a 4-man escape right here. A 3-man escape will help them win, but it will not help.
We'll help them in the round, but yeah.
So again, that's why this is so tough for Alf, because a 3k in a lot of situations would be enough. Well, it's not enough in this situation. They need a 4-man elimination. But considering it's the short king, I would say it's still very good. I would still say a 3k is very good. It's just not enough because RC survivors need a 4-man escape. And I think Yami, no matter what, I think he will at least not get 4-man escape under his watch. I mean, that would be insane if RC pulls it off.
Yeah. We might potentially be seeing like a very old strategy that we have not been seeing in this group stages, is where survivors, they pick characters that can do item swap. We do know that at the center area there is that chest where they like to do the item swap and give like better items to the person that's kiting with that swap. So it could be a potential play coming in from our survivors, especially when a 4 escape is needed here. So looking to our stats here, we're not seeing like a very prolonged, other than the Fire Rescator. It was a very good kite, I must say, especially with the inflatables. But I think Elf should have been the person that removed those inflatables rather than giving the opportunity for Upright to continuously using it time and time again. But overall, we do know that Bonbon is strong when he's chair camping. Chair camping.
I was like, yeah,
chair camping.
Right? No, it's
chair camping.
Chair camping.
Yeah. And DFM survivors just completely nullified the chair camping potential of the Bonbon by just not rescuing. You were right, just selling. You're down, just sell. You're down, just sell. And they just need to pop the ciphers and get a 1 escape.
Yeah, because life doesn't matter here. As long as one person gets out, that's enough. Everyone else, you know what? It's fine. Everyone is expendable here. Whoever makes it out, that's going to be the champion, right? That's going to help DFM to get that 1-man escape. So a lot of respect for Alf right there. Obviously not even trying to attempt the rescues at all. So smart move. Again, survivors of RC needs to perform a 4-man escape. A 3-man escape will not bring it to overtime at all. It's just going to end with DFM winning. So 4 escape, what are you thinking?
What am I thinking? What am I thinking is that there won't be any overtime at all because this 3k just completely nullifies the OT that is potentially at. That initially was potential, but now it's no longer a potential. So great stuff. So BO3, second half, DFMs just need to pick a hunter that can get 1k. But you don't want to be a little bit too conservative. So at least trying to get, if there is still hunters that is still available, let's see if there is, right? We know that Yami has Hula Blue, Ivy, and Opera Singer yet to pick. So whichever two that RC survivors ban, just pick the other one. Or if not, going for the conventional N to just secure a 1k could be possible too.
Yeah, I mean, N is no longer the Thai queen, but that's a 1k queen, right? As long as you lock onto one survivor, you'll definitely get them out But obviously, I don't agree taking that turtle route. But considering his wax artist was denied the victory by the tram, I think Yami is probably like, you know what, let's just play it safe and get that win through a tie, which means 1k. I honestly, if you're gonna play like this, right, I'm thinking about other characters that can definitely 100% secure that 1k. And like I'm trying to think.
Like I'm trying to think.
Like I'm trying to think like it matters a lot. And Clown.
Clown doesn't really guarantee though. If he doesn't bring like if he goes too aggressive at the start and it doesn't work out, then he's just gonna have a very weak endgame. If he just decides to bring a detention and honestly, whatever he picks, he just needs to remember to bring a detention at the end. No matter what.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't work. Too many pallets here in Arms Factory against Clown as well. Doesn't work. And is one of them. Maybe a mirror match Bon. No, I don't think Yami has it. Wow, that would be insane, right?
Actually, could be okay. If he's able to get the down, right?
Yeah.
They
have to rescue no matter what.
Rescue. Yeah. Which is a little bit opposite of what DFM survivors could go went for just now. They have to rescue, 100%. 3 escape is not enough.
It's not enough. Whoa. Hey, wait a minute. Is this gonna change? Okay, never mind. We're gonna talk a little bit about that later on. But right now, one thing's for sure: RC needs to get that 4-man escape in order to allow them to go all the way up to the first position. And anything less than that is gonna result in DFM's win. Okay, so simple as that. 4-man or nothing. So I would anticipate that the draft is gonna be really interesting.
Yeah, it probably would be. As we see Yami also a little bit nervous there, playing with his fingernails in the meantime while waiting for the DP screen to the lobby to be ready.
Let's see what's gonna happen right here. They gotta get really creative with their picks as well. Ban out the 1k hunter, I think. You bring a hullabaloo. What else do you have in vicinity? I mean, what else do you have that hasn't been picked just yet? I think almost everything has already been picked. No more archer, no more enchantress, no more meteorologist. Escapologist, maybe?
Escapologist. Actually, yes. I think the escapologist should be picked up here mainly because it helps in the shifting of the chairs. The survivor, if he decides to chair, for example, very deep inside the shack area, the corner, or like deep sandbags area, and survivors have to run from a mile away just to go in for the rescue. I think that shifting of the chairs could work out. We should be able to see that come through with our survivors if it's not being banned out. They have to go for strong characters, whether it's chasing, but strong characters, strong rescuers, in fact, with whether it's chase potential, attack potential, rescue potential. And escapologist with that denied first hit, right? The hit negating dash, I like to call it. The hit negating dash. It could be quite useful.
I'm still thinking. Hellember? Unless you get like 2 firemen.
It's too risky, I feel.
Yeah, it's too risky, for sure. Undead wouldn't work. Nightmare doesn't work too. Oh no, they're starting things off with Kurt. So Cypher rushing. That's one thing.
I love Kurt.
All right.
But seems like meteorologist being picked here. That's actually, it's very hard to instant down a meteorologist. She has wins, she has levitation wins, pushbacks, so many things to work with. And whereas Kurt, right, you can't chase someone you can't see.
True. Unless if the hunter somehow unlocks Ultra Instinct and figure out your location. I mean, yesterday, the Kurtz in the game, they just found. He was just found out. Like
Shmidi did a good job hiding. Okay, Shmidi did a good job hiding at the start of the match.
He did, but
I
his
think
teammates
it was
suffered.
Pailu, right? Pailu didn't manage to find Shmidi. So
Yeah, that
good
was
stuff.
insane.
Good stuff.
Oh, Postman! Wow. Okay, so Yeah, RC makes me want to root for Postman right here. So let's go. We are going to see a Postman right here. Obviously, no harassments except for the wind gale, right, from the meteorologist. But other than that, it's going to be a battle of Cypher Rush and individual kiting. So hopefully they'll be able to send the correct people to kite instead. Again, they need a 4K. 4K. They need a 4 escape. Sorry, my bad. They need a 4 escape. Yeah, because it's the one man. 4K.
Yeah.
And yeah, so
I suspect.
Yami? Disciple?
I feel disciple, but because the Kurt, right, when he's small, right, the cat cannot see.
Oh well, don't chase the Kurt then. Chase the Postman. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's an opening they could go for. That's I feel like that's the easiest opening, honestly. We could be seeing RC with all borrowed time, not 3 out of 4 borrowed time, just to be safe. Maybe Mercenary might not have borrowed time. Maybe the other 3 might have borrowed time. Titaners will probably be seeing dual or triple also, because they really need to come in for those rescues. They need the Titaners to prolong the matchups for that Cypher Rush. Or if not, those Titaners could be used for that 4 escape, running up the gate. So still going for the Ivy, which is very strong at Arms Factory. The endgame potential can be really strong here, but let's see if the survivors are prepared. If they all bring borrowed time, right? Let's see if they do bring the flywheel to counter this.
If they all bring borrowed time, that means they are losing out on some skills as well, right?
Yeah,
they lose out either on Tide Turner or kiting build. So that's very unfortunate, right? Imagine if he actually played Bonbon instead of Ivy right here. Like, you gotta rescue for sure, and you have the trade. They're doing the box thing again.
Yeah, 3 security guards to protect the Kurt, because Kurt, like, you can't chase what you can't see, yes, but Ivy can see the Kurt. Kurt cannot see the Ivy, the Phantom, I mean. So with these 3 bodyguards here, we'll see how effective this train is, this squarish protection is gonna be here for our dear Kurt. As we see Hunter respawning in the deep sandbags area, we'll be able to see Meteorologist at first glance, Mercenary followed by it. But Kurt though, Kurt will be best chased for our Ivy here.
Yeah. It's kind of vulnerable, but if Kurt can hide and the rest can kite, well, it rhymes, right? If Kurt can hide and the rest can kite, then well, there's gonna be an opening for RC to get that 4-man escape. But if somehow Kurt was found out and everyone needs to spend their resources to rescue Kurt, then it's over. I think that's the situation right here. Right?
And we see only double borrowed time, triple audience effect, a full kiting build onto Unpeace Postman that potentially wants to be the kiter here, a tight turner onto Soba, by the way, if he gets chased. So for the side of Hunter, we're saying Bling, Insolence, and Detention. So this is going to be the final half of the first matchup of today, DFM versus RC. Let's see who's going to win here and who's going to get that 4 escape, as this live commentary brought to you by Jojo and Element.
All right, Yami, 1K is all she needs, but honestly, Yami might be gunning for more. Whereas for the RC survivors, a 4-man escape or nothing. So the mission is keep Kurt alive at all costs. It doesn't seem like he'll be able to find Kurt after all. Maybe just not wanting to waste time. Go for the next target. That can be a play. Unpeace going to be in the factory area after all. Postman's going to be the one kiting. So you already have 1 decoder at the run, right? You don't want to have another decoder running, decoding right there. So the spray is gonna happen. Gonna buy a little bit more corruption onto the Postman, 60%, but not enough just yet. But again, you do not want to be tunnel vision here, Chocho, because you want to run and control the entire map at the same time.
And we see that he has given up on our Explorer here as well. So Unpeace with this full kiting build, he should be able to kind of at least a 3 Cypher, but because of this map control and the constant rotation from the survivors, it's actually making it very difficult. Explorer is digging up the pages, the first page already. As you see, Yami's body is in the middle area.
Yeah, just trying to find that opening that they need, right? Setting up Ostracons in the middle, in vital positioning, setting up the perimeters, and it seems like Unpeace might be that person kiting again. So 60% corruption still available. Increasing a little bit, so it's not going to go off anytime soon. Slowly going up. The dog did not bite the enemy, unfortunately, but the blink is going to happen. 1 more spray though. Wait.
Oh my goodness, he was looking backwards for some reason, and then Ampi will be seeing the down here, unfortunately. Oh, able to fly wheel, so he survived through this pallet movement speed. As we see the Cypher progress now is not very good, and basement is here. Ampi, even if he wants to down, he shouldn't be downing at the basement.
Wow. Ampi making a run towards the window, but it's like, yeah, too bad. Sorry, my bad. But unfortunately, Chocho, this might be the worst place to go down, because Kuro's basement is not fun for RC. You know what I mean? It's not
and they
fun
have
at
to
all.
go for this rescue. It's not even by choice.
They
must.
Sell. Yeah, yeah. It's like, you know what? Why did you die in the basement? I don't like it, but I gotta rescue you regardless. No, the Dakotas are revealing themselves.
Yeah, coming in for this rescue. They will be. Yeah,
he can just wait on top. He can just wait on top and wait until they run out of the last effort. Oh my god.
Drop down hit. Registers a double down.
Yeah.
RC survivors here. Things are looking from bad to worse here. Yeah, Mercenary will be coming in for the second rescue potentially after he goes his Cypher. Meteorologist will be able to pop the his own Cypher. But the question here is now Soba is down at the basement. He can. This is so bad. This is honestly so bad for RC survivors. I'm not even sure how they could come back from this. As we see Explorers on top of the basement. Yami is cherrying near the basement. Let's see what's it gonna be here.
This is hard. If Postman goes off, then that's it. DFM wins. And RC fans are gonna lose their apples apparently right here. So yeah, it's definitely gonna look like a at least a 1K. But hey, at least the Postman is out. Yami, remember your objective. You want that Postman, and you're gonna have a blink in 25 more seconds, but you want that Postman, you want that 1K, and that's exactly what he's doing. Oh, the red light trick coming right in. The spray is gonna happen right here. It's gonna buy a little bit more time thanks to that dog bite and the Nike shoes right there. You can see the Nike shoe buffs right there, and the pallet is gonna help him with the boost. Postman knows that if he goes down here, it's over.
Meteorologist win. Push through, and we're coming for the support body block as well, but let's see if they're able to carry out flywheels as well. So Postman is kind of in a situation where he will be giving the 100%. He will still register.
Oh my
nothing
god.
They could do here. There is nothing they can do here, and this will guarantee a 1-kill winning condition that Yami needs here. Securing the win for DFM against RC in the group stages. As we see the last 3 survivors, we are seeing 100% pitch on Kurt, and one of the Cyphers is at 50% at check.
Wait, I think DFM might have a chance. If they can go for a win here, they can get a 2 net win. And it might change the group placing. I think we have to confirm later on, just to check it up a little bit, right? But if they can get a 2 net win here, things might change a little bit. But let's see what's going on. Because the fourth place, because the third place, I believe, is also like not a lot of net wins as well. But right now, Fuku is going to be that person being straight right here. 2 injured survivors, 50% Cypher right here on both sides. Kurt has already used up the page, so no page factor here. 50% left in order to complete whatever Cypher there is. But he needs to get to a Cypher.
Oh my goodness, they're gearing up for endgame already. Mercenary is heading towards the back gate. Explorer does have the page and he's heading towards the shack where the Cypher is primed. So they will just pop it immediately with all of them having borrowed time. This is a great situation for DFM survivors, and Yami is not geared up for that endgame. Phantom is in the middle of the map.
Wow, Phantom in the middle of the map. They just gotta make sure that they set up the Ostracons right in between there, and they gotta make sure that they set up the Ostracons on both sides of the gate. Otherwise, it will. You don't want to let them successfully open the gate, right? This is the thing.
Yeah. And we're seeing that both of them will be coming off the gate. Gate's still not open, both at 60/70% respectively for both sides. As we see, they're not giving a single opportunity for themselves as well. Kurt is nowhere to be seen. Kurt is also the opening that Yami wants to go for, but they're not gonna make this easy. They need this 3 escape to win this. Actually, tie is usually enough for the round, but maybe the points do matter for them as well. As we see RC City able to run away here. They're trying to open the front gate. It seems like it's working out. Dungeon is at the center. They will be able to get out Mercenary. We'll be able to take one
Oh.
hit, and this is enough for them. 3 escape for RC survivors, a 6-2, but DFM still winning overall.
Yeah, in the end, they got that moral victory, right? A four-man elimination here will definitely help them to maybe change the net wins a little bit more. But ultimately, yes, DFM, moral victory up against RC, and they are the ones that took RC down a notch right here. And RC won't be able to make it to the top of the leaderboard in their groups. What a performance by DFM. I would say that a lot of us probably did not expect to see this coming into game matchup number 1 today.
Yeah, because from the side of RC, right, I think what really came through for DFM, right, is not just this being the final matchup in their group stages and them wanting to prove themselves, but them being familiar with their opponents, having so much notes, history with these people already. They know how to go up against. And that's exactly what happened here today. DFM winning against RC. Truly unexpected, but congratulations.
For reals. And I guess this proves that Florian really did help them win after all, right? For Mystical right there. Yeah, Florian, auto win. Not necessarily auto win, but it was enough to get the draw, which ultimately allowed for them to win with a 1 net win. That's thanks to round number 1. MZK Peddler again. That was the difference maker, honestly. MZK, Peddler, 4K, resulting in a 7-2. But Chocho, what a game today. Who would have thought that RC fell at this stage against DFM?
Yeah, very
Absolutely.
interesting, right, RC side. As we look into the match stats first, we're seeing our first hider having 105 seconds of attainment time. Actually, right, while I was kind of watching through, right, I kind of understand why Soba as the explorer down on top of the basement. He wanted to play, I feel like it's more of a distraction play for Hunter to actually chair the explorer. Hopefully they will be able to rescue Postman, and Postman can survive for a lot longer, and the distraction play basically coming in, but it didn't work out because Yami was locked in. He wanted the Postman. You saw him drop down the explorer immediately after the rescue. He didn't even care if the explorer ends up using Southfield or not.
Yeah. Well, he knows that it's a 1K if he gets the Postman down first and out of the game. So that's what he wants, and that's what he went for, and that's what he accomplished. And with that, they are going to win with a 7-2 in game number 1, round number 2, 4-4, and finally 2-6. And despite one round win each for each team, the 1 point difference is going to be the deciding factor. 1 point.
Yeah, this is... I feel like this might be by far the closest matchup. We've seen very close one also, but this one by points.
Yeah.
This just one.
Yeah.
So...
And RC as well.
Oh wait,
right?
no.
And that's RC.
Yeah, excluding all the overtimes that we have, and they really had to compare the points, compare the time at the end. That is the closest, but this one I think would be second to.
Yeah, I mean one of the closest runs, right, that we had all the time. Yeah, but honestly, a very good performance by DFM. We wish them nothing but the best of luck. Congratulations. They're gonna be an interview portion for the team right there. And personally, Chocho, I feel like they should be celebrating right here. COAⅨ is definitely going to be celebrating with them as their coach. And I feel like Yami should feel much better after yesterday. I mean, a lot of you, I think you saw what happened to him in tears, disappointment. I didn't see the tears, but it was definitely
Maybe
on
he
the
cried
ground.
back home. Maybe he cried back in the hotel. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
Because this kind of thing is more of a private matter for
It is,
DFM,
it
of course.
is.
Even if they're eliminated, not allowed the ticket through the playoffs, I think it's still okay because RC, right, they still maintain their second ranking for tonight in Group A. And their final matchup for RC would be with WBG, which is currently top first place. So with that matchup, I think that will be even more exciting than today's one. I would feel. It would
True.
be closer. But
Yeah,
let's get into
so-
the highlights first before we get into the interview.
1久保田亮まっすぐまっすぐうまいよいいよ声来ないで動かるよナイスナイスナイスくれたチータ 三新規新ポカ小山新規どっち南小焼けこれ3枚体いる今死ぬよ
Ooh. You kind of have to wonder, Chocho.
Yeah.
You kind of have to wonder who's going to be MVP. Like, they definitely all celebrated at that victory, right?
Yes.
Who would you expect to be MVP, though? I mean, if it's the Hunter...
Hunter will be MZK with the Peddler. But if we're talking about Survivor, I feel that everything really started with DFM's first half, their Survivor side. They were able to get a 3.5 Cypher kite with the Enchantress. I think that was a very key play. That was where the momentum really started for Survivor side. And then Peddler just adds insult to the injury onto RC side with that 4K, and everything just went so perfectly for DFM, so great for them. But now, what about you?
I agree with you. That 166 seconds definitely played into effect right there.
Yeah.
If it's the Survivor MVP, Vanny definitely deserves it. Second round as well, although Vanny was playing something else. But he still kited really, really long in overall, right? Definitely more than enough in order to help the team win as well. So I would say Vanny, if it's Survivor, Hunter would be MZK. But yeah, definitely MVPs in our rights as well, depending on which faction as well. And I'm sure they all definitely deserve it as a team because they pulled through because of their team effort as well. So in the chat, I can see a lot of people, Vanny MVP, yeah, that might be a real possibility right here. Handstruck as well, no hate to the teams, but none of them are showing the dominance they did for a group being filled with past core champs. Well, you know, we'll bring you back to the same saying that I mentioned previously. There are no perfect days every day, right? Despite being filled with the best players, and you can't expect to have sunny days every day. You gotta expect rainy days, and unfortunately today is a rainy day for rejects.
Yeah, rejects were unable to reject this loss. DFM ultimately
Good one.
Detonation focus me. Do focus your attention on them, as we'll be having our MVP moment and also a post-match interview. Also, their final moments here in the group stages as we're approaching the end already, because that was their final matchup for DFM, and I hope that this final matchup, I think they hope that this final matchup itself was a testament to not just about their 3 losses before this, but really a testament that they do have what it takes.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Despite being at the last place, you want to show what you are capable of. Go out with a bang, leave an impression. And I believe with the gameplay that they showed us just now against RC, that's definitely a standing.
Yeah, and so here's the thing, right? The fact that DFM was able to win this, currently DFM ranking is higher than AR. So that means 4th place is DFM, 5th place is AR, which is for now, that's 1.2k golden apples for me. 1.2k golden apples for me. So this win was actually quite crucial for them because AR did win, right, previously.
Yeah.
And now with this win, they will be higher than AR. Yeah.
Oh.
In terms of net wins.
Oh. Okay. What if it was a 2 net wins? Would it have mattered? If it was 2 net wins?
For now, no.
For
now, no. Because this is just the rankings for tonight. There's still 2 other days of tournaments with their final matchup. So things can still shake. Currently, my groupings, my apples are in danger. But hopefully, when we reach to the final day, the final matchup, which I feel personally, day 10, that final matchup is possibly gonna be the most exciting one also.
Ooh.
By that matchup, we will be able to see how the standings will be. Yeah, if you guys don't know the final matchup, right? Yeah, the final matchup for day 10 is MRC versus ZETA. And for now, MRC and ZETA are all winning their matches. But let's put that aside first as we congratulate MZK's Peddler for winning the MVP.
Yeah, MZK right there. 12,000 average deduction point. And with the peddler play right there, definitely very well deserving because he was having such a clutch play. A 3K was in the bag, but with that final line, getting that 4th elimination played so much into the factor, right? Because imagine it was just a 3K. RC right here would have been in a different position as well. But, well, after everything has been said and done, it is what it is. DFM coming on top with a total of 1 round win each, although with a 1 point higher than Team Rejects. Congratulations goes to MZK. And Chocho, I'm excited to see who they're going to bring out for the interviews because we want to hear their thought process, right? Winning the only game against a top contender.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see maybe MZK to come up, or if not Yami, MZK or Yami as one, and the other person maybe to be Benny.
Benny, yeah.
Yeah, Benny. Or if not Felix, because his airplane was pretty good too.
Hello， 大家好，欢迎来到赛后采访环节，我是主持人小小。首先要恭喜 DFM 获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天邀请到了 Yami 还有 Felix 来到采访，两位先来和我们大家打个招呼吧。
まず勝利おめでとうございます。ではYami選手、フェリックス選手、自己紹介お願いします。
大家好 ，DFM 所属のYamiです。大家好 ，DFM 所属のフェリックスです。
欢迎两位选手！相信虽然他们此时此刻带着耳返，也是能够听到我们现场观众非常热情的呼声。那今天的话，其实 DFM 也是完成了自己小组赛的一个收官之战嘛，非常漂亮的一仗。想要问一下选手们，因为其实对于对面队伍也是比较了解的嘛，大家在这一场比赛之前，针对之前的几场比赛做了一些怎样的调整？然后今天打得如此的漂亮呢？
では本日の相手リジェクトはもう IGL で結構慣れてる相手とも言えるんですけれども、では本日の2戦に向けて、過去の試合も振り返ってどういうふうに準備をしてきましたか？フィリックス選手お願いします。
そうですね、リジェクトはアイビーがめちゃくちゃ強いチームで、赤間地選手もキャラハワーがすごいんで、1戦目何来てもおかしくない中で練習してて、その準備をしてきたかなって思います。
对手的那个阿卡的他的监管呢，是我们知道是角色池非常的深，然后艾维又特别的强，所以说第一场他无论掏出什么角色都不奇怪，然后第二场的话也是针对他的这个强力角色，我们就做了一些针对性的训练。
所以也是凭借可能之前比赛的一些经验，对监管者进行了一些针对。那今天第一局对面也是拿出了艾维这个角色嘛。其实前期在巴尼选手的牵制的情况之下，节奏非常的不错。所以想要问一下 Felix 选手这边，当时大家在怎么样有一些提前的考虑，说为当时的一个局势，让他把优势抓住在自己的手里。
では第1ゲームでバニス選手がすごいいいチェイスをしてくれて、そのチェイスで稼いだ時間をどういうふうに生かそうとしてましたか、フェリックス選
手。めちゃくちゃチェイス伸びてたんで、もうアイビー特有の守り展開ができなかったっていうので、もうイシっていうキャラを最大限生かしてずっと暗号機にビタビタで離れないようにで、仲直りもあったんで3人じゃないや4人2で狙えるようなもうプランは立ってました。
首先他因为给我们争取了比较多的时间和空间嘛，所以让阿卡选手的这个艾维打的没有非常的如意，然后我们就是利用了这个他创造了这个局面上的优势，然后呢就是对暗号机进行了一个密码机进行了一个比较好的管理，然后达成了一个4人通电的这样一个局面，然后就把胜利就是收入囊中。
那一局能够感觉到大家打的还是非常游刃有余，确实前期的优势还是非常大的，能够跟监管者拉扯的空间也很大。那到我们第一局的下半回合，想要问到亚米选手，因为当时马吉嘎选手是打了一个非常帅的4抓，其实开门战还是有一些极限的，把人在门口给留下来。想问一下他，作为监管者，从他的视角来看，那一波觉得可能大概率能留下来人会有多少的把握呢？
ではマチカ選手のその見事な4釣りの試合について、本当に最後の最後ギリギリまでゲート前のツタで相手を止めたシーンがあって、同じハンターとしてそれを見てどういう心境がありましたか？
そうですね、本当にマジカめちゃくちゃうまくて、 もう練習でも雑貨賞めちゃくちゃ良かったんで、もうやっぱその成果が出たっていうところはやっぱりもう胸が熱くなりましたね。
马吉卡选手的他这个打火真的是非常非常的溜，平时练习赛的时候也看得出来，他就是打得特别的好，然后他把平时训练的成果能够在这样的舞台上发挥出来，他的内心也感觉非常的就是汹涌澎湃。
所以其实也是让我们看到了他杂货上的高熟练度，以及亚米选手对于队友的一个信任。当时可能就觉得，哎，这个4爪要收入囊中了。那想问一下 Felix 选手，当时在备战间看到那样的一波极限的4抓，当时大家给到了一个怎样的状态？包括于说我们是怎么样迎接马吉卡选手回到备战间的？
ではその4釣りの結果を見て、フェリックス選手、サバイバ側はどういう、裏でどういうリアクションをしてて、あとはどういうふうにマジカ選手を迎えたんですか？
いやー、3釣りかなって思ったんですけど、4釣りいけるんじゃないかって思った時に、4釣りでもうみんな楽屋で飛び跳ねてて、でも迎えに行く時も、一番お前が雑貨賞うまいからもうさすがやわみたいな感じでしたね。
一开始其实他们觉得最多应该也就是个3抓吧，但是看到这个4抓的就是那一线希望的曙光的时候呢，他们就觉得哇塞，就是他能不能抓住机会就有点激动吧。然后最后呢，他真的抓住了机会，他们很开心。然后等到他回到后台的时候，也就是说，哇，你真的是玩得太溜了，就这样去称赞了他。
当时那一波确实非常的极限，可能大家和我们一样都是不太能够确定能不能留下来，但是真的留下来之后的话，应该还是非常非常值得高兴的。那我们在第一局有优势的情况之下，到了第2局，同样问到 Felix 选手，有想过说对面在第2局直接去拿出一手隐士吗？
では第2ゲームの相手のインジャピックを事前から予想してましたか、フェリックス選手？
全く予想してなくて。結構みんな来た時はどうしようみたいな感じになってたんですけど、でもチェイス頑張ればいけるんじゃないかって思ってたんで、全員チェイス伸ばしてくれて引き分け取れたのが良かったと思います。
其实他们没有想到对面会这样选出一个隐士，然后选出来的时候呢，他们看着有点头疼，然后他们当时的反应就是，那我们就尽力去每个人溜好自己的那一份，然后如果我们溜的 OK 的话，那我们应该是可以拿到一个保平的结果。
虽然说可能对面有一些出其不意了，但是很快的还是稳住了。那一局有注意到，其实大家一开始就选择把 Felix 给卖掉嘛。想问一下，当时在把这个人卖掉之后，大家会怎么样去商量？他会想要怎么样指挥后面的局势呢？
ではその同じゲームでフェリックス選手を見捨てする判断がありまして、でその後にどういうふうにチーム全体の立ち回りを調整しましたか？
そうですね、電極を暗号機につないでなかったんで負傷が入ってなかったのと、それが大きくてもう地下で負傷入るよりかは3人番目に有利に迎えれるように、全員そこ離れるみたいなっていう風な VC は飛んでました。
就是那时候其实监管还没有挂上，就是所有那个暗号机的那个密码机的电极，然后这样的话呢，我们没有其他人在受伤的情况下，那与其说我们拼一波这个地窖救人，然后大家都健康状态不好的情况下，对我们是不利的。那我们不如就直接说不救了，然后大家就是去更好的状态去面对接下来的那样一个发展，这样一个情况。
所以也是提前的对场上的一个情况做了一些了解，选择了最稳妥的方式来稳住咱们之前的优势。那下面问题想要问到亚米选手，在下半回合也是拿出了进攻性非常强的蜡像师，那一局他整个的策略会是什么样子的呢？
ではヤミ選手、後半戦で結構攻めていた老人形師のプレーを見せてくれて、その作戦の仕方はどういうふうに決めてましたか？
そうですね、まず暗号機2台揺れてて、耳鳴りの鳴り方的にもエンジニアの位置は大体分かってたんで、その後エンジニア死人が入ったんで、結構見捨て読みでアーツかけに行って、でも最後エンジニアが学校回してるの見てからもう野人にがっつりアーツかけに行ってみたいな感じで、結構攻めてはいたんですけど、ちゃんと情報を取ってからの行動だったんで、リスクは全然なかったかなって思います。
首先是根据那个密码机它那个摇的状态，还有就是耳鸣的这样一个大概的就是方位的情况，然后去判断了一下 那个飞行家的这样一个位置，然后根据飞行家的那个情况呢，他就猜到对面可能不会马上过来救，那他就是主动出击去给到了野人一点压力，然后在就是取得这样的主动情况下呢，他就把这个局势继续稳住，然后就取得了对他来说比较好的这样的一个结果。
在第2回合保平，我们有第1回合的优势的情况之下，第3回合其实压力真的会小很多。那第3回合上半回合也有注意到，我们求生者这一边除了佣兵全部没有带到一个回光返照，而且那一局大家采取的策略就是不救隊友嘛。那一局大家会是一个什么样子的情况呢？想問到 Felix 選手。
Felix 選手、第3ゲームに入る際には結構ポイント差でいうと有利な局面でしたんで。もう傭兵以外は多分仲直りのないという編成をしてて、それに何かこだわりありませんか？
そのアルフ選手はボンボンがマジでやばいんで、もう全員で左上積んでチェイス伸ばして見捨てて1逃げ取ろうっていう作戦で1逃げ1釣りやったらポイントで勝ってたんで、もうそうですね。もう勝ち負けとかじゃなくてもう勝負に勝ちに行ったっていう風な戦い方で戦いました。
因为阿尔夫选手的他的邦邦其实大家都知道是非常的牛逼嘛，所以说在这样的情况下，不好意思，在这样的情况下他们就去针对这个进行一个他们的布局吧，然后就是大家都往左上去挤，然后与其去怎么说呢，去乱拼，然后被他抓到机会，不如说放弃就是这小局的这样的胜负的情况，这样的然后去争一个大的这样的胜利，然后就是整体求稳，然后保住一个能跑就行。
所以其实他们在打之前可能策略就非常明确了，因为确实也是认可了对面的实力嘛，选择了一个更加稳健的不去救人的一个打法。那在下半回合，亚米选手这里好像也没有太大的压力，拿下了今天这一场比赛的胜利。那最后因为也是结束了我们这次小组赛之旅嘛，还是想要问一下两位选手，这一次来到上海有一些怎样的收获，以及有没有什么话想要送给来到现场支持他们的粉丝的？
ではこのグループ戦はもう世界大会初出場だと思うんですけれども、上海に来ていられてこういう大勢のファンに実際にオフラインで会えて何か一言のメッセージありませんか？ではヤミ選手からお願いします。
そうですね、もう本当にやっぱ世界大会注目度が全然違うし、たくさんのお客さんから声援とかいただいて、本当に苦しい結果にはなっちゃったんですけど、本当に嬉しかったです。本当にみんなもう応援してくれるみんな、僕も大好きです。我愛你。
就是果然国际赛的这样一个比赛的关注度和本地的那个赛事可能还是完全不一样的。然后来到这样一个有这么多观众来现场给我们应援的这样一个赛事，然后虽然说结果可能不尽如人意吧，但是我们真的是非常的开心。
其实第一次来到我们世界赛的舞台，能够做到这样，真的已经特别的厉害了。我们现场的观众也是给到了亚米选手很多的鼓励，那我们也请 Felix 選手来分享一下吧。
では Felix 選手お願いします。
そうですね、プロになって初めて世界大会に来て、でしかも中国っていう現地じゃないところで不安なこともいっぱいあったんですけど、すごい中国の皆さん声援も温かくて、もう本当にすごい元気で励みになりました。本当にありがとうございます。でもう勝てて最後に進出はできなかったんですけど、すごいちょっとは良かったかなって思えたし、ちょっとは応援してくれる人に恩返ししてきたんかなって思えて、すごい嬉しいです。ありがとうございました。
就是这是他作为职业选手第一次来到这样一个线下的国际大赛的舞台，然后在现场看到这么多粉丝的热烈的应援，他感到真的是非常的荣幸。他也跟亚米选手一样，就是觉得可能这个虽然小组的结果有点不尽如人意吧，但是呢，收到你们这么多应援，他真的非常的感动。然后他希望也通过就是这场的表现，能够对粉丝进行一个比较好的回馈，这样他就没有遗憾了。
我们现场的粉丝也是再把你们最热烈的掌声送给我们 DFM 的所有成员，好不好？非常感谢我们 DFM 带来的精彩的比赛，也是期待能够非常快的和所有成员再次相见。感谢两位来到赛后采访，再次恭喜 DFM 获得了本场比赛的胜利。接下来马上要进行的是今天的第2场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
안녕하세요。
很期待与你们的切磋。
大家好，俺は止まらねえ。
新的冒险故事即将开始，让我们一起期待故事拉开序幕。让我们有请中国大陆赛区 ACT 战队登场。欢迎易森、狗狗、11、星燕、小叶明、真真九、月。让我们有请韩国赛区 Pororo 战队登场。欢迎
Chile、Glenny、Naly、PHR、Sor、Saber、Vidon。And we are back with our second matchup of the day. We still have two more later on, but let's focus on this one here. We have PRR versus ACT. PRR, this will be their final matchup in the group stages, whereas for ACT, it will be this one and then the Omni matchup in the later parts of the day. Later parts of maybe day number 10, I think. So this is something that you guys still want to look forward to, but let's put a pause to that before we talk about it, as we see Lakeside Village selected by ACT with Survivors coming up first.
Yeah, ACT map choice, right? So I like how you pointed out that this is the last match for PRR. So obviously this is the only match where they can sort of win and get some points, although it might not make much of a difference because of the points in total. But it does matter to ACT though, right, Chocho?
Yeah, because for Group C right now, as for the standings, PRR has already been confirmed denied entry into playoffs. So this will be a show match for them. Whereas for ACT, they still have a fighting chance to make it into top 3 of their group stages. So it being so, if they do win this matchup against PRR, I believe by the end of tonight, they will be ranked 3rd, pushing Omni back to 4th place. And then they will face Omni together for their final matchup, which that will be the deciding factor who will be the team that will advance further into the playoffs, taking the last spot in Group C.
Wow, so this is definitely high stakes for ACT right here, and PRR is here to deny ACT of that opportunity, right? Not simply because they want to, but because they want to play and leave a good impression, right? Especially considering something similar to what DFM has done just now against RC. So hopefully we're gonna be seeing something different, maybe a fire being lit under both ACT and PRR. Zen Gogo 11's XY, Xiaomiao 5, Chen Chen Jiu up against PRR, Trap, Granny, Nari, PHR, Soul, Saber, and Vuitton. Yeah, that's a pretty classy name. And again, PRR's last game.
Yeah, for PRR's side, I guess one of the more impactful plays coming in from them was definitely PRR's Granny's ex-boy against Epic ZQ the other day, where Granny's ex-boy was quite a surprise. Instant down Sansui, I believe, and it just snowballed from there with a terror shot rescue coming in from the aeroplanist. So let's see how this team here is going to go up against AT Survivors, as we have X-Meow 5. X-Meow 5 was seeing the aeroplanist as well as the lanternist in the match in his character pool here, but we do know that he has a lot more. And for the sets itself, there's nothing particularly striking for us, so we should be seeing a relatively stable gameplay coming in from X-Meow 5. Nothing too flashy.
Nothing too flashy, but as long as you get the job done, then that's good, right? Leave the flashy plays, take the stable plays, right? In some circumstances. Up next is gonna be Zen, and we've seen him kite with the Enchantress before. Obviously, the Embalmer as the security safety net pick. But yes, I think the stat sort of speaks for itself for themselves as well. Because right now, ACT, they gotta buckle up and they gotta lock in. Simply because this is the second last match that they have. And it would be nerve-wracking for them. It would be devastating for them if they can't make it to the playoffs. So this
Yeah.
matchup is going to be really important for them.
Very important indeed. Zen also did some misplays, I believe, against FL the other day. So hopefully have already recovered and we'll see a better version of Zen today. As we see XY in the mix here, we're seeing the average decoding progress. Seems like this guy would be the one doing a lot of those decoding rather than getting chased. 207.14% on this one. Ranked 6 amongst all the survivors in the group stages. Lucky guy and Doctor being the preferred picks here. All the veteran speed boosts do come through for XY here. But if he's not going to be chased, I guess decoding would be his second job.
Yeah, well, he better do whatever job that's given to him properly, right? Whether it's kiting or decoding, XY needs to pull up. As a matter of fact, everyone in ACT needs to turn up and lock in. A little bit of info right here. I mean, they have yet to win a single game, and this might be the beginning of it for them. 11 right here, the rescuer for the team. A little bit of Korean hearts right there, you know, showing PRR like, hello, 안녕하세요. And,
Yeah, gentle on
just
the
a little bit of
outside, but when it
fun.
comes to in-game, right, he will be a demon. He's just gonna get all those escapes for our survivor here. But I think for the side of 11, right, we've been seeing relatively... I guess it's a good thing that we don't see any crucial bad moments from our rescuer. There's nothing good to say about them because rescuers come, they just come in for the rescues. But only,
Yep.
I feel like the thing really, people that remember, right, is that if they do make a mistake, people's gonna remember it and then it's just gonna be impactful and not so great of an image. But for now, since 11 has yet to paint that image, I think he's doing a good job as a rescuer.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a job that everyone likes to do, but it's important, right? Simply because if you fail, well, you get a lot of hate. But if you make it, well, it's expected. It's sort of expected of you to do your job properly. But up next from PRR, that's going to be Trap right there with the Ivy, with the Opera Singer. 0 in terms of 4-man elimination. A lot of the stats are actually showing a little bit on the low side, but I don't think that's going to stop him from trying to do his best today against ACT. So the last stand of South Korea division right here, Chocho, PRR. What are you expecting out of him right here off the bat? You think he's just going to go straight to his pocket picks right here?
4-4, right, coach is 4-4. But I think for the side of Treb, right, we probably won't be seeing another Opera Singer. Previously, he brought out the Opera Singer, and it definitely did not pay off because he got 4 escaped. I believe it was Epic ZQ survivors, 4 escape at Ever Slipping Town, which is why I really don't really like to see the Ever Slipping Town picked as much, especially in very dire situations. But we do know that the tram do end the surprise element that we all like. So that is something that we can look forward to. But for now, we will be seeing the Lakeside Village from ACT's map selection. And we'll most likely be seeing Trap picking up the IV because he's been at least consistently consistently getting a 3K game. If that's the case here, let's just follow that pattern, and if it's not broken, why change it?
True. Sounds like a motto of a car manufacturer I know. Just ride it until the wheel falls off, right? If nothing's wrong, why change it? I like that sentiment and that statement, Chocho. And hopefully they will go with the exact same sentiment because you have a working formula, then hey, okay, you know what? Just go ahead with it. Especially up against PRR, I feel like this is their opportunity. Both teams have yet to taste victory just yet. And seeing that this is PRR's last chance, I mean, I don't know. I feel like anything can happen considering what happened to DFM. But right here, Trap is in the driver's seat for PRR. Whereas ACT, if they can get a W right here as the Survivors faction going in first, that will set a good pace for the team, and that can help them for the second half as this Hunter goes online.
Yeah, and as much as possible, right? Not to put pressure on ACT, but if they're honestly, of course, wanting to be in top 12 and heading for the playoffs, right? They kind of need to win this in a 2-0 fashion to get those net wins. Right now, giving the opportunity for a tie, going for ties might not be the best optimal case here. So let's see how they're going to be here at Lakeside Village. You see the Doctor and the Lantern is being banned out here. Very meta characters, and responding to that, we're seeing the Puppeteer and the First Officer. So these two have been very flexible when it comes to different hunters, whether it's Ivy, Goatman, Opera Singer, it works well for all. So I can see why this first 2 pick has been selected here. But now responding back with the Enchantress band, we're seeing the Antiquarian. How do we like this now?
Well, I like that they are preparing for an Ivy, which means like I don't want an Archer, right? So if Ivy comes in, well, I have Archer for the later rounds. Antiquarian is still good. ACT here, everything according to textbook picks, I would say. According to textbook picks, even the Magician pick as well. So it's a very standard pick. I would imagine that this is going to be the case most of the time. And as you can see, even Trap doesn't even bother to ban the Seer because he knows that, you know what, in this map, we know that you're going for tankiness, invisibility, the Rescuer, which is Jose, Antiquarian Harass. That's it. You're not going to use Seer. So, yeah, tried and tested formula, and ACT is doing it. Yep.
Yeah, ACT tried to create a team comp that can surround Ivy and Opera Singer, since that is the 2 characters that Trap has picked. But picking Ivy to go up against our Antiquarian here could be an option for Trap, because Antiquarian needs to look at the Hunter to do those stunts, right? And unless Antiquarian is just using those for the leap over, then that is a different situation. But also, if it comes to harassment, we probably won't be seeing any with our Antiquarian, because you have to look at the Hunter for that. So yeah, I think Trap can actually just confirm his pick here, pick the Ivy, go for the Magician or the Antiquarian here, and it should be a done deal for him at Lakeside Village.
It should be, yeah. I mean, we gotta remember, this is ACT's map selection after all, so maybe they already know what Trap is going to play, or at least predict what Trap is going to play in game number 1 first half. And picking this map with this composition, you pointed it out, it covers a few Hunters, namely Ivy and Opera Singer. So stage has been set for him. Trap's gonna pick the shadow right here, which is Ivy, and going after either one just to waste resources, catch people off guard, set up Ostracons, the classic setup for Ivy here. As long as Trap doesn't get tunnel visioned and get that early down, PRR would be in a really good position for a 3K, 4K. But if something similar to what happened in the first matchup, which is ACT survivors, they kite 3 ciphers, then things are going to be a little bit more difficult, right, for PRR. So spawn locations, Chocho seems like they're going to allow the middle to be free. Magician's going to be in that small shack. And apparently Ivy is going to be in between Magician and Antiquarian. So Puppeteer and First Officer are going to be a little bit further away. So
yeah, and I like this, right? I like this. This is like the potential 2 chasers right out of the 4 is already there in front of the Hunter. This cornfield.
Yeah.
So I feel like I feel that PRR side Trap, he did make the correct selection here, going against the survivors, this spawn location especially. I think what I'm curious about is how this matchup is gonna go, right? And as mentioned already, PRR is already, they won't have a ticket at all. No chance for that playoffs ticket anymore. So this will be a show match for them as we look into our personas here. Link, Trump card, Insolent as well. And for the survivor side, we're seeing a triple borrowed time, double audience effect, and triple tag turner as well. So game 1, first half. Let's see who the first chase is going to be here between AC Survivors versus Sing Traps Ivy. Live commentary brought to you by Chocho and Elon.
Well, let's go. Let's see if Trap will be the person trapping or the one getting trapped right here. No puns intended. But the main body is going to be stuck a little bit. Yeah, he got trapped. Oh my god. No pun intended, but it happened anyway. So, no matter. Small hiccup right there. We're going to teleport straight away to where the Antiquarian is. And that's XY, 59% corruption. But, you know, spinning the stick around will help and give a little bit of speed boost, allowing him to rotate a little bit further away. But the second infest is gonna be onto where the first officer is. So pretty good standard start so far for Trap, setting up Ostracons while chasing. A very strong area, however, for the survivors rotating towards the shack. That's the Antiquarian. Careful, Xiaomao is actually in the vicinity nearby with decoding as well. So if you want to go down, this is probably not the best place to be at. But so far, Trap still trying to find that first hit, Jojo.
Yeah, they also, I mean, for AXIZ, they also understand the fact that Antiquarian will be the best chasing against the Ivy. They brought in a full kiting team, full kiting build onto XY, and we're seeing that the double stand here, even if I look at the Hunter, you will be disarmed, so you won't be able to hit me. Flywheel is available, so Trap, I think he will have to miss this route, unfortunately, this time around, as we see XY will be able to kite it out. Missing that swing, hitting onto the obstacle, and XY kites it out. First Cypher has been popped.
That's already a very good early kite, right? And now the corruption as well, 75%, but it doesn't really matter. One spray is gonna bring it to 100%. Another spray before hitting smart, and now there's still 42% onto XY. XY still has items though, and Trap, no more bling. So honestly, this might be the opportunity for him to down XY. XY is just trying to build distance as much as he can at the moment, while Trap is just setting up Ostracons again. Teleporting in, but XY is already on the other side, so great awareness of mind despite not being able to look at the Hunter for a prolonged period.
Yeah, 11 will pop the big boot Cypher, so that will be a 3 Cypher kite confirmed. 3.5 Cypher potentially, as we see a flywheel out of the zone. XY doing a great job here, able to almost finish using up the flute already, so this flute has been effective pulling the distance, disarming the Hunter when the revelation does happen here, as we see Antiquarian will see her demise here near the shack area, but I guess that is the downside. He downed at X-Mel's 5 Cypher, and that's gonna slow down decoding a little bit.
Slow down decoding a little bit, that's for sure, but at least XY was able to do a 3 Cyphers and 3/4 kite, as a matter of fact. So Cyphers are still really fast, and Trap, now it's a race against time, as you want to set up more Ostracons at the last 2 Cyphers, but it doesn't really matter. How are you going to control Cyphers while stopping rescue at the same time? Which is why you can see 11 is already in the vicinity, like saying, hey, you know what, I'm doing the watch right near you, the hypnotism is here, just hit me, and well, it's not gonna hit. And first officer still at full health, can definitely go back for that second rescue if he wants to. And just leave the last Cypher to be decoded, right, by his teammates. But right now, XY just needs to run far away.
Yeah, Phantom also heading towards the shore, trying to Ostracon it to put pressure on the Cypher. First officer will be moving Ostracons around the map, so that will be the gameplay coming from the survivors. But let's see how stable the next rescue is gonna be, and whether this Cypher can be primed in time.
Yeah, whether it can be primed in time or not, but it's definitely looking favorable for Team ACT right now. It's 82%. Xiaomiao just gonna go in for the rescue. Doesn't really matter. Has a tight turner to work with. So, well, one thing's good. The one thing that's good is everyone has borrowed time except for the Antiquarian, which is a good news for Trap. So if he downs Trap right here, if he downs XY right here, there will be no borrowed time available for him to use. Last effort is going to be popped, and XY is going to go down. The last effort is not going to be completed at all at this point. So Trap, so far so good, and this might gear towards being a 2-man elimination here. Might be a tie situation here, but one thing's for sure, it's going to be a 3-man endgame at this point.
Yeah, seems like Cypher will prime here. Both sides of the gate is being open, so this will at least guarantee a 1 escape, if not a tie game for whichever side Hunter decides to commit to. As we see Trap on both sides of the gate doing that end game tough play that we see from the Ivy, as we see 11 also running away from the gate here. So even if he's Ostracon, right, it will be away from the back gate. And we're seeing a lot of the teleport happening from Trap. Dungeon is at shore areas, so let's see what is it gonna be here. There's still another tight turner for Puppeteer to work with.
There is, and that's the good thing, right? They are all at full health. So one thing that they can do here is, well, if they want to, they can play the long game, wait out the 60 seconds, wait out the 75 seconds of detention, and breaking Ostracons at the same time. They can do one of the both, right? But for me, I feel like Trap is kind of trapped in between 2 places. Like, you know what? You can really only stay either in the front gate, Phantom at the back gate, or you stay at the back gate, Phantom in the front gate. So you can only be really be at one place at one time at the same instant. So survivors here are being smart. I think they're just waiting the detention out a little bit. And if one person gets hardcore chased, then the other person should have an opening to break Ostrakhan and open the gate.
Yeah. Yeah, and we also remember, right, that Trap kind of expanded the blink just to secure the down onto the anti-carrier, which is why endgame he did not have any blink, which is making it so difficult. We're seeing that blink will only be up once detention ends. And will that even matter at a point in time when all of them are full health? No. So Zen is doing not... Okay, he's able to use the little Lewis here, but the terror shot, my goodness, what a play coming in from Trap. As we see, one of the gates at the front gate will be able to be open. X-Malphite will really get out, but they don't want to settle for a tie, it seems.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think they definitely want to try and settle it in a 2-0 fashion, but you got to be really careful though, right? Because right now, against an Ivy that's at... Oh, well, you know what? Maybe a calculated risk, right? No more detention after all, so maybe they can. But the gate's a little bit too far though. The gate's a little bit too far.
He's trying to not exit first so that the other side of the gate can be opened by our dear first officer. So it seems like that's happening here, so at least it will ensure the tie game here. They are not that ACT really survivors wanted to go for a 3-man because there was no Titana. The Titana was on the person that was on on the chair.
Very unfortunate.
Yeah, so
Little Lewis could have tanked that detention hit though, but the Terra Shock, unfortunately, right?
Yeah, it was really unfortunate. I'm just wondering if that was a mistimed 4 seconds or it was just purely Zen's mistake there.
Panic vault, maybe? I don't think it was even 4 seconds. I think he just went in, second he was already vaulting through. So maybe a little bit of mind game over mind game, but Trap was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna hit anyway. I don't care even if it doesn't go down because you're the target in front of me. And for such an amazing start by ACT, honestly, I think in the minds of Trap, it's probably just thinking, if I can get a draw right here, that's enough. I don't have any teleport after all. I reused up my blink, so that's the best case scenario for me. Whereas for ACT, I think this was the opportunity to get a 3-man out. But again, I think draw is already very good enough. It is well, Zhenju can come after this to equal to at least score for them. You know what I mean? So let's hope that this might be the plan they can work with.
The side of Zhenju, right? He's been majority of the time in the group stages, he's been tying games. But before that, listening to the match stats, first we're seeing our first kiter XY with an excellent kite of 122 seconds. There was like initially it was a 2.5 to 4 ciphers kite that we saw, and followed by there was the end game already. That was it. Yeah, as we see overall, AXIZ did a not bad of a job. Just that, yeah, it was really unfortunate towards the end there. I felt like it could have been a 3 escape, but yeah, I think a tie is still definitely acceptable for ACT survivors.
Yeah, and such an unfortunate event for ACT as well because Trap went for the only person with tight turner. I think he already figured it out. Yeah, Puppeteer definitely has tight turner because you're gonna carry it regardless, right?
Yeah, out of the many of them, right? Magician cannot tank a detention hit. Magician cannot tank a detention hit. Little Louis, Puppeteer can tank detention hit. But he decided to go for someone. So it's like a very targeted pursuit coming in from Trap's IV. So good job, well done coming for IV, for Trap's IV. But pressure is back onto ACT's Hunter side because this is ACT's map selection.
Yeah, I mean, good job for sure getting a draw in that kind of situation, but whether or not it is enough for PRR right there, that's a different story, right? Because a draw here, Zhenju is definitely in position to help score against the PR survivors right here. So it's just a matter of whether PR survivors are able to survive the onslaught, because if this is going to be another draw, if you can draw it, well, it's gonna be a BO3 for sure. Yeah.
You can able to draw it with BO3, and ACT need to win it in a they have to win BO2 and BO3 then in that case, so that they can catch up in terms of net wins. For now, things are looking a little bit okay. It's still alright. It's still alright for sure. PRR side, they have also yet to win a single game in this matchup, and this will be their final matchup. And they do want to make a statement like how DFM did in our matchup number 1 today. So Still, things are still alright. ACT side will be seeing the second half. Zhen Jiu coming up. Does have a lot of hunters to work with. So, question is which one he is going to be going for.
Yeah, I mean, now's his chance to shine. I mean, I want to say that. I mean, even MZK, right, against RC has gotten the 4K on with a peddler. So now's Zhen Jiu's time to shine. Like he's always been the one to tie it, and the survivors have always been the ones to try and score. This time, turn it around. The survivors have already tied it. Zhen Jiu, you got to do something. You now's the time to show what you're made of, right? As for the hunter's choice, I think there are quite a few, right, that Zhen Jiu plays in BO1.
Yeah, Peddler, Opera, Ivy. These are all possible BO1 picks coming from him.
Well, he'll definitely use one of those. If Ivy can get a draw, that can be the case for them, but he definitely needs more than that because he wants to settle it with a 2-net win. That's PHR right there. And in the words of Just a Girl and a lot of people in chat, Agyo, right?
Agyo.
He also plays the Agyo characters like Gardener. Of course, that's a lucky guy as well. 0% escape rate though, because fate is cruel and cute people always, almost always never escapes through the gate.
Yeah.
That's not a fact. That's just a joke. But that's the stats so far for PHR.
Yeah, I love the space buns though. Definitely put in the effort to style her. Even yesterday or day before,
Chun-Li
she
buns.
also did a as we also see one of the players here, Saber. Saber actually performed pretty decently during the matchup. We saw that she was quite upset with a loss that they had during, I think it was a matchup between, I forgot one of the teams in Group B, in Group C. Yeah, she was quite upset with the loss. So hopefully this time around she won't feel that much regret here. Hopefully they do perform well here though. So Magician and Lanternist that we saw on the screen there, but we do know that she also plays the novelist fire investigator as well.
Definitely a few characters in her arsenal, right? But right now it seems like Soul is ready to make some magic happen. I thought he was gonna show some fan signs or something, but apparently it's just a hand towel right there. But yeah, Soul, the rescuer of the team right there, also with a 0% escape rate. Let's see if he's gonna be able to escape in this game, because you know what? Trap has already set the stage. So PR survivors, I think if you can, they're definitely gonna gun for that 3-man survivors out. Or at least a draw that will bring it to BO3. A little bit of reset, but we'll see. We'll see what is going to happen later on. Up next is Nari.
Yeah, Nari's side, we've seen his Enchantress coming in clutch with a well-timed blink prediction. So it denied Omni's pit stoppers from kind of having a momentum. So great stuff coming in from him. We'll probably be seeing a lot of harassment as well. And also, I believe he also did a pretty nice and archer play against Dongxuan's IV at Everest Tipping Town previously. He was able to do some lacerations onto the main body while Dongxuan's Phantom was kind of having attention away with another survivor. So great stuff. We should be expecting more as we see Zhen Jiu now, Opera Singer and Ivy potentially one of his comfort picks, and average elimination at 2. So the fact with this kind of elimination stats we're seeing here, we should be gearing up for a BO3, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, but a lot of the situations, it really does end up in a draw. And this is no exception as well. So Zhen Jiu right here. I want to say that draw is probably what's going to happen, but you know, if you want to go up in rankings and qualify for the playoffs, you are a Chinese division professional team after all. If you want to qualify for the playoffs, you definitely need to show what you're capable of right now. Do not let the low stats define you as of this moment. You gotta be that person, right, who gets up in the morning, does not want to go to work, but you go in front of the mirror and you say, I can do this 50 times in front of the mirror, and you just do it, right? So here, Zhen Jiu, you just gotta do it, right? You gotta do it.
Yeah.
And right, I mean, ACT is definitely depending on you right now for that net win and to move them up in rankings. So I don't know, Chen Chiu looks focused. I don't know if it's nerves or focus. I can't tell from the expression, but Chocho, what do you think? I think the survivors are having a more casual, happy time.
Yeah, I feel so, because also for DFM today, even though they have already been denied an entry into playoffs, they were still very optimistic and very happy. I think overall, right, once you kind of accept it and you decide to enjoy your matchup, I feel that that's where survivors really do shine. And I like the energy coming in from TRR side. But for ACT though, they need to win this, because not just about being in the group rankings, right, being in top 12, but also there's so much ego and honor that they have to uphold. Them being in a Chinese mainland team, them being a professional team. So yeah, for ACT, I do hope, we see ACT 加油，真9是抓 4K. So even the fans are supporting with boards, whiteboards and markers through, and hoping to send this message over to Zhenzhen. Hopefully, we will be seeing that kind of matchup coming in from Zhenzhen. And that, if he's able to get a 4K, that will be his that will be his second 4K in the group stages.
Yeah, I mean, there's a first, there can always be a second, followed by a third, right? So Chen Chiu right here, no pressure. I'm sure the coach is probably saying no pressure. I think, I don't know, Chocho, for me, I'm always like, there are some people who's like, when people say no pressure to you, you feel more pressure. You know that situation? Yeah, so hopefully Chiu is not that kind of person. Like, no pressure, and then you get more stressful. You get even more stressful. But so far though, with the bans coming in, it's the First Officer, Enchantress, Lanterness, and the Magician gone. So it seems like PPRR is taking a pretty similar stance, except that they have a Lucky Guy and a Doctor. Right?
Yeah, they do. So with this mix here, we are having two veteran characters being picked here. Trying to go up against, I mean, the fact that Doctor was released, right, could also mean that we should be seeing Zhenzhen picking up potentially a Peddler in BO1 Lakeside. Yeah, I feel like this team comp is could be going against that.
Yeah, it could. Peddler I would consider a safer pick. Like, you know, as long as you land the vines, that's a definite stun. But here you don't even have a harassment like Enchantress. You have an Antiquarian, sure, but let's see if Zhenzhen can be comfortable with the Peddler, like how MZK was in the first matchup. It does counter Antiquarian if you land the vine. And even if you don't chase him first, the Metal Affinity can greatly reduce the stun duration and disarm duration as well. So maybe that's gonna be the plan, but no, Zhenzhen is gonna go with the Ivy. Mirror match right here.
Yeah, mirror match. I kind of like this pick also because, I mean, other than the Antiquarian, right? If she's able to not time it well, and you're able to get the scream and then she's unable to disarm, then you're able to get the hit. But for Grave Reaper's side, you're able to spray such that he can't get into the ground. So this is potentially mechanically, I think Zhenzhen is just mechanically confident that he can do this against this team comp here with all those special plays. As we look at the two dangerous survivors potentially first chase at the top side, near the back gate area, whereas the front, we're seeing the Lucky Guy and Doctor. So Zhenzhen picking the safest route here, spawning next to the small boat. So he has potential two chase here. If not, the Doctor also could be an opening for him. So this team comp itself is not very strong, I must say now.
Yeah, well, depends on the execution too, right? So which one will come on top, we're about to find out very soon. And well, I see Lysias in the chat as well. Hello chat, I'm late. Hello late, I'm chat. So nice to meet you. We're just in our second matchup here. I hope Little Starling was here to hear that dad joke, because she was asking for it the entire time yesterday and we didn't give her the dad jokes. But yeah, here's one for the road. Right now, Persona builds Chocho.
Yep, Blink, Insolent Detention, Hunt, Berserker from Zunjinju's IV. For Survivor side, we're seeing double borrowed time, double tight turner, and a couple of flywheels around. So this is going to be BO1's second half of PRR versus ACT. Live commentary brought to you by Chocho and Nilo.
Zhenchu on the Ivy, will he be the savior that ACT needs to move their rankings up right here? Soul is going to be that first person infested, and that's going to be a 68% corruption onto the Gravekeeper. But of course, Gravekeeper is already in the shovel right there. So probably going to be kiting a little bit longer. The spray is going to bring him out though! Oh my god!
Yeah, that's
Nice
the situation that we really don't want to look into, as we see Soul already early hit into the game. 30 seconds. As we see 46 stacks corruption onto him already. Another 2 more screams should be sufficient here, as we see it slowly but surely increasing by time.
Yeah, slowly but surely. And you know what? Against an Ivy, you gotta have a really amazing start, because last game they kited Ivy for 3.5 ciphers, and yet she still got a draw. Trap still got a draw. So here, Zhenchu already unlocked that first
Missing the spray.
first wheel. Yeah, okay, let's see. Blink's available though, so let's see if that's gonna matter. It's just gonna take him out. I'm not sure if that is a good decision, but I think he just wants to not waste time. Teleport in, and that's gonna be 100% corruption, and Soul is gonna go down. That's one rescuer on the side of PRR. Down. Chocho, one tight turner not gonna be used in this game. And Dr. Han needs to run really far.
That's tough. That's tough. Usually we see hunters chasing rescuers, and then there's 2 other Titaners. But this time around, seems like PRR side, personas wise, not quite enough for that double Titaner situation to rescue our Gravekeeper. Doctor also is in the vicinity. We're coming for the rescue. Question is if this is gonna be a successful one. Zhenchu's mind game though. Ostracon being placed over. We're close to the halfway mark of this rescue. Just gonna go for the immediate removal of the chair, Doctor. Don't want to play any of those mind games with you. Ciphers are on a pretty much on a standstill, except for the 4th one that has been recently started. So for the side of Soul, he needs to die away from his teammate Cypher. Bottom left, we're seeing Lucky Guy also at the chest, but decides not to open it.
Soul's gonna go down. No point in trying to hit a Doctor because he can just heal, right? But PHR! Oh my goodness! PHR getting caught out in the open like that, and that's a free hit from Zhenchu. Doctor, I mean, yes, Doctor can keep healing. Stay put, I'm coming, but you really want to be decoding ciphers and not running around healing people, you know what I mean? So farming off Soul might pay it off for Zhenchu. Catching off the Lucky Guy, another bonus, I think, but it's gonna be healed up. But again, only one cipher being done so far, and this is the death chair of Soul already. Last chair for him, and no tight turners. Chocho,
I'm not too sure how this is gonna go. They're gonna go for the cell, it seems. Tinnitus on the bottom left. We do see that survivor Neri, but Zhenchu, yeah, instantly. We'll be able to get this Ostracon potentially plays behind Nari. This 100% stack will happen here, and the hit registers immediately. It seems like survivors are not geared up for this. They brought in triple flywheel, but that is not being used at all.
yeah, the flywheel's not gonna matter a lot against Ivy, right? Simply because number one, there's a scare, right? There's the spray that cancels it off, and then when you teleport in, it's very hard to initiate, right? And not to mention, you have no more tight turners. Here, the blink's gonna happen instantly onto Nari, bringing her down. 3 ciphers are gonna be completed. 4th and 5th, a lot of progress, but you gotta remember, Zhenchu is controlling one of them, so they gotta start anew. 6 ciphers so far. And so far, Chocho, I don't feel like this is gonna be a 3-man endgame at this point, simply because they don't have tight, and the other one, and the remaining characters have no borrowed time. Antiquarian is the only one with borrowed time. Oh no, Saber's gonna go down, but the teleport? Can the teleport happen? Oh my god!
Okay, able to get off the rescue though. Flywheels throughout also as well. Nairi will survive for another day here. Saber will be seeing the chair now. And I like to also, share a sentiment as well. This is gonna be gearing up for that 4K game that Zhenzhenjiu needs 4v01.
Yeah.
So this is looking pretty interesting. I think for PRR side, they did not. They tried to gear up for it, but it just wasn't enough here. Lucky guy seeing the hunter's attention here. Does have an elbow pad though, 100% scare, getting that hit will get the veteran speed boost. But will it be enough though? Teleport towards the Oshakon at chair is not yet. It's still on cooldown.
Yeah. Antiquarian is the only one with borrowed time, mind you. And
Right,
yeah, whoa, with the ball, it's gonna be able to make that rescue. But again, you are facing a doctor who has, you have a flywheel. You have a, and yet you're going down, and now no one will be able to rescue you. Honestly, I feel like if Lucky Guy went for the rescue, he should body block for Doctor. You know what I mean? Body block for Doctor, and allow the Doctor to inject and heal herself up. That's the Doctor's death chair. You know what I mean? So now it's gonna be a 2-man. Yeah, it's a 4K. So remember, you don't have borrowed time as well, and Antiquarian's the only one with it. No one's gonna touch the cipher at this point, Jojo. No one is gonna be able to pop that cipher. It's just gonna be a 4K.
Wow.
And this might.
What do you mean?
his
What do you mean? You're gonna
potential-
open a chest? You're not gonna open a chest. There's just gonna be Oshakon here, and away from the chest you go. As we see, Lucky Guy will be able to survive for a while more, but it's just a matter of time, right? Another 5 corruption stacks, and Lucky Guy will see that stun 100%. As you see, Nari trying to still push for that double story cipher. Phantom is making a mad dash towards it. Seems like it might not be quite enough here for that pop to happen.
Yeah, I think he needs to control Antiquarian. As long as he controls Antiquarian.
5,
Uh,
6,
the
7,
other-
8, 9. Just pop! Just pop! Yes, need to have more Chinese. As we see Antiquarian will try and open the front gate. PHR will be chat here at the cornfield. Phantom making a mad dash once again.
Yeah, just infest Nari, and that should be it. You're not gonna be able to open that gate in time. You might as well go for the dungeon. You know what I mean? You're at full health. You still have plenty of stick supplies. Maybe that can be the case. But it looks like Zhenzhenjiu is just gonna chair either way. Nari, here's an opening for you. You have a flywheel available. You have sticks available. So, but you have a blink as well on the Antiquarian.
Wow, that was a little bit.
He tried.
He tried to swing. He tried to swing. Like if he really gonna blink over, he tried to predict with that swing. Yeah.
But when you're standing in an open area like this, looking backwards, it's like, yeah, even Zhenzhenjiu can see it coming, right? So, good awareness, good try from PRR, but unfortunately, Zhenzhenjiu was just locked in today. He's like, I'm locked in, guys. I got that 4K, guys. No worries. You got the draw. Good enough for me. And I'm going to get that 4K, and that's going to be a 7-2 game for ACT right here. Chocho.
Yeah.
What's the difference between what's the difference between the two IV games right here? Like one leads to a draw, the other leads to a 4K.
The difference here is our first Kaita. First Kaita wise, X-wise Antiquarian Kaita 3.5 ciphers. That was such an amazing start. There was literally nothing a trap could really do there unless Virus give the opportunity. But whereas for Zhenzhenjiu's side, it was a fast down relatively. Let's look into our Gravekeeper's kite. 64 seconds, he was able to get sprayed successfully quite a number of times, which allowed that relatively fast down. They didn't have a lot of borrowed time. They didn't have a lot of cipher progress. And yeah, you mentioned already, this is just a downward spiral coming in from Zhenzhenjiu. And I think one saving grace is that they were able to pop the cipher when Zhenzhenjiu was kind of distracted with the Lucky Guy.
That is true, but the unfortunate thing is, Lucky Guy, no item, no borrow time. So you pop the cipher, yes, but how are you gonna expect the Lucky Guy to kite? Yeah, so that's something I think that they fail to consider. Like, sure, you want to be aggressive, only having 2 people is borrowed time. But here's the thing: your Gravekeeper, did you not expect Zhenzhenjiu to not chase after your rescuer first? Right? So that's one thing that they already missed out. Yeah, they're not chasing Antiquarian first. He's chasing after your Gravekeeper first. And it just leads, one thing leads to another. One tight turner, what are you going to do with it? Right? So I really think that the doctor was allowed for a reason. Zhenzhenjiu knows you have a doctor, so what? As long as it's not something like Puppeteer that can tank detention hit, the doctor's not gonna help you in the late game. So
Yeah, so from the side of PRR, they need to somehow probably re-strategize here coming into BO2. But I have to say though, 7-2 in BO1. You know what else you also at 7-2? It was DF versus the RC in BO1.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
okay, here's the thing. ACT's map selection, ACT got the advantage, 7-2 now. Now BO2 is gonna be PRR's turn to pick their map. So hopefully we'll see a little bit of a rebound coming in from them.
All right. Hopefully we'll see the rebound. But before that, let's check out the highlights.
거기 아무 데나 끌어 편하게 끌어 나이스 내가 갈게 형훈아 어디 잡아 빼앗거리
그쪽 맞아 그대로 뒤로
나이스 어그로 진짜요 그대로 따라와
나 플래시까지 막는다
And we are back with BO2 PRR versus ACT winning by a big point here, 5 points because of that 4K. So BO2 now, what can we expect?
Well, we can expect ACT to win unless if PRR does something about it, right? Because PRR, I mean, it looks like ACT. The moment I saw Zhen Chu get that second 4K, I was like, yeah, I mean, this is ACT's game. Unless if PRR can come up with some counter strategy, frustrate Zhen Chu, or at least get a win over ACT Survivor. Well, they're going to bring it to the Dark Woods, so maybe this is the opening that PRR can get.
Yeah, speaking about Dark Woods, right? Previously, we also seen this map being picked when PRR went up against FPXZQ, and that's where Granny came up in BO2 and picked up an X-Boy. Remember guys, the X-Boy? There was only one X-Boy in this entire group stages. So I am quite excited to see if the X-Boy ban would be respected here coming in from ACT, but also with the survivors being offered from PRR, let's see if they're able to at least get a one escape to at least lesser the pressure for their hunter.
That would be the best case. I won't say best case. That would be the minimum requirement for PRR. Get that one-man escape. That would be great. But, well, there's a reason why ACT is sending out Zhen Chu first, right? And it's that they are confident they can break PRR first. And that way, ACT survivors can just respond to whatever PRR hunter is gonna do in the second half. So right here, it can be a double-edged sword though, sending out Zhen Chu first, because now the PRR survivors can, if they can get 2 men out, 1 man out, 2 men out, then that might not be the plan that ACT has. And then ACT survivors will have to buckle up and get a 3-man escape or a 4-man escape. It can be a reversal like that. Still a probability, although it's a small one. Yeah.
We'll consider all in all. And we might even not be seeing Granny here or even Vuitton coming in in the second half of this matchup. But before that, PRR survivors, no change their roster, still the main 4 because they don't have an additional survivor. Space Buns, PHR also ready for this.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it is. Looks like the mini Chun-Li right there. Definitely one of the trends that we like to see. But of course, there's the lustrous long hair of Zhenzhenqiu as well. Right now, he seems more comfortable compared, like just based off his expression itself, he seems more comfortable than he was in the first game. And he got a 4K. So I think that he's more comfortable now that he's achieved that 4K right here. Even if he doesn't get a 4K, I think it's still okay. As long as it's not a survivor victory here, then ACT should be very much in their way to get a 2-0 right here. Whereas for PRR, the smiles from earlier on probably hasn't faded away just yet. They're still ready to lock in. Although they're probably going to consider their bans and persona choice a little bit more. Their band picks and persona choice a little bit more. Because it didn't work out for them in the first half, the first round, unfortunately. So right now, Chocho, a lot of supporters for ACT. PRR needs to do the unthinkable, which is to win against Zhenzhenqiu here if they want to have a chance to bring it to BO3.
Yeah, and I think one thing I'm also considering is what PRR is going to ban here for against Zhenzhenqiu, because ID has been used already. There's still ABYSSInger and the Peddler that we've seen Zhenzhenqiu brought out. But both are equally matched, especially in terms of the end results that Zhenzhenqiu got during the group stages. So I'm not too sure. What do you think now?
Well, first of all, they are evenly matched in terms of stats. But in terms of performance, you got to remember ACT is still an IVL team, right? It's still a Chinese mainland division team. So although they might share similar standings in terms of win-lose, but I would say the advantage is definitely towards ACT. And PRR is the underdog right here. But you know the case about underdogs, underdogs have nothing to lose. And when you play like you have nothing to lose, well, there might be a spark of hope for them. But right here in Dark Woods,
Yeah. No, I mean, you talk about underdogs, right? Who do you think is like the underdogs of the underdogs in our group stages? Because we know AR won. AR won one of their games. What was it again? AR won against DFM. And then we also have X Team winning against GG. So within these two underdogs, right? Who do you think is the underdogs of the underdogs?
I would say if you look at the results itself, just based off results, PRR is the underdogs of the underdogs. I would say that. Yeah, RT is definitely down there as well. But because of that clutch play, that, you know, they still managed to get a 2-man out. They still managed to get a draw all the way to BO3. That is why they are not exactly the underdogs or underdogs. If PRR is unable to push ACT to a game number BO3, then I would say PRR is in that position, unfortunately, simply because of the results, right? But if you want to say who is the underdogs of underdogs based off just general observation and personal opinion, I would say all the teams that come for the first time, the non-professional teams, they are all underdogs. They are all the underdogs of underdogs of their team. Yeah. So just to keep the answer simple like that, hopefully no controversy right there. But yeah, I hope that answers your question, Chocho, as we head to the ban picks.
Alright, we're seeing the Archer and the Lanthanics being banned out here from Zhenzhenqiu. Survivors have set the respect ban onto the QIS of Zhenzhenqiu. QIS side, I don't think we've seen Zhenzhenqiu picked up the QIS during the group stages here. So I guess there is that fear that they don't want to face here. Enchantress and Seer being banned out here, being picked up here. Seer out of the jail cage finally. Enchantress able to kite out and also do potentially harassment as well if Zhenzhenqiu decides to go for example, a Goatman, a Peddler. I don't know. We didn't really see a successful kite with Enchantress and a Peddler today, so I'm not too sure whether that would change here.
Well, we did see a 4K peddler on on Dark Woods, courtesy of MZK. So maybe that can be something they can replicate. But yeah, I think you gotta ban out QS. It's just too dangerous to be allowed in this map as well. So the good thing is there's an Enchantress. We've seen the Enchantress harass a lot, especially in this map. But that was against an Ivy, and this is a peddler we're talking about. But one Joker criteria, I wouldn't say Joker, I would say one Joker card that PRR has is the Knight, right? Because you can sort of deny the skill, right? If you know that you have distance, peddler wants to use the Vine, well, Junk and Pawn, you just remove ability and you sort of silence the Hunter. So that can happen right here. Sears in jail is not in jail, but not going to be utilized here. So this lineup, Chocho, what do you think? Sorry, is not in jail, going to be utilized right here. So what do you think? Do you think that Sear fits into this composition right here?
I guess it's still alright. As long as the IV, which has been used in BO1, is not here, there is that possibility that the Seer can look back and absorb those owls. So I kind of do like how PRR is picking this up here, but there must be a reason why Jinjo did not ban this here in the first place. So not too sure what Jinjo is going to be picking here still. Peddler, Peddler, Opera Singer is still available. It's going to go for the Wax instead.
Oh, so that's why, because the owl doesn't matter, right? And it is a pretty open area, so it's kind of good for wax artists. But Chocho, though, why are people picking this a lot here? Yami picked it, but that was in Never Sleeping Town. But only a draw, though, there.
Okay. At least what I'm seeing here is that Jinjo, right? Because the Green River area is known to be, kind of like a stronger kiting point. You're able to jump over to the other side, make use of the time. But Jinjo's side, I guess he could, because it's an open area, he doesn't want that to be a weakness of him, which probably explains why the Wax Artist is being picked here. On Sarah's side, we're probably seeing them still spawn at the river area, but at least this opens up for Jinjo to still go daringly for that chase. As we see Shaq, we have the Enchantress, Sierra on the outside, Magician at the center, and in fact the river area is being given to our Knight.
Yeah, river area Knight probably wants Knight to be the first kite, if ever, right? That can probably work, but you gotta be really careful though. If you lose that, again, if you lose that rescuer from the start, things might not be favorable to you. So here I would expect a double tide turner as usual. Probably needs more than one borrow time, probably 3 borrow times. Magician or the Seer should be on the full kiting build. But again, it's a wax artist we're talking about. Does counter a few characters here. Enchantress with the stun will add 25% wax onto herself. So I would say the lineups does favor wax artists a little bit more. But let's look at the persona traits.
Yeah, we have Warp, Stronger Detention, Rage. Rage as well as on Jinjo's Wax. So we should be seeing a pretty aggressive gameplay coming in from Jinjo, closing the distance down. So very side we're seeing a double board time, double type turner, and a couple of flywheels from Survivors. That's potentially going to be the first kite here. So BO2 first half between PRR Survivors versus ACT's Hunter. Live commentary brought to you by Chocho and Element.
All right, Chen Chiu needs to continue his dominance in order to help ACT be elevated in group stage rankings right here. Trying to find his first target. PHR is already in the house. He's like, you bad wolf. I'm in my house. Do not catch me right here. But it seems like Chen Chiu is going to pursue whoever's in the house. So Chen Chiu already breaking that pallet, making rotations upstairs, trying to look for that target. But PHR, the Seer, has an owl to work with, but I think that's the reason, right? Chen Chiu just wants to get rid of the owl first.
I guess that could be the gameplay coming in from Jinjo's side, but this also creates opportunity for the bird support coming in from himself. We're seeing that when he's wet, he's unable to absorb any hours as well. So kind of a dire situation. Seer needs to look at the hunter to absorb, but with walls that are very high that you want to use against a Wax Artist, it's very difficult to kite as we see the warp being effectively used here, flywheel. But that doesn't matter because even if the flywheel does successfully occur, there is no pellets, no areas for you to kite, especially if you're gonna run into this area. So Zhenzhenjiu with a very decisive chase here. A minute into the game, and we're seeing the first person getting chairs. Cypher progress 1.5 at max.
Yeah, and that's why you kind of need a suicide build on Seer. It's kind of weird seeing the borrowed time on Seer because you almost always expect the Seer to be the first kite, regardless of where you are at. But blocking the Cypher of the Enchantress, I believe, and it's gonna slow down the decoding a little bit. Magician does have Tide Turner, so does the Knight, but he'll be decoding, so Magician's probably gonna be the one to come in for the rescue, unless if they decide to do a full blood rescue or just sacrifice. Maybe sacrifice, right? Because Seer has no more decoding. I'm not sure, but that's the Thenitis though.
Saber coming in.
Saber.
Right, we do see her. She misses the first. Ninja misses the first. She will be able to get the second one onto the magic wand and a free rescue. So yeah, PRR side seems like they're trying to get the momentum back here. And if he okay, from the side of PHR, as much as possible, don't give any free hits here because second skill Wax Artist is very scary with the hot wax. So we're seeing that happening here. PHR. Oh my gosh, give another free hit there. Almost second skill though, one more hit.
Yeah, that's very true. You bring up a very good point, right? Full presence, hot wax is definitely something very scary. But well, they negated that. But now that he has a warp gate to work with in order to go to the next position. The survivors have already stopped decoding, trying to not give any signal, any hint to where they might be. The Nidus will be popped. You can see someone hiding behind, but Soul is gonna be the one nearby. Knight.
Oh my gosh. Alright,
go,
continue to teleport here. So Trumka has already been expanded, left with detention for that end game. As you see Zhenzhenjiu still gonna chase down this Enchantress. Enchantress does have one stack and a flywheel. Let's see how effective it's gonna be here. As we see, only like a portion of it has a tall wall. The rest of it can clearly have a good vision of where the survivors is to blow that wax. So Neri will be getting the first hit here. Third Cypher will be able to pop, but last two now, stagnant.
Yeah, it's gonna be stagnant. Neri needs to stun blast at this point, right? Because if you blast a little bit slower, you kinda stun yourself too.
Yeah. I'd rather you do an early stun here than you don't stun, right? Neri! Oh my goodness! That was not the way. Neri. As
we just said it, right?
Yeah, it was very fast coming from Zhenzhenjiu as well. Very good reaction time. Just that little spit of that wax and that was enough.
Yeah, he was like, I know you're gonna stun here. Because there's a moment, right, in delay in animation when you activate it. And well, the Enchantress, he timed it perfectly. Enchantress stunned herself to her death. And right now, the good thing is, well, at least there's still one more Tide Turner that's on the Knight right here. So what Zhenzhenjiu can do right here is to try and get as many wax as possible onto the Knight if he comes in for the rescue, and then try and slow it as much as possible, get the hot wax up as well. Soul is not
Saber is still decoding though. What is happening here? Nobody is coming in for rescue. Soul denied of this rescue, but Saber is still decoding the fourth Cypher. What makes... Do they think that Soul can solo kite a Wax Artist?
Yeah.
For until the Cypher is prime.
So far he can. So far he can. But he's running out of items. So he's gonna go down here and there's no one else left to rescue, and Enchantress is gonna die in one chair. Soul's gonna be the next, and you can't even pop Cyphers at this point, unfortunately. And Zhenzhenjiu is gonna capitalize on that as well. He's just gonna leave Knight on the ground, try and find Saber. Saber does still have 2 magic wands remaining, but again, Jojo, I feel like they're just playing into a 4-man elimination here, so things are not looking very good for PRR right there. Jojo, I think Magician definitely should have came in for the rescue just now, especially after that.
Yeah, the moment Yeah, and the moment Soul was the center of attention there, Saber should have taken it as a hint to hit for the chair already, because against a second skilled Wax, right? How are you supposed to even go for a single rescue? Usually people already go for double rescues, but because they were lacking the numbers, they had to go for a single. But this was just really unfortunate for PRR's side. They will not surrender, it seems, and will try and go for a one escape using their self heals. But Zhenzhou also understanding that fact will be bringing them closer to one another.
Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit of time, but it's gonna be a 4K regardless, right? But he's just gonna chase Saber. This might be the opening that Knight needs. No, he knows where Soul is. Soul, either you stand up now or you're not gonna stand up ever.
Never it is.
He knows! He knows! Either you stand up now or you never, right? You have flywheel. I mean, come on, you're not putting up a fight. You still have resources to use. Why? Did he just stand there and just accept his fate? I mean, did he just lie down there and just accept his fate?
Yeah, maybe he wanted to play
right.
the hide and seek strategy, then maybe he could go for a dungeon since there was still that flywheel. Could have been the play that PRR was trying to go for, but Zhenzhou really on top of his game there. Another 4K, consecutive 4Ks from him. I must say, PRR is not prepared for this.
If you get 4K by a hunter who only has one 4K throughout the entire group stage, that's saying something, which is why yeah, this is gonna be a very difficult game to come back from. Chocho, another 4K by Zhenzhou. Zhenzhou has to be smiling from ear to ear now, right? Because he's like, well, what do you know? 2 back-to-back 4Ks, courtesy of PRR right there. And you can feel that the fighting spirit has left PRR as well, especially with, I know it might be a hide and seek situation, but pretty much like your teammate would have communicated, right? If the hunter was moving towards the location of the down survivor. And at that point, I think if you stand up with the resource you had one more Junkin Pawn there, you had one more flywheel there, you could have run around the tree and aim for the dungeon. But unfortunately, that's going to be a 4K. I think they've submitted to their fate. Zhenzhou 4K. And regardless of what PRR Hunter do in the next game, the best case scenario is still going to just be a draw. And that's only if he gets a 4K.
Yeah. So from the side of PRR, they usually would change hunters in BO2 potentially to Granny or Baton. So that's something that we can look forward to. But looking at our scores, we're seeing ACT leading at a 12-2 against PRR. A huge point deficit that PRR has to come back from. And yeah, let's just hope for the best for PRR. But even if they don't, at least they do gain the experience at the end of the day. For PRR, this will be their final matchup in the group stages, so do give your support for them and do show some positivity also in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely not going to be the game-turning moment that they hope it would be. Although they want to go out with a bang, unfortunately, it seems like ACT has too much they need to achieve out of this matchup. So undoubtedly, they're going all out, and it shows. Zhenzhou, back-to-back 4Ks. That's going to be a lot of point difference as well. So, game's not over yet. Again, game's not over yet. There's still one more possibility, and the only possibility left is to get a 4K onto ACT survivors. So whether or not they can do it, it's up to PRR right now. It's gonna be hard, but it's not totally impossible. It's not totally impossible, is what I would like to say. But it is really hard in that position.
It's very hard, especially for ACT survivors. They've gone through Epic ZQ already, and now FL, right? And Epic ZQ versus ACT was one of the more intense matchups. They went all the way to BO3 overtime. So ACT have really gone through hell, and now they're coming back out trying to secure a top 3 spot, especially against not that it was such a close fight. So let's look into the stats for Granny before we continue. We're seeing a X-Boy and a Goatman here. I can't continue to emphasize this, but Granny's X-Boy was definitely something against Epic ZQ survivors. Instant down on Sansui. Terror shock rescue onto the aeroplane is turning the tides around for himself. So this guy, I'm not too sure whether ACT Survivors is gonna respect ban his ex-boy, but if not, we could be seeing a Survivor team comp that surrounds a potential ex-boy being picked.
If it was me,
If it's you?
if it was me, right? Not trying to say anything on behalf of ACT. If it was me, I wouldn't ban the ex-boy. Sure, it is. There was unexpected performance of his ex-boy, but it is totally avoidable. It's something that you can see, and you can be like, yes. If you play with a clear head, it's like, yeah, I think I can avoid that. And it's okay to take normal hits as long as you avoid the flames, right? Is what you would want to do to counter X-Boy. I feel like there's just a lot of characters, like for example, QS, Goatman, Peddler, too many hunters that is so much more deadly towards you. You know what I mean? So yeah. So that's me. But if ACT wants to respect ban the ex-boy and say like, hey, you know what, we practice against meta hunters, and we know that your meta hunter is probably not up to the top hunter level yet, yeah, they can do that as well. But for me, I would not ban ex-boy. ACT might have a different idea though.
ACT, I would say that, yeah, it could be possible that they will just not go for the ex-boy ban. Rather face it, right? Face your fears, but there is a possibility because you have rarely been facing a ex-boy as often as the S-tier hunters, especially during your trainings, etc., competitions as well. So Granny bringing in such a surprise pick previously with this ex-boy was truly surprising. But maybe Granny does have another thing that he could play here that we don't know about.
Well, that's a different
Percy?
story then, right? Percy, oh my god! Imagine triple Titaners and then you play Percy.
I know, right?
That'll be insane. But I mean, I would love to see that from Granny, right? Especially if he brings out the non-meta. I mean, he's smiling right now. Maybe he is considering that. But one thing's for sure, it's not going to be the X-Boy up for grabs right here. So the respect ban coming in from ACT, I think they're more than comfortable to go up against meta characters. But if Granny goes non-meta again, that's gonna really mess up their rhythm. But right now, seems like Seer is gonna be the choice again. Lanternist, Escapologist with the smoke screen and the chair swap, right? That's very important. Put yourself in a more favorable position.
Investigator? Should we see that here?
Auto win?
Seems like we will not.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. Archer is still fine. Well, the stage has been set. It's gonna be Seer, Antiquarian, sorry, not Antiquarian, Lanternist, Escapologist, Archer, and up against Granny. Like, what can you play against this kind of composition? Do you want to play the Wax Artist too? Oh, Goatman.
I think he's gonna go for a Goatman.
But then you need a 4K. If the survivors of ACT can get one man out, that's it, they win. But of course, again, 4K is a tall order, but so is getting one man. Sometimes it feels like, depending on which side you take, for ACT, like, one man is supposed to be okay, right? Doable, right? But somehow it feels so hard.
Escape Percy, just Percy.
Percy.
Percy, right? What can the escapologist do? Right? What can the escapologist do if it's a Percy in the chair?
He can emote dance there, so he can emote dance like Kokua.
But that's probably not gonna happen. I don't even remember when was the last time we saw Percy in like this kind of setting, global stage.
Ago,
but if he's gonna be settling down for the Hermit here, for that 4K. By the way.
Is this good? I mean, it's good against Seer because the owl will not really matter, but is this good? Is this a good composition to go up against as a Hermit? No heals for sure.
Hermit is gonna struggle so much here. Yeah. Imagine the shared damage, right, with the survivors. The Seer can continuously absorb the Albert if he's first chased. Especially now if the Archer is not being chased here, or if she's gonna be chased here, the Laceration, Hermit walks so slow. He's especially like in slow motion. the archer could potentially get the 100% laceration very easily, and Lanternus being invisible as well is gonna be such a headache to throw those red and blue orbs.
That's true, and that's the cooldown if you miss it as well, right? So let's see. I mean, Hermit has been locked in. Seer will be that first chase, so hopefully Seer will actually be that person absorbing more owls as the game goes through, and that can definitely help as well in the long run. Seer's resources can always be replenished thanks to observing the hunter, but right now, Granny, 4K or nothing, whereas for the ACT survivors, it's just a one-man escape that will help them get a 2-0 victory. Wow.
Yeah, this is a very tough matchup for Granny to even 4K here. In fact, I even see an opportunity for survivors to go for a potential 4 escape here if it does work well. Warp, Insolence, Detention here, a very aggressive front trade here. Rage, Berserker also from the Hunter. From survivors that we're seeing a double Borrowed Time, double Tide Turner, and a full kiting build onto our Seer. So let's see if this is going to be effective here to get that 4K for Granny's Hermit as we head into this matchup here. Live commentary brought to you by Nello Mello and Chocho.
All or nothing, 4K or nothing. Granny looking for that first target, instantly connects that cipher, all those 5 ciphers around, making sure that everyone gets a charge if they decode those ciphers. Right now, Xiaomiao 5, the Lanternist, doesn't really care, thanks to Salty Sugi. Yeah, it doesn't really care about ciphers, right? Right here. But Granny looking for that first target, might be that Lanternist in vicinity. Xiaomiao was practically just running towards Granny. Like, he just ran past Granny and like put down the pallet and be, yeah, I'm here. You can chase me. You can chase me, Granny. But Granny doesn't want the Lanternist. He wants to find an easier target. Yeah,
Granny's being selective. He only wants to chase selective. As we see the smoke screen onto Escalologist, does he really want to chase a rescuer here? As we see the Escalologist doing a great job losing line of sight for Granny to throw those orbs as well. So this smoke screen has been pretty effective, I must say, as he heads towards the double story area. Granny did not land a single orb just yet. A drop down from 11 as well.
Yeah, dropped down, but Granny wasn't really sure of the directions just yet. But now, with that hit, yeah, it missed as well. So, buying so much time, that's the... Oh, the freeze frame. Oh,
yeah, state projection coming in from the Lanternist. It seems 11 will be absorbing that first hit alongside with his other teammates. Other teammates are all red right now. Let's see if Granny decides to go for the... Yeah, it seems like he's going to be going for the blue charge. He's going to change targets now, it seems now. A little bit confused with how Granny is trying to play this out as a swing across. Does happen onto Xmail 5.
Yeah, well, it's not gonna land. This area is really hard to chase after all. And look at Lanternist already making rotations away. And this is the problem. You're chasing one of the toughest characters in the game. And one blue charge is all you need, right, Chocho? But so far, he has landed none. He only landed one. Well, this is the second one. But again, plenty of opportunities to tank again while all ciphers are still being decoded.
Yeah, second cipher just popped, and other ciphers, third, fourth, fifth, right? And this is the highest one are actually in progress as well, because this is the army we're talking about. Here's the support coming through, so everything is all and well for Xmail 5. Don't want to give that free hit onto Granny as well. So what is Granny? Oh, he's still trying to focus on the static projection, but Xmail 5 already far away in this 2 pallet area. The Eye of Sauron coming through, but no stuns again. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, this time there's only going to be one person sharing the charge, so Xiaomo 5 is very likely to go down in the next one. But again, look, this rotation, this area is so hard for you to land. For you to land a stun on
too many obstacles.
Yeah, and now Granny,
look at this, like just in this view itself. Yeah, how are you supposed to throw your orb? So many trees, so many obstacles, big obstacles as well. So XY will be seeing the hunter here. The laceration does happen here, but the hit before the laceration stun does happen. So forced into this double story area.
It's
Cypher
okay,
will
though.
be primed soon now.
Cypher is priming very, very soon. Both Cyphers as well. 100% laceration, like as if it's not bad enough. The 100% laceration will slow things a little bit more. But the second floor charge coming in. Xiao Miao is not gonna be stunned just yet. He's gonna be stunned the second time. No, the projection coming in as well. The laceration. XY. The Cypher is already primed though.
They will pop it, borrowed time, and there is still double tight turner in the matchup here, especially for Espelogist. No hit was registered on him, so the hit negating dash is still available for that rescue. So 100% laceration onto PR's Hunter here. I'm still seeing a 4 escape potentially coming in from ACD survivors. 11 able to get the stun, so the hit negating dash occurred there, so no hits registered during this detention period as we see the down onto our dear Archer on the other side. Collateral damage, they say.
Collateral damage indeed, but look at 11 still trying to buy as much time as possible.
Ooh,
the blue charge is
nicely
gonna
done.
bring. Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh, but this gate opening though is so slow.
It is very slow, but it's okay. Again, remember the win condition is to have one man out, and you gotta do something dramatically wrong if you're gonna be 4K'd in this situation, right? I mean, you can see all 3 survivors on the other side of the gate already. Granny obviously trying to to get at least one
Gate is
survivor.
open.
Yeah, I mean it's not the victory condition, but well, what can you really do in this situation? You know what I mean?
Oh, collateral damage again. Lantonis
Collateral
will be the
damage.
one seeing the mana here as we see a 3 escape onto ACT survivors. Let's congratulate ACT for winning their matchup against PRR. I believe that will advance them into 3rd place now in the group rankings.
Yeah. Well, ACT got what they came for, which is to get a 2-0, get 2 net wins, and further boost their placings in the group as well. So one more game. They still have one more game. Unfortunately for PRR, they are going to. This is going to be their last game without any single W. But again, it's a learning experience for them. I think it's definitely a learning experience for the South Korean division team, and ACT looking very happy. Like, hey, you know what? We stand a chance right now, courtesy of PRR's the victory over PRR.
ACT side, this is their first win in the group stages, so they definitely have to be happy here. But I think considering their results overall, I think they may still need time working around with each other. ACT still have a final matchup with Omni, I believe, in day number 10. So that's something that you guys should look out for.
Oof. Look at Xiao Miao 5, Chocho. That's something we should look out for. 136 seconds of containment time. And you can really see the Hermit struggling here, right? Like, who should I actually aim? You know what I mean? And he was forced, like, more than once to change targets as well, because the survivors are practically at unchaseable terrains, right? And yeah, wasting so much time, and ultimately doesn't matter if Hermit slows down the ciphers. ACT still managed to get it all popped for a 4-man endgame, resulting in a 3-man escape. Well, again, 7-2 in the first game, an even better game, 8-1 in the second match. ACT winning right here against PRR. Congratulations to ACT. That's the W under their belt. And as for PRR, definitely do not be too disappointed. There's definitely a next time for you. No such thing as losing, right? Especially if you gain something out of this. So no such thing as, of course you don't gain something out of, you don't get a medal for it, but you still learn something. You still gain an experience, right? And I think that's something they can focus at. Hopefully they come back stronger next year. But ultimately, Chocho 15-3, ACT. Maybe this might be the game that is needed to return their confidence in this.
Yeah, they definitely have to. This matchup they win. They are 3rd place, but their final matchup is still with Omni. and that is also Omni's final matchup. So if whoever wins that matchup will be the one that advances into playoffs. So that's also an important matchup that I believe a lot of NAEU fans or people watching around the world that are fans of Omni want to look out for, because we could be potentially having 2 NAEU representatives in the playoffs if that's the case.
Wow, that'll be absolutely insane. But you know what? Before you and Omni, definitely 2 very strong representatives from NAEU division, right? So fingers crossed that their fans be able to boost them up there with their supports. But let's check out the highlights.
미리 뛰어야 돼. 지금 뛰어. 곧 죽어 기사. 1번에 죽어 1번에서. 진짜 사건이야.
小时期要连过，中要连过，开局连的，要不就是中上连过，小门叫连过，
快收到了。3，等2秒钟。
看好了啊，
对，
说，倒我来了。
And with this 2-0 win between ACT versus PRR, of course, congratulating ACT there. Who do you think our MVP is going to be here now?
Well, the MVP is, of course, everyone in the chat, because you guys have been awesome so far, staying from the very beginning. And, of course, coming back to the real question, right? With real answers. I think, definitely, without a doubt, Zhen Zhenjiu right there. 4K plus 4K. The answer is, Carol, what's the answer? 4K plus 4K?
8K.
8K! Oh my god, that's so cringe. But yeah, back-to-back 4Ks is definitely more than enough to earn you MVP, right? So probably gonna see Zhen Zhenjiu there. Hopefully he'll be there to share his feelings as well during the interviews portion. But Jojo, what about you? How do you feel about the game so far today?
I think today's matchup have been pretty intense, especially with DFM versus RC. DFM winning against RC. That was it was a good turnaround that I hope to see from DFM. But also with these 2 matchups concluding, right, we will still be seeing 2 others. But I think we can still guarantee my 1.2k apples for the 5th place for the 2 groups. Yeah, congratulations to ACT Zhen Zhenjiu though. Average elimination of 4 when he played 2 matches, 2 rounds today, BO1 and 2. So very good stuff coming in from him. We hope to see more. We hope to see him in the playoffs. So do show your support. But
exactly.
Yeah, overall we still be seeing 2 more matches after this, right? Now that we do have a little bit of time while the players get ready. That matchup being RT versus ZETA, and also our highlight of the day would be AXIZ versus GR for the final matchup.
Ooh, that's gonna be a match you guys do not want to miss. Of course, this is gonna be our time for today's matchups. You'll be catching who's gonna be doing it later. That's
Posh and Gummy, I believe.
Posh and Gummy, of course. So the OT princess plus the pastor right there. So that's our time. That's us. That's Chocho and me, Nello. Please do enjoy the rest of the match.
大家好，我是 ACT 真九。大家好，我是 ACT 的新燕。
欢迎两位，也是拿下了非常帅气啊这场比赛的胜利。那想问一下两位，今天打下来整体感受怎么样？真的就2把4抓。
开心。
开心。今天终于把状态给调整好了。那新燕这一边呢？
也很开心。
也很开心。那首先第一个问题想要问到新燕这一边，其实今天在牵制艾维的时候，感觉完全拉满了。想问一下，你当时在监管者闪现好了之后，你会跟他有一些怎样的博弈？当时的思路是什么样子的？
就躲在建筑后面偷袭他，然后弹杀拉点就行了。
所以你今天的牵制风格可能会比较激进一些，是不是？想要跟他去操作一下。
是的。
那后续呢？求生者会有一些怎样的拉扯？因为其实他还是有意识的想要去控一些密码级的。
就少掉血。
就感觉其实因为前期确实牵制的时间还是蛮够，能够给大家拉扯的空间依旧是非常大嘛。那我们到了真真九这一边，当时也是完成了一个很帅的4抓，印象很深刻的就是最后那一个闪现有骗到求生者嘛，当时会拿捏他怎样的一个心理跟他去进行博弈？
他要预判我闪现，等他预判一下。
等他预判，就是你觉得他会怎么预判？是翻板呢，还是说打棍？当时会有些怎样的猜测吗？
会翻板吧。
会翻板，那他打棍了之后呢，就直接一个闪现过去了。那一波操作还是很帅的。那一整局的话，面对那样的阵容，你会有一些怎样的想法？想要去从哪个地方抓住节奏呢？
抓救人位少一个搏命。
所以说今天还是说想要去闷掉对面的一个化险为夷，在救人上面给到求生者比较多的压力。那我们到了第2局，同样也是完成了一个很帅的4抓。那一局其实还是有蛮多角色可以选择的。今天是做了怎样的考虑，拿到了蜡像师这一个角色？
他选了个骑士比较适合。
也是打到了一些角色方面的针对。当时的残局的时候，打到了反走的魔术师，那一波很帅，是非常帅气的预判到了吗？
他放魔兽棒前面没有脚印，
所以就看到他反走了，猜到他反走了。感觉平常打的应该也蛮多了，都喜欢反走来骗你，是不是？
不是。
那是什么？
打不到。
打不到？那今天怎么打到了？
刚刚好吧？
刚刚好，看到脚印没有，然后往回一打，刚好就打到了。那一局的话，想要问一下，你大概从什么时候觉得说我要4抓了？忘了，打得太精彩了。那我们来评价一下今天2局的一个4抓吧。你自己觉得可能哪一局打得更好，或者是哪一局更帅一些？
蜡像师吧。
蜡像师值得反复回去品味的一局，确实打得非常的精彩。那到了我们下半回合求生者这一边，想要问一下星夜，因为刚才解说也有提到，其实这张地图并不是太适合影视去发挥。咱们今天会打得比较自信吗？或者说是哪里做的会更好一些，从监管者手上拿到了一些优势呢？
就是爆点爆得比较快，然后都提前跑路了，换队的话。
所以今天的沟通做的是更好一些的，是不是？
是的。
那我们今天赢下这一场，还剩下1场比赛。现在对于 ACT 来说，晋级也是非常非常有希望的。想请2位对我们剩下的那一场比赛来讲一点什么吧，真讲。
加油！
加油！非常简单，但是有力量的2个字。星夜。
也加油吧，加油吧。
加油加油！那最后有没有什么话要送给我们的粉丝朋友们的呢？
谢谢你们来看比赛。
感谢大家来到现场支持 ACT。那星夜呢，也来讲2句吧。
谢谢大家支持。
感谢大家，感谢大家，也是期待 ACT 下一场的精彩表现。那最后感谢2位来到赛后采访，再一次恭喜 ACT 获得了本场比赛的胜利。接下来马上进行的是今天的第3场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
勝ちマッチョ
สำหรับทีมเซต้านะครับเจอกับทีม RT ผมว่าทีมเราก็ต้องทำให้ดีที่สุดครับเพราะว่าทีมเราก็อย่างที่เห็นว่าแบบว่าไม่ค่อยพร้อมเท่าไหร่สำหรับการมา COA ครั้งนี้แต่ว่าเราก็ทำให้ดีที่สุดครับ
各位选手已经准备就绪，将在赛场上展现最顶尖的竞技水平。首先，让我们有请日本赛区 ZETA Division 战队登场。欢迎 Shinami、Hametsu、Miko Melody、Doris、Peter、Katsuneko、Alfado。让我们有请东南亚赛区 Return 战队登场。欢迎加拉、Lightning、Baby Top、Youthbone、Six。
Second half of day number 8, you got Pot Spice and Gummy at your service for this incredible matchup between RT versus ZETA. Gummy, how we feeling? You know, it's the afternoon. We got our juices flowing with those matches. How you feeling today?
Well, we can see in Group D, currently ZETA is in second place and RT is the last place. So a lot of pressure for RT as this is going to be their final match. And so far, they haven't been able to win up against the other teams. And for ZETA side, they were able to get 2 wins so far. So, and this is their third matchup, so they still have 1 more game left.
Yeah, so it's looking kind of dominant on ZETA's side, but hopefully RT can end with a bang. I think Chocho kind of brought it up previously that RT's still looking to get on the board and have a good performance. These 2 bands of Leos and Arms Factory might help out, but we are going to Red Church courtesy of ZETA Division.
And the Hunter will be going first, so we could be expecting Peter most likely since he does come as the round 1 Hunter for ZETA. And on the side of RT, we're going to be banning out Leo's Memory and the Arms Factory.
Yeah, so again, when we look at ZETA's map picks, right, they're usually like going Ever Sleeping Town. Right now, it's Red Church, kind of an even-sided map. Peter, known for the Hullabaloo, the Goatman, Opera Singer, Qist. Although RT though, I really want to see how the survivors will try to gain the momentum back because, like you said, they still want to get on the board. And I mean, I think I'm kind of biased because Southeast Asia, right? We have to be able to. Hopefully, they get a good performance in this. So I'm excited for this match. How about you?
Yeah, just it is harder for RT as Jyla was actually their first round Hunter, but then he had to change to the survivor side because Vivian could not be here. So Yuzupon has to take the first round Hunter and the rest of them. So usually he doesn't have the meta hunters because he's the second round Hunter. And so they are a little at a disadvantage because the changes in the roster. So we do have to understand that yeah, there was a few unfortunate events on their side.
Yeah, unfortunately, right? Because they definitely have to commit towards traveling. I mean, it's a huge opportunity, but sometimes the stars don't align. But the fact that they're still here representing Southeast Asia means a whole lot. So hopefully you guys watching can give RT that support. I see everyone in the chat getting excited for this match. Hopefully you can spam some green hearts for RT because they need it now more than ever. However, Gummy, let's talk about ZETA and how they've been performing. Also their IJL performance, right? They are the defending champs here. Talk us through like their journey to get to this moment because this is their third matchup, as you said.
Right, so they went against LX in the first within their group matchups, and they were able to finish up in 2 rounds. And then they went against B4U, and they were able to finish up in 3 rounds. I would say pretty even fight going against B4U, seeing that they got the win in the first round, and then they tied in the second and third round.
Yeah, so still LX having ZETA having a very dominant performance over LX, and B4U kind of a sort of an even, at least it reached BO3, right? And it was kind of even at the start of the round. So hopefully RT, I mean, this is not their ZETA's last match because I believe their last match will be up against MRC, which is going to be quite interesting. But that's still day 9 or day 10. But in this matchup, though, yeah, it's still, I'd say, underdog versus established team. We have Southeast Asia representative versus the franchise team of ZETA. I mean, IJL they've been constantly winning IJLs here. So pretty uphill battle, I'd say. As you mentioned also, RT facing a lot of adversity coming into this because they don't necessarily have their complete roster that got them to this dance.
So ZETA, Shinami, Hametu, Miko Melody, Dolisu, Peter, KZNK, and Alpha on the rosters.
Yep, that is the ZETA division. And now we're going to introduce RT, Jala, Lightning, Babytop, Yuzupon, and Six. Another thing to note, chat, is that they don't have a coach. That's also a big, I mean, they're just up there alone, especially Yuzupon if he will be hunting. So if they don't have a coach, maybe chat, you guys can give them that support. They can feel the vibes through the chat here as we introduce our first survivor here, the captain of the team, Babytop.
You can see he takes a lot of the rescuer roles where we see him choosing the mercenary and the first officer quite a lot. 1.14 in the average rescue, so he can securely get that first rescue and possibly more throughout the game.
This is quite unfortunate also. It was that Ever Sleeping Town map where he was about to go for that rescue, but the tram hit him. And it was just really unfortunate because that didn't... you remember that? Yeah, it got clipped. I do. But, I mean, you got to give it up to Babytop. I mean, he's still, you know, living his best life there because it's a huge opportunity to be in this stage. Sometimes the cards don't work in your favor, but you play the hand that you're dealt with. Now, going to Jala. Was the hunter in the qualifiers, now the survivor, has performed admirably with his stunners, has the enchantress, used the enchantress 3 times, novelist, and also the magician. I'm excited to see what they're going to have to offer because nothing to lose, everything to gain in this matchup.
Yeah, starting off as the hunter for their team. They were also able to, if I'm correct, during the regionals, they finished up both their games in 2 rounds. So they had a very great performance during regionals. But to our next survivor, Lightning.
Yeah, Lightning has the mechanic, has the lanternist, also has brought out the embalmer, explorer, journalist, hopefully to get more numbers on the board here in terms of decoding, possibly kiting. Can't wait to see what Lightning has to offer in this matchup.
Does look like he was able to play the lanternist the most and then the mechanic. So if we utilize the projections, you're going to be able to try and decode as quickly as possible with that 10% buff. And with the mechanic, you just have an extra survivor on the map, just decoding more for the team.
Extra bodies, yeah. And also our last survivor here, sixth overall in average deduction points, rescues 8th place in this whole group stage. Trust in 6th to make those clutch rescues happen. Use the aeroplanist 3 times. We also have a fire investigator in his arsenal, archer, puppet, tier, and novelist.
So starting out we will expect most likely the similar meta survivor team comp just to be stable since the meta hunters are still available. And for the hunter side, we will be seeing Peter. Miko Melody hasn't shown up during the group stage so far.
Yeah, I think maybe if push comes to shove, maybe they'll summon Miko Melody, but right now Peter boasting the first average time to knock down under 60 seconds. That's a big record to have. And 5th when it comes to average elimination. Has the Hullabaloo here, has the opera singer, has a Goatman, QS. Name all the meta, he plays it. And if it goes deeper and deeper into the rounds, that's probably when Miko Melody is going to come out.
True, he has been able to get the stable number of eliminations, and he has allowed the team to get quite a lot of wins, and if not ties, just to be able to keep that advantage in their round. So a very strong hunter. He was also in the hunter roster when they won COA⅓ last year. So I would say a little bit of pressure to be able to make it up there once again to see if you can prove yourself over and over. But we definitely know he has the capability to do so.
Yeah, so I'm excited to see this matchup. And I didn't know ZETA actually had like arm sleeves. You saw that Peter always brings those on stage just to keep his, I guess, hands or arms warm because you can face a lot of that pressure. I didn't know that. So one thing I want to ask you, Gummy, out of all the uniforms, what's one like uniform you'd like that think, wow, this is great. I would want to wear this in my wardrobe? Because I think Fennel has a really cool shirt.
You know, I have not been paying attention to the uniforms at all. So
oh, really?
honestly,
okay.
Yeah, I don't remember any of them. Like,
Well,
but
okay, now
do tell me
moving forward.
your options. Okay.
Well, I
We're
got
gonna
Fennel,
ban
but
out- uh-huh.
RC is pretty good. And now, as you said, we will go towards the picks and bans. So talk us through it here, Gummy.
We're gonna have the Seer and the Lanternist band. It does look like it was trying to stop Lightning from playing that Lanternist. And the third band is going to be the First Officer.
Also, I'm just saying that if anybody from Fennel's listening, I would really, if you have an extra jersey, please. I really like one. I'm a size extra medium. Anyway, so back to the picks and bans here. Extra medium, it's a thing. Knight is coming on in with Antiquarian and Doctor. So we've usually seen a bait, right? If you allow either the Seer or the Doctor to come in, it's kind of the Hunter like goading you on to use one of these survivors, and they kind of fell for it. I'm not sure what we can bring to the table, but you kind of need to stand still if you're the Doctor. So this kind of opens up here to be able to hunt the Doctor first, since this is Red Church. But now rounding it out, we have Magician, Knight, Journalist, Antiquarian, and Doctor.
This is actually the first time Baby Top has debuted the Knight during the group stage.
True.
So they
true.
definitely have some kind of plan. They're trying to get as much survivors out as possible, as long as you can just get those predictions correct. And we're just waiting for Peter to finally choose what Hunter. So far from what we've been seeing from the data, we do see a high possibility of Goatman, just because he's still one of the scariest hunters to go against.
I would say Goatman, yes. Hullabaloo's also an option. He's used that like twice, and I think that might come in. And this is Red Church. Any of these actually are really good. Opera Singer, Qist, I mean, it's Peter, right? We just got to trust in him. I don't know. You've been saying Peddler a lot. I don't think he's ever brought out a Peddler. In your notes, did he ever bring out a Peddler?
No, that's usually Miko Melody that brings out Peddler in like the later rounds as the non-meta. Yeah.
You kept denying Kuro of the Bloody Queen. Can a man hope? You're like, no, Kuro, no Bloody Queen here. What are you talking about? Who? Never heard of Bloody Queen? No.
He can hope all he wants.
Whoa! Shots fired. Kuro ain't even here. Clip that, chat. Send that to Kuro. But now we're going to look and see. It will be the Hullabaloo here. So maybe it's making a lot of sense, because Doctor has to stand still to kind of heal up, but Hullabaloo could keep just using the double surprises, keep going for the trapezes. How do you feel about this Hullabaloo?
I'm a little concerned on the rescuer side, seeing that is the Knight, so he's not going to be able to tank a lot of hits, and he needs to be able to get the predictions before the Hunter places the red mark on him. So we usually see stable rescuers coming in, either the First Officer or the Gravekeeper, just so that either the Gravekeeper you can tank a lot of hits, or with the First Officer you can just buy a lot of time with that pocket watch. But I'm interested to see how well this Knight does against the Hullabaloo.
Yeah, I share the same sentiment and concern, because rescues are going to be a little scary, and especially with that stat of 50 seconds to down, he's the first overall to that. The first kite needs to be impeccable. This Hullabaloo is definitely going to bring that insolence. Looking at the spawn locations, giving Doctor the center, Knight, red carpet, Antiquarian all the way across, but we have Magician over at Shack completing the T-shaped spawn.
Hunter's going to be spawning off to the left. Closest survivor is the Doctor, and as you've mentioned, she has to stop to heal up, and Hunter can just utilize the bombs through the windows and through the pallets. So I would definitely say a pretty good chase for the Hullabaloo side.
Yeah, so hopefully this Doctor coming in won't be the bane of RT, because Doctor, once again, with the changes, can heal up really fast, but you really need to be able to pull some distance away. Looking at the Persona web here, we have an Excitement trump card Insolence on the side of Peter. Meanwhile, on the Survivor side, you have two Tide Turners, two borrowed times as well, knee-jerk reflex onto the Knight, as well as the Doctor and the Magician. So folks, first half between RT and ZETA. We are commentators Gummy and Potch Spice.
Hunter's going to be going straight towards the church, where we'll be seeing the Doctor already transitioning out, expecting to get this first chase. She's making her way towards the graveyard area.
So one thing you have to note here is that Doctor cannot afford to kite in front of Cyphers, but it seems like we're already changing targets all the way to Lightning. So Lightning has to make haste, get out of the area. Antiquarian could take this kite, has to avoid the red bomb just so she won't get silenced. But so far, so good. Seems like, yeah, fully committing to this Antiquarian.
Already has the black bomb on her so far. She's doing a very good job kiting around the wall. Hunter has caught up. She's going to utilize the disarm, but the white bomb also does land on the Antiquarian.
Last one, the red, goes for the excitement, and it works out in the end. So this is what Peter's 4D chess brain was thinking, and still living up to the 52nd down. Holy smokes, Gummy.
Yeah, the Cypher Machines 60, 40, 20, and 12. Not looking too good at the moment. We'll be able to cheer on one of the Cypher Machines. Baby Top was around. No, he's actually was at red carpet, but he is going to be coming in for the first rescue.
Yikes, getting caught out here in the open. Trying to avoid as much as he can. Gets the early hit. Again, no attack recovery. We're not able to get the guess. Has to force the rescue from happening. We get some Tide Turner just to pull some distance, but it seems like it might be a double down situation.
Antiquarian just trying to buy enough time for the Knight. Has to get as far away as possible so that he won't be going down and near the Antiquarian. But Antiquarian still up. We have the white bomb landed on her so far, but gonna get the silence. She's gonna flywheel, but the hit lands and she'll be going down once again.
That was quite unfortunate. I thought Lightning could be able to actually kite out the Tide Turner just to provide that support. However, Knight has fallen away from this side. Magician's already making his way towards this rescue. Does have Tide Turner. Baby Top exhausting the self heal because Jala needs to actually prioritize Cyphers, since right now Cyphers aren't looking too scary for a Hunter.
I'm just going to utilize his wand so that he could just get a little bit closer, but the Hunter still snipes him out, is able to injure him. Already 2 colored bombs, but is able to get the rescue just in time.
Wants to go for the double down again, and Lightning forced to actually retreat to the backside here, but able to get a pallet slam, can provide a little bit more kiting, but that's another body on the floor here as Magician will expire once Tide Turner runs out. Gonna hop over here, but the trapeze is just gonna catch the Antiquarian. We're gonna double back, and Antiquarian able to actually provide a bit of a kite, but no, unfortunately, Peter just denying the rebound kite from lasting any longer than a Tide Turner.
Third chair for the Antiquarian, so she will be sent back to the manor. On the survivor side, they were able to heal up the Knight all the way. Hunter's going to be teleporting to the red carpet area. 2 survivors running in separate directions, and it looks like the Magician also was able to heal up.
So this is good. At least they're able to salvage the resources. They heal up. That's the courtesy of the Doctor. Now the Doctor getting silenced here at least isn't injured just yet. We're gonna play the pallet mind game. Doesn't throw it in time for him to get the stun, but forces the break animation. So red bomb has to be the one he has to worry about. Just gonna eat that clean hit. Still silence. Gonna try to move on over here, but we have the trapeze to get through with ease.
Looks like a good mind game on the pallet, but unfortunately at this window, Hunter's going to utilize the double surprise and be able to down the Doctor next.
Yeah, so 3 Cyphers still looking like it's well on its way to get done, and they will have to rotate away from whatever they're doing, especially the Knight, since the Knight is already making his way from across the map. Peter, knowing the jump spots, finds out where the Knight is, got a right prediction there, so it's gonna be still a long way for him to actually get this rescue. Has to eat this hit. Bit of a boost, but no, he's able to catch up with him. Has to avoid the white spot, but no, denied, rescued, stuffed it. Peter now has his next survivor down.
With only 2 Cypher Machines completed, the remaining 2 at 70 and the last one at 23, it doesn't look like they have enough Cypher Machines at this time. Hunter is going to be patient here, not sharing the Knight, but bringing him as close as possible to 6 so that he can get that 4-man elimination.
Yeah, Peter just smells blood in the water, and he's just going to gun for the 5-point game for his team. Wants to be able to dominate the group stage here, and unfortunately it's at the expense of RT6, vaulting the window, the broken wall here, just to provide a little bit more kiting time. Baby Top has to heal up to try and just provide a little more support here in terms of Cypher numbers. Magician eats the black bomb here, has 2 more left before he gets injured.
Knight is healing up 93%, but they may have to try for that dungeon escape. Utilizing his wand is able to get away, but only the red mark will be able to land onto him and injure him for the first time.
This allows the knight to get up from the ground, but one more white mark would drop. This magician able to actually use the trapeze spot. Gonna switch the stage. Nice usage of the wand. Let's see the mind games here, but he was able to catch him as he vaulted the pallet. So now it's all up to Knight to see how long he'll be able to kite out here as Magician heals up, but it's looking like a checkmate scenario here for Peter.
The dungeon also is at back gate, so the Knight is staying nearby, but once the Magician goes down, the Hunter will be looking for him once again, and he will be taking this chase, not able to get the double predictions. Hunter gets a red bomb and the black bomb at that pallet. Oh.
Yeah, it's looking like curtains here because Peter wants to be able to get that 5-point game. RT still, I would say, good effort with how they tried to draft the composition, but I think they walked into a trap there, allowing the Doctor to come through, and I don't know, they have to... How do you counter Peter when he's so talented with this hullabaloo, still living up to the 50-second average time before a survivor is knocked down? Those stats are terrifying, folks.
Yeah, I would say that a very good job on Zeta's side with the ban picks and the baiting and allowing the Doctor to go through, but then choosing the hullabaloo. Because most of the time we do expect the Goatman or maybe the QS to come out first round, as they've been being able to get those large eliminations. But stuffing the rescue 2 times on Zeta's side, that just gave them so much time, and not enough Cypher machines had enough progress at that point. Only 2 ciphers were completed.
Yeah, you got to give it up to Lightning also, taking that first chase. Able to rebound Kite, I mean, almost to the effect of the Tide Turner, but the stuffing of the rescues and also him knowing the survivor routes, when to get where they were running towards for the rescue, it was just so good on Peter's side, and it kind of shows why they're the defending champs, why they're constant IJL finalists. So there you have it, folks. Match results here. All Peter here with his amazing hullabaloo.
The Antiquarian did have the longest containment time, did a very good job utilizing the flute and be able to stun the Hunter just so that she can transition. But the double down situation, once again, when they went for that first rescue with the Knight, the Hunter was able to get the double injury on both of the survivors. And then with the Magician, once again going in for that second rescue, was able to get the double down again. And by that time, they were healing up, and they healed up all the way. So that means that they weren't decoding during that time.
Yeah, it was just too much pressure at that point. And remind me, Gummy, who chose Red Church? It was Zeta, right? Or was it RT that chose Red Church? Probably Zeta.
I think it was Zeta, yeah.
Yeah. I'm looking at my notes here. I think, yeah, because usually they pick Ever Sleeping Town, but this is the time they actually chose a different map. So what's funny is they also ban out Red Church in their previous matches, but here seems like they really played to their strengths and kind of setting up their survivors to just a tied game for them to be able to kind of move on to their next match, and still a flawless fashion because they're still have yet to be served an L in this group stage, going up against LX and B4U. So congratulations, Peter, at the start. I don't know how we can't nerf Hullabaloo anymore. We have to nerf Peter because he's that good. So we'll see. Probably in the next round, they have to prepare for, like you mentioned, Goatman or Qist. So that's going to be on the survivor side of RT.
So Yuzupon coming in the second half, feeling a lot of pressure on his side as he needs to get as much eliminations as possible. We did see him bringing out the Hermit quite a lot in the first round as the first round pick. We'll see if he continues that trend or if he'll try to take a little shift and take the survivors off guard.
I like that you brought that up because I think based on his performance, the Hermit was his strongest hunter. But if that's the case, people would just understand the matchup and just counter comp it, right? So are there other hunters that you have in mind for Yuzupon? What else does he use?
Well, we also do have the Opera Singer, Peddler, Nightmare, Clown, and Wax. I would say
so,
if...
Yeah, those are interesting options. It's going to be hard, but we're going to go Zeta Shinami to introduce first. He is the Wo Aini warrior of this. If you guys know, that's his battle cry whenever he starts a matchup here at Call of the Abyss. Shinami, known as the Rescuer, 4th average in escape rate. So I'm excited to see what he has to offer here in this matchup.
Yes, always having a good stable rescuer, staying calm and collected. You want to avoid those double down situations as much as possible. And then next we will be moving on to Dolisu. We can see he chooses the Lanternist and the Lucky Guy, playing a lot of the Decoder Kiter roles for the team.
Yeah, having a 5th place average decoding progress, has the Lanternist, has the Lucky Guy. Dolisu also sports the Explorer at times and also the Mechanic, so that's why he's had such high decoding progress in this group stage.
So pretty good stats coming into them. They've been able to make the rankings, top 10 rankings so far. A lot of pressure. But next, we're going to be taking a look at Hametu, very well known for his excitement, I would like to say. We can see he does, yeah, the push-ups.
And now he's dazed, guys. He's injured. What's happening? Oh my God! Late night out, I think, or maybe not be able to sleep. Wow. I'm not sure about that face card, but we still love him, and shows overall his excitement, right? So looking at his stats as well, 9th when it comes to average deductions, 8th in terms of escape rate. Decoding is at the 1st place. Wow, he's actually ranking 1st in decoding progress. So trust in Hametu to push those ciphers with his Aeroplanist, his Magician, Perfumer, and also his Prisoner.
And lastly, KZ and Cade, well known for his harasser roles. And we can see playing Archer, and the Enchantress is one of his picks.
So what's interesting here is that the Enchantress pick on Neko, it didn't quite work out as well because he canceled out attack recovery. It happens to the best of us, chat, so don't at me if I cancel out the Hunter's attack recovery if I'm containing the Hunter. Kazuneko unfortunately did that at the start, but they're still able to salvage a victory in that matchup. I believe that was up against Alexis Kurai. And yeah, hopefully we'll see some amazing Enchantress performance on Kazuneko's side.
So a very strong lineup on the Zeta side. We can be expecting some interesting plays. And I did also mention before, the Zeta survivors, they swap roles quite often. You can see Kazuneko choosing the Antiquarian, but also Hametu plays the Antiquarian. So they are very versatile in their character pool. They swap out roles quite a lot. And we do have the RT's Hunter here, Yuzupan, well known for his Hermit. And then we also do see Clown on his profile. But remember, he was previously the 2nd round Hunter, so not as much meta Hunters in his character pool, but we have been seeing him being able to get 3-man eliminations with his Hermit, so definitely still someone to be looking out for. Quite a lot of pressure since in the first half, the Zeta Hunter was able to get that 4-man elimination, so he needs to either replicate this result or just get as much eliminations as possible so that there isn't a large point differential.
Yeah, we've seen that large point differential in that first match with DFM versus RC. So they don't want to reach that territory, right? It's a tall task because these are Zeta's survivors. But hey, DFM was kind of the underdog team to go up against RC. So hopefully they get inspired by that, as they also get inspired by the fan cheers in chat and also the fan cheers over there in the live crowd. And look at that. We have Hametu already, game face on. There's no messing around. I'm excited to see what they have to offer here, because they should just tie this out. I think they don't have to go super aggressive in their builds or their what survivors they bring to the table, because Peter has already done the heavy lifting. They just have an easy, hopefully an easy layup for the survivor team, but that's usually when the Hunter can bite back.
So just play it safe, just because you have the advantage already coming in. Just play lots of tanky characters so that you could just buy enough time so that they'll have enough survivors during that end game situation, and they'll be able to at least secure the 1-man escape, giving them the win for round 1.
Yeah, so still up in the air here, chat. So hopefully y'all are rooting for your favorite teams, and also your golden apples are all good between Zeta and RT. RT still having an uphill battle. Man, what a way to end the run here, going up against the champs of Call of the Abyss. What an opportunity, right, for them to be able to cement their names here. So they want to have an incredible performance and, you know, kind of show the world with their hard work. And against all odds, right? No coach. They had to sub out their main Hunter to turn to Survivor. And now Yuzupan up there on the stage up against Zeta survivors. Tall task ahead of him.
Yeah, and here's the thing, even if you don't win all your matches, you learn quite a lot from all the matches that you've played, and that's going to help you improve, get more experience. So we've played 3 matches and RT's last match is today. Just have fun and try your best, I would say.
Does that mean Bloody Queen? No.
The Bloody Queen.
So you could keep one. We'll see. Maybe round 2. Round 1, go all out with the metas. I like this respect ban on Enchantress and Doctor, but this does leave open the Seer. And no, actually just banning it out right away because heavy hitters at the start here, Gummy. Lanternus and Archer pickup for the survivors.
Yeah, we have been seeing how tricky Lanternus is down in the previous matchups, doing a pretty good job against Hermit as well, if I'm correct. It was PRR's game.
Yes.
But it looks like the survivors side will be able to secure one of their stable rescuers, the Gravekeeper.
Yeah, Gravekeeper here might be the better pick because we've seen a lot of survivors, hunters also kind of counter the invisibility of the first officer. At least with the Gravekeeper, you're able to burrow underground, you can cover some distance and tank a hit. Totally fine, but if we've seen also in the previous matches, Yuzupon can bring out the Ivy and also scare the Gravekeeper out of the ground and also get that hit. But we just have to wait and see. He has only brought out Hermit, Opera, Peddler, brought out Nightmare, and also a Wax Artist. And we're going to round it out with a Gardener.
The very good thing about Gravekeeper here is if he does get a charge and he goes into his shovel, that charge will disappear. So they can utilize that to their advantage if they don't want to share that charge and the other survivors can't change their charge and it's on a cooldown. They could actually utilize that to their advantage. But they are, it seems like they are gearing up for the Hermit gameplay.
Yeah, I think this might be a slow and steady type of gameplay that they will bring out. But if you think about it also, if he brings out Opera, if he brings out other meta hunters, it's still, it works well. So it's really up to Yuzupon with how he's going to kind of draft this. Are you going to go with meta or are you going to go with comfort? Because it's a tall task because this is a really well drafted lineup. If he's able to get at least a tie, he doesn't have to worry about Archer and Lanternus come game 2.
So he usually brings out the Hermit. During the 2 matches, he did bring out Hermit, but during one of the other matches, he actually didn't bring out Hermit, but it didn't really give him the results that he wanted. So I am leaning more to the fact that he's just more comfortable with Hermit and he's able to get more eliminations with Hermit. So I do think he will end up choosing the Hermit. But definitely the meta hunters are still available for his use and to try and catch the survivors off guard.
Like you said, have fun, right? Or at least make the most out of this experience. If he wants to test his Hermit gameplay and experience up against the best of the best, now is the time to bring it out. But you will be kind of playing into that counter comp that they have prepared for. So tall task ahead of him, and he will bite and actually meet them at the middle here with the Hermit matchup. It's going to be a long one.
Yeah. If just choose your priority pick as the hunter. That way you know the strengths and the weaknesses of this character and just try to work around that. We see the ZETA with their ban picks. They did a very good job. You mentioned in the beginning with the Doctor being let out and then the Hullabaloo being able to counter it. And once again, we see they're prepared for their matchups. And I would say a pretty good team comp for ZETA's side.
Yeah, they drafted quite well. And as you pointed out and broke down, they were preparing for this Hermit matchup. So let's see how, as you mentioned, this is a Hermit specialist we're talking about. He knows the ins and outs of this character and the character intricacies. He's going to just have to work with the matchup.
We're going to have the Archer in the middle. She can travel around the map to harass. We have the Lanternus off to the right. And on the left, we have the Gravekeeper. Lots of palettes here that he can work with. And the Gardener at red carpet because she does have that bubble that will be able to tank at least one hit in the beginning 50 seconds of this match. So it's okay if she's in a little more dangerous area.
Yeah, so we're just waiting to see where Yuzupon will be spawning out. Will he complete the T-shaped spawn? Will he actually spawn at Graveyard? Okay, so he wants to try and go for either the Gardener or the Lanternus in this matchup. Like you said, prioritize your strengths. You want to be able to cipher control. You don't want to be too tunnel visioned. I think one thing Aka was relying on was his Hunter ability. He didn't connect the ciphers right away, but that made the team or the survivor team pop 3 ciphers, and he was kind of in a deficit. The beauty of Hermit is that he slows down the pace of the game before the survivors can even get comfy, and all the resources are dwindling.
And if we look at the persona points, we're going to see 2 tide turners on the Gardener and the Gravekeeper, 3 borrowed times, 3 flywheels. So utilizing the flywheels well, you will be able to negate those stuns. On the Hunter side, we see Blink, Detention, Insolence, Rage, and Destructiveness. Gummy here with Potch bringing you the live commentary for this matchup.
Yuzupon's Hermit, his strongest character, already gracing the red carpet here as the survivors of Zeta scramble around to try and get away from line of sight. Seems like he's going to chase the Lanternist first, has him in line of sight. We connect the ciphers first just to make sure that the ciphers don't pop as he chases down this Lanternist. Dolisu understanding the red light trick. Let's see if it's going to happen once again. He knows he's already just pulling a lot of distance, but does get a blue charge.
Is in a pretty good kiting area. He can loop this area, so Hunter will be able to break this pallet so that he just can't keep playing around this area. And he can also utilize his projections and hide it behind the window. Hunter trying to cut him off by vaulting this window, so forcing him to go to that broken pallet.
Wow, okay, understands the assignment here, able to actually reroute himself, but the projection, the living frames just being so hard to predict where he's going to be at, because again, this is a really good just route to keep running, and the insolence can't come any sooner, Gummy. This is actually 3 rounds in this area, and Dolisu realizes it, gonna get stunned here, but we are able to use the living frame just to avoid it.
A very good mind games on this Lanternist, just I would say placing her living frames. Hunter's gonna blink through and finally land the hit onto the Lanternist, but she did have her charge shared with the Gardener.
Yeah, Gardener was in is it Hametu? Yeah, Hametu's in this area. Has to be very careful. Now we can kind of distribute damage here. Dolisu, unfortunately, wow, was able to just vault through, but we do get a stun. Archer, unfortunately, I don't think timed that flywheel well enough. Did get a bit of damage here. So Lanternist slowly eating a lot of these hits.
We do see she is over half damage, another blue charge on this Lanternist, and it looks like the Gravekeeper also has a blue charge, so she'll be able to tank yet another hit. She doesn't have any of her live, she does have one more live projection for her to utilize. Hunter getting ready to stun her with that charge.
Okay, we have to, well, it does register already, and like you said, no more living frame for him to be able to work with, so now it gets really dicey for the survivors because they don't have a dedicated healer. Unfortunately, unable to get that orb down here, but we're still able to actually lock off the pallet, and Dolisu doing an amazing job. Even though he's just a sliver of health left before he gets knocked down, he's still able to provide enough time for one more cipher to pop because it's close to 90%.
And Hunter needs to get this hit onto them while the survivors can't change their... Oh, we'll be able to finally down this Lanternist. And since the charge was on cooldown, the Archer and the Gravekeeper also will be injured. We'll be able to chair the survivor for the first time.
I believe Hametu, the Gardener, is making his way for this rescue since Hametu was at the graveyard side. So still looking good, kind of 50-50 for now. But this rescue needs to happen. So Gardener at least has that tide turner. Yuzupon overextending a little bit. Seems like he already knows that Hametu is in the area, and Yuzupon's gonna have to defend this chair.
Is able to get the hit onto the Gardener. She's gonna get the rescue before half with Tide Turner. Hunter going straight back for Dolisu. Another blue charge landed on the Lanternist.
Gotta be careful. Dolisu does have a bit of flywheel to work with. Palette mind games, we get the living frame. And now he's gonna have to flywheel the damage, but he did get that hit. So just be very careful. Just eats that hit, and now able to actually prolong this chase.
Hunter gonna utilize his teleportation orb. Oh, doesn't win the mind games. Thought she'd be nearby the pallet. He just waited around the middle. She's gonna be heading towards this window. Another blue charge on the Lanternist.
Yeah, let's see if he's gonna get the route. Able to actually snipe out the vault, and now the stun and down happen. But Gonna be two, well, actually one more Cypher remaining because that Cypher is gonna pop. The last Cypher is at 70% and they've already healed up. So Yuzupon on the back foot here as the Archer makes her way for this rescue.
Oh, but it does look like it is nearby one of the Cypher machines that the two survivors were working on. Gravekeeper coming in for this rescue for the second half. Hunter's gonna make sure to put a charge on that Cypher machine.
Yeah, apologies. Archer's actually just rotating away. Hametu still persisting to open up that Cypher, but we still have a bit of time. Shinami can't take too long with this rescue because he will stun him out of it. Let's see, he's out. Just gonna try and bait something out, but the Tide Turner is actually gonna carry the Lanternist, and also we have borrowed time. Can they pop it in time for Lanternist to continue chasing? And they will. Yuzupon now with detention in a 4-man endgame.
He's going to utilize his orb to make it inside of the church. He's going to place a blue charge on this window. Blink through will be able to take a hit. No, she flywheels and she avoids the hit, but the Hunter does get the charge, and stun will be able to down this Lanternist for the third time. Exit gate, however, is being opened up. One's already open and the back gate now just finishing.
A 5-minute game, a 5-minute escape onto a Hermit. ZETA really came to play, folks. Congratulations to ZETA getting a 3-man escape up against Yuzupon's strongest hunter, that Hermit. They really prepared for it, and it was very apparent in the draft.
Yeah, I would say the survivors in this instance did not make any mistakes whatsoever. The Lanternist taking the first chase, any hunt survivor would have been pretty hard, but utilizing those projections to continuously confuse the hunter, leave the living frame on the other side of the window, on the other side of the pallet, changing the location just before the hunter swings. Lanternist did such an amazing job, and I would say on the survivor side, they did a very good job in getting the charges so that they'll be able to share the damage, and they continuously shared the damage and they continuously healed up so that they would always be in a safer position, and being able to get all those rescues safely with Tide Turner. So even if she is hit, she was able to still kite after the Cypher machines popped.
Yeah, it's a team effort to do this type of performance up against the Hermit because they're sharing charges. They need to be in exact locations. They need to be constantly on ciphers, and you need to trust in your kiter, which was Dolisu that did get the best deduction here with 161 seconds. And he was still, unfortunately, he was eliminated, but that Lanternist, I think, now that we think about it, maybe it's that Lanternist round 1 was something that they could have considered banning out because of how well the Dolisu performed with that survivor. So again, RT, good effort, but man, ZETA really came here to play, and they're not holding back with how they're performing, and they really want to gun for that top spot in the group stage.
Yeah, knowing that it was going to be a Hermit, they all brought Flywheel. They got a complete counter team comp. So with that, ZETA will be getting the win for round 1 because of the points, and they had to get that 4-man elimination if they wanted to tie. The best they could have done was get that tie.
Yeah, and again, tall order because of how Peter performed in that matchup. So again, RT, good effort with how they tried to kind of counter, but it just seemed like ZETA was prepared to go up against RT. However, ZETA is going to have to play in the map selection of RT, so maybe that could give RT a bit of an advantage. I know that ZETA does like banning Hospital, Moonlit, Chinatown, and Red Church, but we already played at Red Church, so maybe if they're able to, or they're comfy running a match in those maps, maybe they have a bit of an advantage.
Right, and so I think that's the very important thing about having a coach is because if you have a coach, you have that advice on ban picks, and we've seen coaches, they have that large folder so that they're like, oh, this character counters this character, make sure to ban this character. So like having a coach is so useful, and I think a lot of the professional teams, their ban picks choices are just phenomenal.
Yeah. So once again, folks, we will check out the highlights before we head towards round number 2, so stick around.
だけは見たくないわ。だから
犬は
じゃない。
いや無理やな。
And we've just completed our first match. ZETA getting the win in that first round. Peter getting that 4-man elimination, giving the survivors such a huge advantage. Now we'll be starting round 2. How are we feeling, Poch?
I'm feeling excited to see what RT has to offer. And yes, okay, Hospital. They don't like Hospital. ZETA bans out Hospital. And they might want to make it a survivor-sided match. But then again, as you pointed out, I think RT should just make a moment out of this, right? How often do you get to scrim with, or at least play up against the world champs like ZETA? So Hospital might be the way to do it. I think maybe this is alleviating a little bit of pressure away from Yuzupon, just for the survivors to kind of shine. But then again, you're also giving the ZETA survivors that advantage. So hopefully they can come up with something, or they have something up their sleeves to go and give ZETA a run for their money. Because you were talking a while ago about coaches, and yeah, unfortunately, RT, a non-franchise based team, doesn't really have access to that. But the fact that they're here still means a lot, that they're representing Southeast Asia.
Yeah, they're definitely a very strong team. We saw it in the regionals. Unfortunately, we won't be able to see that same team comp, but the survivors are going to be going first. So we're going to have to see pretty good choices in the ban picks.
Yeah, I'm excited to see that. And I don't know, there's been some things in chat saying that you're the OT queen, OT princess. How do you feel about that title, Gummy?
It's too early. We still have finals, you know. I don't know. Yeah, time will tell whether I can steal that title or not.
I mean, you should hold on to it. I think we should. Well, because our next match might go OT. Chocho was the one that predicted it, but I don't know if she's passing the crown. I'm not sure, but we should wear it with pride, you know, like OT. Let's go. Because more games. We love to see more games.
That's true. Right? That's true.
Right, chat? Am I right?
You know, Chocho is our queen, the OT queen. We can't ever replace her.
Yeah, you're the princess. You're not replacing her.
I mean,
because for May, you guys are paired up a lot, so I'm pretty sure you guys would be able to share the title there. So it's all good, and we just have to expect, if that would be the case, then that means more games for these players and more chances for them to showcase their hard work and talent. So hopefully you guys could stick around up until OT. I know these guys really want OT. I always see OT. But yeah, we're here to keep you guys company through that overtime.
Yes. Yeah, and when Nello and Chocho were commenting for RT, Baby Tot actually blew them a kiss. But it doesn't look like we'll be able to get any kisses today, unfortunately.
They're locked in. Exactly. The kisses will come later. Follow him on Instagram. I'm pretty sure that he'll be more playful, because right now it's business. It's business time for RT. I would want them to perform at their best and give us like a really good game, especially if you're able to get a tie. I feel like that's moral victory against Peter.
Definitely.
He's also, I think he's also been in, I don't know if anyone chose Hospital against him, but this is their big chance for them to kind of highlight. And they're the the arm sleeves that ZETA has. That's pretty cool.
And the powders. They also have little thumb sleeves. I don't know if you saw RC. They have the thumb sleeves. So lots of.
Yeah, do you wear those peripherals when you play? Do you need powder, chat? How about you, Chocho? Sorry, Gummy. I called you Chocho. I'm so sorry. Gummy, do you have to like put thumb sleeves? I've never tried thumb sleeves.
I've never tried it. I think
I don't think it's
more for professionals. Like,
dude, I don't think it's gonna
it makes a
improve my
difference.
kiting.
Yeah,
it's not
exactly.
gonna, yeah, it's not gonna change. I can have all the powder in the world. It's not gonna help my my really bad under 60-second kiting. It's not that impressive. But,
Exactly.
hey,
Yeah.
good.
Not
Maybe some
necessary.
hand warmers too. I've seen like they have hand warmers. They have those. I think that's provided because they have like a standard one
Oh.
that they charge. The thing that they're holding, those two things that break apart, those are hand warmers.
Oh, interesting.
You know, I know
So,
also
yeah.
some esports athletes that insure their hands. Like their hands are insured.
Oh.
Because
So,
technically, like,
what
yeah, you're like a
happens?
surgeon, right? Yeah, if they're injured or whatever, whoever injures it has to compensate because they can't perform. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. I totally get it. It's like because you can't do your profession. It's like a surgeon. If his hands are compromised, he can't perform. So yeah, I hope these players have their hand insurance. I'm not selling, but like
Wow.
yeah.
Well, I've never heard of that before, but it's very understandable because literally their entire paycheck comes out from your performance and with your fingers. If anything happens to them, then you're gonna be
it's
losing
GG's.
your job. Like
Yeah.
It's-
Especially if you're the
yeah.
hunter too. Can you imagine that? That would be so hard. But yeah, hopefully y'all take care of your hand health and get some hand warmers, hand calisthenics. I'm not quite sure. But picks and bans.
we're gonna have the Seer ban and the Lanternist ban on the Hunter side, and on the side of the Survivors, they won't want to deal with the Goatman, so the Goatman will be banned.
Goatman being banned out. I like this. This does open up Opera Singer. We've seen how Jinjinjo did tie out with the Opera Singer in this map. We also saw Pepe bring out Hullabaloo in this map and did immaculately. So thankfully it is banned out. Pharaoh Lady and also Escapologist and Aeroplanist to round things out.
This is Sacred Heart Hospital and very Survivor-sided map, so they're gonna have to. It looks like they do want to Cypher Rush if possible with that Pharaoh Lady, and we're gonna get the Prospector as their harasser pick.
Okay, Prospector, we've seen a handful, not really that much. I think you can count them with your hands. And speaking of hands, Dragon says to me, but if your hands are sweaty, it can make your bad kites even worse. I don't know if my bad kites can get any worse. I think my phone's gonna die if like my hands do get sweaty. Yeah, but anyway, Prospector. I'm a little nervous here because it's kind of a high risk, high reward type of survivor here going.
Yeah, we have much more stable harassers. The Enchantress was still available, but it will be banned as the last. But it was the first. Actually, it was the last pick, so
yeah.
that's why the Hunter got rid of the Archer and then the Enchantress, so they decided to at least secure the Prospector. But Prospector against meta Hunters does struggle, especially like as you mentioned, Opera Singer is still available. She's much faster, so she'll be able to down you before the magnet effect comes.
True.
So a little risky, I'd say, a little risky, but
yeah,
if you can perform.
True. That's why we're the commentators. They're the players here. High risk, high reward, and they're gonna go with a Qist here. So a Qist Cypher rushing is gonna be a huge thing. Kidnaps are gonna be the thing. Only Pharaoh Ladies, the invisible person that won't get kidnapped here, or at least the mind games have to be strong with how he's gonna be able to just try to find the Pharaoh Lady to down her. But everything else seems to be meta as usual on Peter's side on Qist. However, I don't think I think we've seen only one Qist in Hospital. I don't know how it went. I think it was Hushin's Qist, and RC was able to actually get a 3-man escape. So hopefully that'll come, like the Hospital will come into advantage here for RT.
Yeah, I mean, the Survivors have cooked up a plan since they finally are able to choose the map. And they do also have that Pharaoh Lady. So on the Hunter side, he's going to slow down the game as much as possible. On the Survivor side, they're going to try to finish the Cypher machines as quickly as possible. So it's going to be a speed race.
Yep. I'm just thinking who would be the juiciest target here, right? Would you want to go for the Prospector that has just one stun at the start and then you'd be fine? Would you go for an invisible Pharaoh Lady? Would you go for an Escapologist? But I mean, Escapologist here is also going to be quite annoying, right? And who's going to take priority of the Hospital area would be the question. They don't have any like an explorer. They don't have any counters to the mini abnormals as well, and I'm really scared. At least you can regenerate some of the magnets. Aeroplanist, once the magnets are gone, you don't have anything. Same with the escapologist. So I'd say it's still kind of up in the air. It's kind of the risky play here for RT, but anything can go here since this is hospital.
We're going to have the Feral Lady inside of the hospital, the most safe, secure areas. We're going to have the escapologist in one of the most vulnerable areas, as he is the rescuer. Off to the right, we see the prospector, and towards the cottage ruins, we're going to see the airplanist. Hunter going to just spawn off to the left. Closest survivor is the Feral Lady, but she is in the hospital, so interesting to see if he does end up going for that chase.
We've seen also hunters that perform well here is that they don't even pay attention to the hospital. They just use it to transition or just to... We've seen also a lot of COAISs just roam around the map to see the lay of the land before they start putting contact points. So that could be the case. But looking at the persona webs here, we have Blink, Detention, Insolence, and a bit of Overwhelm on Peter's side. While we have a kiting build on Lightning, so he's possibly expecting to get that first chase. 2 Tide Turners onto the Airplanist and Escapologist, and Borrowed Time onto this on this Feral Lady, and also Knee-Jerk Reflex, and also a bit of audience effect as well. So this is going to be game 2, first half. Potch, Spice, and Gummy, your commentators for this match.
Hunter spawning outside of hospital. He is going to be entering the hospital. Feral Lady will most likely be making her way to the 2nd floor, where she already has her invisible cloak in effect. Hunter.
Yeah, so yeah, see that? I don't think the Hunter wants to even bother with hospital, with how good it is for survivors to run the routes. And now seems like the escapologist will be taking this first kite, just breaking these pallets. We're already gonna get the smoke screen going. Let's see, Peter can spot him out. We're going to try to just be in this vicinity, able to move on towards this bird cage. Not going to drop. Drops there and also loses the pallet mine game.
Injuring the survivor for the first time. Already got rid of his misdirection. Is going to go into his demon form. Catch up. He's going to utilize his smoke screen once again to get a little more distance, but the Hunter sees him vaulting this pallet. He's not able to make it and will be able to down the escapologist for the first time.
Peter once again downing in the first minute, not even the first if we count at the start when he was chasing, he was roaming around the map, but he made quite a hasty chase onto Baby Top, and we're going towards the basement, Gummy.
This is the greatest weakness for the escapologist because he can't change the chair location in the basement. His greatest weakness, and the Hunter was able to chair him all the way there.
How did you know my weakness?
Feeding tinnitus.
Yeah, Peter, again, just has a foothold on this map. We're able to actually set up a contact point and a capture onto this aeroplanist. And he's just going to spot him away. So he's going to have to use another jetpack to get in. So Peter, once again, amazing counter to this chase. And it's actually going to be after half rescue. So I'm not sure if they want to invest in this.
So great job on the cue ball usage on Peter's side. As soon as the airplane is going to utilize another jetpack, Hunter sees him trying to make his way back. He's going to be able to get out of his demon form in the inside of cottage, stopping the airplanist. He's trying to make his way around, but the Hunter's just so close to him.
Yeah, and just gonna blink hit him, and now everyone's still working on ciphers. Unfortunately, escapologist, one of the tide turners, is gonna be in effect, and he's not gonna have to worry about people changing chairs now. Now Lightning able to actually drop a magnet. See if he's able to set up a contact point, but no, gets the push away. So just able to provide a little bit of a chase here. The flywheel and also the push. So nice combo there by Lightning.
Hunter's going to be setting up another contact point here. Oh, he's going to be changing targets, going for the Feral Lady next. Feral Lady already moving away, trying to get to a better kiting area.
Okay, the invisibility is going to be huge. We're going to try to see if she's hanging around any of these pallets. Still good mind games so far, but Peter can kind of sniff something, goes for the charged up attack, and now 2 injuries on the board on RT's side.
Hunter going straight back into his demon form, waiting to see where Jaila will be. He's safely behind this pallet, but Hunter's going to be setting up a cue ball there. She's forced out to the open. We'll be able to down her here for the first time.
That was a good placement of that black hole. Be able to just keep her away from vaulting that pallet. Ciphers, we're still stuck at 3, but some significant progress on 1. But it's still looking a little scary because they only have 1 tide turner, and it's for the aeroplanist who is injured. So Lightning already making his way for this rescue.
He does not have any tide turner, unfortunately, but airplanist being at half health can't come in for this rescue. Hunter playing a little bit mind games here will be able to get the hit onto him. Needs to be careful because the Hunter will be able to go back into his demon form, close the distance, and the cue ball could be coming in. Gets the rescue just in time, avoiding the cue ball and the magnet to push the Hunter away.
I like this. Lightning, though, has to trade off just for Jala to be able to get to a better area, but we play musical chairs here, Gummy. Peter's like, it's all right. We just adapt to it. And now injuries stacked up on everyone. Still have a bit of items to work with and a tide turner, but they need to group together to heal up, and they're quite the distance because Peter's already trying to put a fork into them meeting up. It seems like we are going to go for an aeroplanist rescue here.
Airplane still has one more jetpack left with his upward propel, so he could make it to the chair, but the Hunter can also place a cue ball there, so not a lot of options left, seeing that they are at half health. Last 2 Cypher machines, 55-45s, not looking too good for the survivors.
Yeah, Peter now mini abnormal with that domain just to siphon some of these ciphers. And 6 out in the open here, we have that propel upwards. Peter knows that, slowly kind of baiting him toward a false sense of security. Able to get the trajectory here, and now the push as well. So the rescue is good.
And with the tide turner, that's going to allow the prospect to get away. The Hunter is going to go back to the Cypher machine. Aeroplane is trying to work on it. Oh, blink, and we'll be able to down him.
Yeah, so the blink down onto 6, so everyone has finally sat on this rocket chair. But some are close to expiring too, so how are they going to play this end game? Airplane is first time on the rocket chair. They are going to at least have 1 Cypher remaining. Lightning is moving on away here, so let's see if Peter's going to chase or camp.
It does look like he does spot out the prospector. He's out in the open. He may have to, gonna avoid the, he doesn't avoid the cue ball. We'll be able to capture him, drop him down right in front of him, and we'll be able to down the prospector right away. Pharaoh Lady still very far away from the chair.
Yeah, so he's actually going to cut off the Pharaoh Lady before she can make any attempt for rescue, meaning the aeroplanist might be headed back to the manor, being the 2nd survivor out of this game. So far, it seems like this 1 Cypher will be the last one remaining as we try and find this Pharaoh Lady that is invisible. But no, we actually get the hit onto her. I didn't even see that. Oh my God.
I didn't even notice that.
Yeah,
but
like, where are we going?
He needs to play the slugging method. Airplanist can't be rescued because the prospector is healing himself up. Unless, is he close enough to the chair? Where is the chair?
No, it's towards the left.
Far.
Yeah, he's too far, so he decided to just try to get safe passage into the hospital. But Peter, again, just showing us why the mobility on this Hunter is unmatched. Able to get a push. Lightning can kind of drop this pallet and just kind of hug it. But the thing is, yeah, he likes you to tight kite because he has the black holes. He also has the contact points, and now there's going to be a window here. Trying to get through the window, unable to get it, but we just go into the demon form to close the distance on this prospector.
Prospector doing such an amazing kite, utilizing the magnets to push the Hunter away, but we're going to flywheel, and we're going to be able to kite for a little bit longer. The magnet push comes in just in time as well.
Lightning able to actually kite it out, but it's not going to be enough. We're going to go back towards the Pharaoh Lady. Has self-heal. That's all Peter has to worry about for him to solidify a perfect game up against RT. And unfortunately, Jala just spinning around. You see him smiling there. And Peter's like, all right, you know what? Let's... I think if he picks him up, he's going to be able to struggle free. So, wow, Jyla is having fun there. Yeah, because he did bring him towards this area. So
that's true.
Peter would gladly just wait for I think he's professional enough to know that he's not going to fall for it, or because, like, the pallet is right there, too.
Yeah. So, a lot of mind games. Pharaoh Lady does have her healing primed.
Yeah.
They're just going to be waiting for the prospector to also prime his healing.
I think
Peter...
he
can't.
Yeah, he can't. Yeah. Yeah, he's just gonna wait for the bleed out. Even Peter's like, all right, let me just chill here. Again, I like the never say. Jala's having fun, by the way. Like, he's smiling on the lower left side of the screen. But yeah, again, I think it's a good effort. But yeah, Peter just has to do is wait for them to expire, and I'm pretty sure Jala's gonna try and use the self heal. He's gonna be ready for that hit, or Peter is gonna put a black hole and try to pick up, and then he's gonna get captured if he struggles free.
Right, so the only option left for RT's survivor side is wait till the prospector bleeds out and then make a dash for that dungeon escape.
True. I think he's trying to bait him to get the pallet drop on him, but I don't know if Peter's gonna walk through this pallet. This is like my survivor game. Like, please have mercy. But no, the hunters usually just pick up and just share me. Contact point, we get the pickup, able to get the drop down, capture. Oh no, the invisibility, right? Able to actually prolong the chase just a little bit. So, but oh man, actually the dungeon's actually quite far. So, oh no, it's actually right there. So Peter, oh my God, just the blink down, and there you have it, folks. That was actually kind of close here. Prospector's about to expire. And yeah, I think GG's gonna be called here. Again, they're just having fun, like you said. Might as well. You're on the big stage. And just show that the spinning effect. And lightning's also here.
So it looks like the prospector will be bleeding out. Feral Lady almost bled out and will be surrendering. 4-man elimination for Peter again for the second round.
Yeah, again, I still like the fact that Peter did not hold back. I know that Jala was there to have a little bit of fun, but you could see that Peter was very focused. He knew that all he had to do, the safest way there, was just to let them bleed out. And he did try to go for the pickup black hole, but Feral Lady, I forgot, yeah, she's invisible, can't get captured that way. But all's well that ends well if you're a Zeta survivor or a Zeta team. Peter able to get that 5-point game for his team.
So the only way for RT to get to round 3 is their hunter has to get another 4-man elimination. A lot of pressure. I mean, if we do look at the match stats, we can see the longest kiter was Lightning. I was gonna talk about Lightning's kite, but yes, we can see he has the longest hunter containment time at 98 seconds. And then the first chase was the Escapeologist. He only had a 38-second kite, so that was a very early down on Peter's side. And on top of that, he took advantage of the surroundings, the basement chair. And I would say the airplanes did such a good job when he was jetpacking to the basement, but he just had to bait out the cue ball. Just wait, just wait like a little bit, just 2 seconds, because the cue ball doesn't stay that much longer on the chair. So if he was able just to bait out that cue ball and just wait 2 seconds, he would have been able to get that rescue. But Hunter utilizing the cue ball incredibly well, getting him out of the basement. I didn't even know that was an option when he went to the corner and then released the aeroplanist.
Yeah, that also happens with Bloody Queen mirrors. Sorry, I had to mention Bloody Queen again. If you're able to like pop the mirror up like close, then you can teleport out of there. So I guess that's the same thing with basement that we did see here. Again, incredible awareness, right? With sharing the escapeologist at the basement, having a quick chase of the escapeologist, and then also sharing the baiting out the rescue from the basement, and also just getting rid of the aeroplanist. And yeah, I would say though, Lightning had a pretty good performance there. The most I was concerned with out of all the survivors was Lightning, because he was the prospector.
Yeah.
But it seemed like we had nothing to be worried about, chat. That prospector kind of cooked. So
He did.
All right.
I mean, all those wonderful flywheels and the magnets, he wasn't too concerned with stunning the hunter, just getting the distance that he needed. So each time he utilized this magnet, it was very useful and very well done on the prospector side. So we did unfortunately see an early first man elimination, but the prospector was able to buy a lot of time. But I think it did hurt the survivor side too much, as they were all at half health. Getting the rescue was incredibly hard. I would say the airplanist rescue also at half health, being able to get that rescue just in time, that was also very well done. So the players definitely have the skill.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
I
think it's like you said, just putting it together, having the reps, especially being on the big stage, having a coach to properly guide them. They have the skills. I think it's just really putting it together, and I know that this is a big opportunity for them, and it's a shame that group stage only lasts for 1 week. I wish it could last even longer, just so that these players you could see the evolution of the players that are in IVL or IJL, that they are getting better. And that was the survivor performance of Team RT. So now we're gonna flip the script here and have Yuzupon hunt for his survivors. Again, as you said, 5-point game. It's going to be a little tough here for Yuzupon, but he might as well just try to go all out and pick, I'd say, something that let's have some fun. Let's see what he can bring to the table. Let's have a specialty hunter. That's my wish for this matchup.
Yeah, and we also did see in the crowd when the screen was up on the players, all the fans had their phones up trying to take pictures. So a lot of ZETA fans in the crowd. Looks very exciting.
Which is crazy because ZETA is a Japanese IJL team, right? But they have a lot of fans over there at CN. So yeah, ZETA win. So dang, that just means that they have a lot of followers, a lot of fans. So RT's Yuzupon, hopefully, you come into this with the right mindset of just showing the world what you're made of. Bring out something out of pocket, like a peddler. I'm kidding, not. What's a hunter? I'm pretty sure chat's gonna say Bloody Queen. I would like to see an evil reptilian. I would love to see an evil reptilian. There's always that one Koa where I think there was one Koa also where an undead came out, but that was in the qualifiers though. It wasn't in the big stage.
Yeah, we do see a lot of preferential picks on the hunters because they do have some specialty characters. That's definitely a possibility. Yeah, still a lot of hunters left, a lot of choices left for Yuzupon. He can still choose meta hunters, but Peddler is available and he has played it before, along with the Nightmare, Clown, Wax, and Opera.
I guess Peddler would be the best choice out of Wax and Clown. I'm thinking,
or Opera if she's not banned.
Opera would be good. Yeah, Opera would be good if not banned. But once again, it's ZETA survivors here to just get one man out for them to secure the victory.
And in the international,
go for it.
In the international competition, last year ZETA made history being the first non-China team to win COA. And then RC made history to also be the first non-China team to win IVS. So a lot of changes and shifts in the international scene. I do believe that is also why ZETA also has quite a lot of fans, because it was the first. So we're seeing a lot of stronger Japanese team rising.
Yeah, true. I think the closest that happened, or though the Japanese division was able to actually make it, was Sun Sisters back when they were still together, but then they kind of disbanded. Some went to AXIZ, some went to ZETA, because that's when Alf and the Bonbon made it all the way. I forgot which team they were. I think they were up against GG. That was when GG won, I think. Don't quote me on that, chat. But I know that it was Sun Sisters. Don't. I literally said don't. I'm protected. Don't quote me.
Okay.
No. But yeah, that was the closest they got, and then ZETA really blew the doors open, and you saw in the montage, right, how Metu, everyone like in ZETA kind of in tears because that was a huge moment for them. So we have not seen back-to-back winners ever since the GR reign of COA 1-3. So could ZETA actually be that team, not just only the first IJL team to win, but also back-to-back in this day and age, in this economy, in this climate? I don't know. We'll find out. It's really hot.
But on to the picks and bans. We're going to see the hunter side will be banning out. Oh! So that does leave Opera available. But on the side of the hunter, he's going to be banning out the Doctor and the Forward.
Doctor and Forward. Interesting. With the Forward. Well, I guess because Lanternus is out of the way. Doesn't really mind if it's here. But wow, First Officer Enchantress pickup. Yeah, it's pretty strong. Enchantress can kite out Goatman, can provide a bit of support with an Opera Singer, can mess up her dashes. Seer is going to get the third ban out here from Yuzupon. So they still have access to a lot of survivors, and they will be going Meteorologist.
So Seer continuously stuck in ban jail. We're just waiting up for the fourth ban. We do have the Harasser ban, and we have possibly a Rescuer ban, but they already got the First Officer, so I would say a kiter or support. Lucky Guy ban as the fourth character.
I respect it. You know, having Lucky Guy being like a Swiss Army knife of a character, can go for stuns, can go for decodes. Yeah, I think Yuzupon did his best in terms of like trying to ban out what he could, but again, I don't really know what he's gearing up towards. And we get a dancer, first dancer, dancer in the group stage here.
Dancer, if she just utilizes her music boxes, if she just have them placed down early on underneath pallets, it's going to buy quite a lot of time for the hunter to break it. And also with utilizing her spins, she's able to kite pretty well in Sacred Heart Hospital.
Yeah, I could see, like, also in the hospital, if you put it like at a corner spot, it's gonna be so hard. The hunter's gonna have to walk all the way there just to break it. Ooh, this is gonna be a little tough on Yuzupon's side. So, a dancer pick. Gummy, what are we thinking here? What can Yuzupon play? With his existing lineup that you mentioned?
The strongest hunter in his existing lineup is the opera singer. So if she just quickly downs survivors, Enchantress won't be able to stack up on her stuns. First officer might be a little troublesome because you have to go after his after image when he utilizes that pocket watch. I would say opera singer because she's still one of the meta hunters and they did allow her to go through.
I agree. Opera singer in this map, I guess, is the most workable one for him to be able to get a lot of as much survivors out or back into the manor as possible, right? So it's still a tough choice because, as you pointed out, Enchantress, if she's chased first with a zero presence opera singer and in really good kiting spots, could be a little tough. First officer with the after image gonna be hard, but we're gonna go the Wu Chang, the Woo Woo. Let's go. How we feeling?
Wu Chang.
Yeah.
Debuting for the first time for Yuzupon.
Yuzupon, yes, because we got to give a shout out to Yum of X Team to bring out round one Wu Chang. Man, the bravery on that man. He tied it out, by the way. But Wu Chang in this, okay, I like seeing a Wu Chang, but I'm still very scared because we have a lot of meta survivors in this matchup. Enchantress has a stun at the start. There's a lot of walls. The Bell's not going to be good. I mean, if he goes to Blackguard and he just able to instantly hit survivors, that'd be all right. But yeah, Soul Siphon's going to be a little tough. I want to see a very aggressive Wu Chang here to see. I want to see an aggressive Wu Chang.
Bring the most aggression out as this could be their possible last game.
Yeah.
Need to get that 4-man elimination with Wu Chang. We're going to be taking a look at the spawn points. We'll definitely have one of the survivors inside hospital, it's the safest spot. We're gonna have the meteorologist there. Oh, the first officer in ruins. At front gate, the Enchantress and the female dancer off to the right. Hunter is gonna be choosing the left area for his spawn point.
Yeah, so he's probably gonna do a swoop of the hospital and try to go for either the dancer to get set up or maybe enchant. I don't know. It's gonna be a little tough, but we're going to see this Wu Chang has mobility. I wonder if he's going to bring insolence, or I wonder what build or persona build he'll be bringing, and the trait as well. Because if it's a blink, he wants to go conservative. But if he wants to go, oh man, like teleport, papers, any of that, just for more map control and to stop ciphers, be quite terrifying. But I like it. I like this, chat. Yuzupon going with the Wu Chang here. Gummy, talk us through the persona traits.
We can see 2 tide turners on the first officer and the meteorologist, 3 flywheels, 2 knee-jerk reflexes, and only 1 borrowed time. Interesting. On the side of the hunter, we got blink, detention, insolence, destructiveness, and berserker. I am Gummy here with Poch Spice bringing you the live commentary of this match.
Let's get some umbrellas in the chat because Wu Chang has made his way towards the hospital, and now Aeroplanist at second floor will be, just chilling there. We're not going to try to go for anyone, but he sees actually someone, there's scratch marks on the floor. Enchantress has to take this first chase here. Again, blink is the trait. We're going to go in white guard just to throw it towards this pallet. Let's see. Oh man, just walk right into that pallet though.
Pallet stunning the hunter earlier on. We can see she has 1 stun left to utilize. We're going to see KZNK dropping down that pallet so she could be able to vault it without spending too much time. Hunter forced to break this pallet as they can continuously loop around this area.
Yeah, the more he chases this Enchantress, has already built up a second stack here. We're already at the Blackguard form. Dolisu got a bit interrupted there with the Cypher. Let's see if we're going to actually break the music box. Able to break it, and now we have a bit of Cypher control in this part of the map. But as you pointed out, we drop a music box, we drop a pallet. This is going to buy so much time because it slows down the breaking speed.
And that's going to allow Dolisu to transition out. Hunter does have his umbrella, so he's going to be able to catch up quite quickly. She's all the way to the corner walls. Only has one window here to work with, so a little dangerous. Hunter blinks through and finally injures the first survivor.
Okay, this is good. The T-wall area isn't the strongest, but adding the music box can possibly do that. We try and go for a charged up hit, and now the down on Dolisu. Yuzupon gets his first down in the first 2 minutes of the game.
I would say very good job changing targets. He was going after the Enchantress, then she got a 2-stack. We saw the female dancer out in the open. She's in a very terrible kiting area, and he just utilized that to his advantage. She had to transition out, but we see the meteorologist coming in here for the first rescue.
Okay, we do have the umbrella here, and we just vault the window, able to get a quick hit with the Blackguard form, and now we're just gonna just focus on farming off a hit. You're able to actually injure the meteorologist. Totally fine, but this allows Dolisu to pull a bit of distance away from that Cypher that he was just working on.
Thankfully, it's not a double down situation, and she was able to rescue before half with that tide turner. Hunter's going to utilize his spell just to be able to stop her from vaulting this window. Oh, but the Enchantress will be able to still get the hit onto the female dancer just in time. And still, one more stun left for the Enchantress. She's going to be sticking around, getting yet another stun, gets the body block as well, and that's going to allow Dolisu to transition out.
All right, we're going to try to cut off the hospital area, but man, that Enchantress has already paid dividends with the lineup of the survivors. No bell for you, and she's just going to keep sticking around here, just siphoning off some stuns. He's going to need to have this in control, able to actually cancel the attack, and we're still chasing after Dolisu here.
She's going to be waiting around here at this pallet. As soon as she vault, Hunter's going to utilize the umbrella, get the soul siphon. Doesn't get the hit onto her, but that's okay. We still have more time. She's going to keep looping this area. She can't throw it on this pallet, so Hunter will finally be able to down her here for the second time.
Second time this dancer is on a rocket chair, but first officer already making his way towards the rescue. I think that's enough time bought. Kazuneko, though, he is going to get interrupted here as he tries to push this Cypher. Again, the T-wall area is possibly the best bet for this Wuchang since it's so hard for anyone to have a rebound kite. They're going to have to move on away, but we've already hit the pocket watch of this first officer. Let's see what's going to happen. Try to soul siphon. I like it.
Is already at the chair, so Hunter is just trying to mind game here. Does he get the soul siphon on the first officer? It looks like he didn't, so the first officer will still be able to get this rescue. She's about to go back to the mentor, is able to get the rescue just in time, and the body block.
Yeah, Shinami, excellent. Oh, it's that. Well, they split up in the perfect angle there, but now just try to focus on Dolisu. He knows someone's trying to go for this Cypher. He's gonna have to chase out Shinami, so gonna change targets here. Let's see if he could try to go after Dolisu, because Dolisu once again, the survivor's trying to heal up over there, but yeah, might need to chair first before he tries to change targets.
We'll be able to chair this first officer for the first time. 3 injured survivors, but that last Cypher machine so close. But at the same time, the Hunter has chaired the first officer on that last Cypher machine. They are able to get the heal off of the Enchantress. KZNK in the area trying to work on that Cypher and trying to get a backdoor rescue by Hametu.
Hametu does get the bell, but now, yeah, they're still working on Cyphers and trying to pressure this rocket chair. So far, drops the umbrella down, stops the efforts of Kazuneko, and now we get it down. They trade off here, but at least we prolong the game just a little bit. We're going to try to soul siphon, but you leave Kazuneko to self-heal next to the primed Cypher.
Hunter going back on this first officer. He still has one more pocket watch to utilize. So many survivors in this area. They are starting a new last Cypher machine. Doesn't get the hit onto the Enchantress. She has 1 stun left to work with.
Oh, wow. And just use that stun just to make another rotation around this pallet. Pallet mind games. No more flywheel, by the way. So we have already used up the no self-heal just yet at 79%. So we can go back, chair, but they already have their backup Cypher. So ZETA really ramping up the offense here up against Yuzupon.
First officer has been healed back up, so he can definitely come in for this rescue. Hametu also pressuring the Hunter. Hunter is going to be looking at the Cypher machine, does send the umbrella towards that direction, but he is going to be camping this chair and Cypher.
Okay, man, they're just attacking him on all angles here. Shinami is here, but we have Hametu about to get that rescue going. So note that the meteorologist does not have borrowed time, so they just need to pop it and push for the end game, and that's what they're gonna do.
Yeah, with only one borrowed time on the side of the survivors. Wonderful wind push by the meteorologist. Hunter changing targets. Shinami trying to open up that front gate area. Hametu in the middle.
Uh-oh, Hametu does have a 3-stack to work with. We're going to try and teleport. No, Hametu still holding on to it. Gets the 3-stack. They're going to try to push this exit gate open, but Yuzupon knows that Shinami unable to rock the pocket watch in time, so he can actually... Oh no, he's able to do it as he tried to soul siphon. Able to go for it. Unable to get the hit. Oh, got the hit, but the pocket watch is still going to allow him to open up the gate.
Gate opens up just in time, but he falls in front of the open gate. We can see 3 survivors already at back gate. Exit gate is open, and that's a 3-man escape for ZETA survivors.
You gotta give it up to Yuzupon, but ZETA survivors were not playing around. They want to be the reigning, defending, and still champs of Call of the Abyss, and an incredible performance. But I would have to give my kudos to Yuzupon for giving us that Wu Chang match. And you rarely see a Wu Chang, especially in this big stage, but I'm glad he played the Hunter that he wanted to. It's quite close, could have gotten a tie, but he was still able to get a 1-man elimination.
Yeah, what the survivors did incredibly well was that after that they were all injured, they made sure that at least one survivor was at full health. So then the Hunter either injures that full health survivor and then they can get that rescue, or they're going to get that free backdoor rescue. So very good play. On the side of the Wu Chang, I think what he did really good was change targets, seeing the female dancer was in a very vulnerable area. But the Enchantress just bought so much time with those stuns, and it just gave them the advantage that they needed.
Yeah, good decision making on the side of Yuzupon, knowing when the chase wasn't working out well, switching to the dancer, and then unfortunately there were just so much people swarmed in that area. He had to switch back to the first officer, or switch out from the dancer to the first officer. And yeah, the Enchantress had an amazing time just kiting and also just providing that support. Yeah, Enchantress being in that lineup really didn't work in favor of the Hunter. But yeah, it was only round 2, so unfortunately couldn't ban out that Enchantress. Still, props to Yuzupon for bringing out the Wu Chang, but the match goes to ZETA Division.
Right, if we look at the stats here, Hametu does have the highest Hunter containment time at 112 seconds, and the second highest Hunter containment time is going to be the 84 seconds by the female dancer. Thankfully, with the Enchantress's help, was able to prolong that second chair before she was chaired once again.
Yeah, incredible performance on Hametu's side. Actually, incredible performance on ZETA Division. Gotta give it up, guys. Give some love and support and some green hearts for RT performing their best, going up against the COA champs, not backing down till the very end and fighting till the very end. And it will go to ZETA. They're still undefeated in the group stage, but Gummy, their next match is going to be up against MRC, and that's going to be an interesting one.
Right, MRC and ZETA have been performing incredibly well. They are the top 2 in their group stage, so we'll be able to see the best going against the best to see who gets that first place in the rankings.
Yeah, and unfortunately, this was the last performance of RT. Shoutouts to Yuzupon for bringing out the Wu Chang and also his Hermit, just specialty Hunter picks, right? And also the survivors of RT, that being Jala, Lightning, Baby Top, and Six. Again, this is their debuting Call of the Abyss, so just props to them for giving us an amazing performance. They're only getting better. We saw some moments of brilliance, right? They just need to put it together, and hopefully they stick around as a team, because I'm pretty sure we would see them in other stages like IVT or other qualifiers leading up to Call of the Abyss.
Yeah, I mean, I would say very good job. We had some highlight moments for Lightning with that Prospector play. And I would say the last Wu Chang match was also pretty good. Just wasn't able to get that advantage because that Enchantress just was harassing him too well. And then that birdcage area is just so strong. She's just waiting at the outside. And the female dancer, as soon as he picks her up, is going to be able to down her. But first, let's take a look at the highlights.
増やしたね。3位。壁するわ。
マイキュー。今。
本体が正面やったから。
And there you have it, folks. The highlights of round 2, first and second half. And you kind of heard also in RT, they were kind of having fun with it. I think they knew it was their last match. They might as well make the most out of this group stage. And yeah, once again, shout outs to Yuzupon for bringing us the Wu Chang. And that was courtesy of the respect ban on the Peddler that ZETA did not want to face in this matchup. So kind of shows that ZETA really locked in and they want to be able to come out of their group stage on top. They didn't hold back. Again, they respected RT that much. Even though it is their debuting COA, they still went all out, which I feel like RT, one of the big or silver linings of this is that they learned a lot and gained a lot from this experience.
Yeah, I mean, some clippable moments I would say was Jaila as the feral lady, just waiting for the prospector to bleed out, just continuously circling around. Playful moments, I think.
Playful.
Yeah, is just, it creates good memories. Next time you can talk about it. And hopefully, as you mentioned, we'll be able to see RT in the future, seeing how they've continuously get more experience, hone their skills. Would be nice.
Kind of ironic, Jala being the main hunter, but he was the survivor there, and he spun around. Because I feel like if he was the hunter and he saw that, he's like, no, I'm not gonna give you mercy, dude. Like, I'm not gonna give you dungeon. Works in quick match, but this is more than rank, dude. This is called the Abyss. Again, cheeky, playful moment. Gotta give it up to Jala. Gotta give it up to the survivors of Team RT for giving us an amazing performance. But ZETA, I don't think we even have to have a discussion on this because I feel like Peter is gonna get MVP. However, I feel like that Enchantress kind of deserves a highlight there. And in the first match as well, what was the survivor that kited really long?
First match.
Yes, the first match that was
Lanternist.
Lanternist. Yes, that one was so long. But I believe, I don't know if the deduction, thank you. Fast memory. Memory of a goldfish here for me. For Lanternist though, she unfortunately got sent back to the manor. I don't know if that's gonna add to the deduction, or at least minus deduction, even though it had the longest containment time. But yeah, I would like to see a survivor MVP, but I don't know. Peter was kind of undeniable here.
Yeah, I mean, from what we've been seeing, if the hunter usually gets a 4-man elimination, they just get best deduction. And here, Peter, fortunately, got a 4-man elimination both rounds. So we can't expect him to.
There you go.
And there we go.
Heck yeah.
Congratulations.
Peter, dude, 3 best deductions. And how many matches have they had? 3. He's always the MVP. Yeah, it's crazy. He's always been consistent MVP for his team. Man, I don't know. I'm pretty sure there are others. I think Dong Shen also in FPXEQ. The only survivors that I remember is Nyan of AXIZ getting the MVP and Maiken of FL getting survivor MVPs. But so far, it's all been hunter MVPs.
I mean, I'm thinking maybe we need to put 2 different categories, one for hunter, one for survivors. So because survivors definitely do need to, I mean, they also deserve some praise because you can't have only one.
So
we have to have both
about this
sides.
Too.
Yeah.
But remember that match with ACT and FPXEQ where it was tie up until the end, which Dongshen got the victory, 5-point game. So in that, are you supposed to have a survivor and hunter MVP, or I just feel like if it's the same scoreline, or if it, I don't know, I would really like to see more survivor MVPs. I think this COA has been very hunter sided.
Yeah.
Again, it just shows that we're survivor mains, right?
Oh, well, we exposed ourselves.
Oh, we did. But chat, you gotta trust, right? Like, I think that would be cool. I think at the end though, there will be F MVP or survivor MVP. It'll be really cool to see that. But yeah, 3 matches and 3 MVPs by Peter. That's kind of wild. But yeah, I agree. Maybe there should be a survivor MVP too. Like if a winning team have So Hunter's always gonna get MVP. But anyway, we'll talk about that some other time as we head towards the
我是
interview.
陈小小，首先要恭喜 ZETA Division 获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天邀请到了 COA⅓ 还有多利苏来到采访，两位先来和我们大家打个招呼吧。
ZETA Division 勝利おめでとうございます。ではCOA⅓選手、ドリ選手自己紹介お願いします。
大家好，我是多利斯。
大家好，我是COA⅓。
欢迎两位选手，我们现场的粉丝依旧非常的热情。今天ZETA Division 2个8比1拿下。首先想要問一下我們兩位選手，今天打下來覺得自己的狀態如何呢？
では本日8-1の点数差を2回取れてて、自分の調子だったりチーム全体の調子をどういうふうに評価したいですか？COA⅓選手からお願いします。
そうですね、やっぱりこの勝利は自信につながったのかなっていうふうに思います。
就是我们今天的这场酣畅的胜利，可以对我们的自信有一个非常不错的提升。
那多利苏選手呢？
ではドリ選手お願いします。
そうですね。特にサバイバーになっちゃうんですけど、サバイバーはまだ3逃げがなかったんで、この試合で3逃げを2回取ることができて、ここから調子が上がっていくのかなというふうに感じました。
因为我们到今天为止，之前还没有过3跑，今天然后拿了2个3跑，觉得确实我们这个整体的状态有个提升。
今天能够感觉到大家状态非常好，以及来到我们赛后采访也非常的蓬松和开心。那我们回到今天的游戏当中，首先第一个问题想要问到多利斯选手，在那一局的时候，想要怎么样利用幻灯师的技能去牵制到隐士这个角色呢？
ではドリ選手、第1ゲームで、どうやって幻冬師を生かして忍者に対してチェイスを伸ばそうとしてましたか？
そうですね、まず幻冬師と忍者のキャラ相性がどっちかっていうと幻冬師有利なので、とりあえず忍者が弾を出したらスキルを使うっていう感じで後出しでスキルを使うっていう感じのチェイスをしてました。
从角色的克制关系上来说，他觉得幻灯师是比较克制那个隐士的。然后呢，他可以等到对手去先手放那个动作的时候，他再做一个后手的这样的反应，所以对他来说比较有利。
主打一个敌不动我不动，也是很好的利用到了幻灯师这个角色的强势的点去进行牵制。那当时有注意到，在多利苏第一次上挂的时候，其实场上射下求生者的状态被打掉了许多，所以还是蛮想问一下COA⅓选手，大家当时在场上做了一些怎样的商讨，最后選擇說我們先把狀態給摸好，去運營整個局勢呢？
ではCOA⅓選手、1釣り目の時に結構多分みんなの健康状態が削れてて、その際に、持ち直す立て直すか暗号機の解読に収集するかの選択肢があったと思うんですけれども、どういうふうに選択したかを教えていただきたいです。
はい、確か庭師が分配の色を変えて2人で分配したらちょうど治療できるダメージになる分配だったんで、白目君がそれを判断して、治療っていう彼が判断をしてくれました。
就是希纳米选手的话，他就是判断到了，如果园丁去换一下那个电荷的颜色的话，就可以正好形成一个就吃一个治疗可以就是完整的吃完的这样一个状态，然后他去做了这个判断，然后通知了这个其他的队友。
所以在场上，希纳米选手做出了非常关键和及时的一波判断，让队伍能够把整个的状态调好，慢慢的运营出了一个3跑。那到了第2局的时候，想要先问到多利斯选手，有想过对面会出一手速闪之魂吗？包括说看到这个角色之後、大家做了一些怎样的準備去應對呢？
では第2ゲームでドリ選手、相手の白黒無常のピックを事前に予測できましたか？それに対してどういう反応をしたかを教えていただきたいです。
そうですね、白黒使いっていうのは知ってて、自分たち的にも相手が4釣り必須だったんで、どっちかっていうと攻めたキャラを出してくるだろうなっていう感じで思ってたので、どっちかっていうと白黒無常で出てきた時はやっぱねみたいな反応をみんなしてました。
他们知道对手的这个速闪是比较强的，然后在一个必须获取到4抓的这样一个局面下，那对面拿出一个比较有侵略性的角色也是很正常的。所以说他们看到他们对手选了那个速闪之后呢，他们觉得果然意料之中这种感觉。
所以其实，在提前就已经做好了准备，有预料到这样的一个角色，才能够说有备而来。那有注意到在局内的时候，监管者一直在换追，包括于说中期的换挂。想问到卡斯内克选手，那样的局面会是大家当时所想要看到的吗？
カツネコ選手、相手はそのゲームで結構ターゲットチェンジだったり、釣り替えだったりをしてたんですけれども、それはゼータからすると結構見たい盤面ですか？
そうですね、釣り替えは、白見君が、釣り替えさせまくろうっていう判断をしました。白見君がしました。
他说还是就是希拉米选手做出了就是我们这边的打法要尽量让那个监管去逼他的那个换追这样一个判断，然后去下了这个指令。
虽然刚才说了一大堆，我们没有听懂几个单词，但是我们能够听懂施纳米选手。看来施纳米在今天的比赛当中真的发挥了至关重要的一个作用。那今天的话，其实 Peter 选手也是完成了2场非常帅气的4抓。想要请我们的2位选手分别来说出一个他们在看的时候印象非常深刻，觉得他很帅的一个场面。
では本日ピーター選手の2回の4釣りに関して、一番印象に残ったシーンはどこですかとお二人からいただきたいです。
そうですね、2戦ともとてもうまかったんですけど、個人的には1戦目のフラバルがスキル精度完璧すぎたし、全部の救助シーンで DD を取るっていうもう最高なプレーをしてくれて、もう口がポカーンって開いてました。
就是2场呢都很帅，但是呢，他觉得喧嚣的话，可能因为技能释放的那个精确度实在是太高了，然后每次救援的时候都拿到了双倒，然后他在后面看着就惊讶的就张大了嘴，合不拢嘴。
非常恐怖如斯的一个喧嚣。那想问一下卡斯内克选手有没有什么印象深刻的瞬间呢？
ではカズノコ選手お願いします。
そうですね、ピーターいつもかっこいいんですけど、今日はもう眩しすぎてかっこよすぎて眩しかったですね。もう2試合とももうちょっとつけれないですね、僕には。はい、もうどっちもすごかったです。
Peter 呢，他一直都是一个非常厉害的选手，都很帅。但今天的他就是卡斯内克觉得特别的耀眼，2场比赛都是非常的完美，他没有办法选出更帅的那一场。
这2场比赛在他心目中都是排名第1的，真的非常的厉害。今天我们2边阵营也是双向奔赴了嘛。那我们这一次小组赛还剩下19号的最后一场比赛要面对到 MRC， 这一场其实就是我们小组第1的争夺之战了。所以还是特别想要问一下2位选手，对于这一场比赛他们会有一些什么样子想说的话呢？
では最後にあと1戦対 MRC の試合で多分グループ1位を競う試合になりますけれども、その一戦に対してどういうふうに準備したいとか、自分に言いたいことはありませんかという質問をお二人からいただきます。
そうですね。最終戦 MRC 戦で1位が決まるっていう試合なんですけど、試合に勝つのはもちろん目標なんですけど、個人的にはバイル選手の4釣り記録の継続を止めたいので、サバイバーでいい結果を残したいなと思ってます。
首先他们肯定是想去尽可能去争一下这场比赛的胜利。然后呢，他个人的话，因为白鹿选手有一个一直在4抓的这样一个记录，他想挑战一下，去尝试终止这样的一个记录。
那我们可以期待一下多利斯选手和白鹿正面的一个对撞了。那卡斯内克选手有什么想说的吗？
ではカズネコ選手。
じゃあそうですね、僕はその4釣り記録を止めるなんかいい感じのプレーする感じの人になります。じゃあ。
他说他想成为也能够就是为这个终止这个连4抓记录的，就是这样一个举动出了一份力的这样一个成员。对，
懂了。那感觉我们从现在开始就可以期待，到时候我们求生者阵营面对到 MRC 的时候，狠狠操作的名场面了。那下面的话，刚才相信我们2位选手就算带着耳返，也听到了我们现场粉丝的热情。也请我们2位选手把耳返摘下来，然后对粉丝说点什么，再来感受一下我们现场粉丝的热情吧。
では多分先ほどイヤホンをつけた状態でも皆さんの歓声を聞こえてたと思うんですけれども、ではこれから片耳のイヤホンを外して でリアクションを聞くためにでそれから何か一言ファンへお願いします。
はい。こんにちは。
いつも応援ありがとうございます。
谢谢你们一如既往的支持。
我们现场粉丝的热情真的是太给力了，那也是感谢大家一直以来支持 ZETA Division， 感谢两位来到赛后采访，再一次恭喜 ZETA Division 获得了本场比赛的胜利。接下来马上要进行的是今天的最后一场比赛，让我们稍事休息，马上回来。
この俺たちを止めてみろよ。
こんにちは，大家好，我是 GR 的林次，第一次打深渊，很兴奋，很紧张，然后希望大家都加油。
探索深渊的冒险充满危险，但也可能带来无限可能。让我们有请日本赛区 AXIZ Wave 战队登场。欢迎 Lim、Takako、Atto、Nyan、Kakiri、Kakaka、Monopi。让我们有请中国大陆赛区 GR 战队登场。欢迎霍流星、赤红、阿策、严谨、卡梦、子铁、林次。
Ladies and gentlemen, it is main event time. AXIZ Wave versus GR. Gummy and Potch Spice at your service for this matchup. The first match ended in a 2-0, but Gummy, how you feel about this one? Are we gonna go the OT? Are we gonna just go BO3? What's the vibe here?
AXIZ and GR are currently both top in their group rankings, and this is just going to solidify their position. We can see the map ban picks have been chosen. AXIZ is going to be choosing the Lakeside Village as their first map choice.
You didn't answer my question. How long do you think this match is going to be?
I mean, this is going to be
the
best of best.
Okay.
Against each group. As long as none of the survivors or the hunters makes any mistakes, or if they both make it on the same side, we're going to be seeing a very even match. So possibly long match. Yeah.
Lock in, guys. Cancel your plans tonight because we're gonna go all the way OT, BO4 maybe. But we're starting things out in Lakeside. AXIZ Wave choosing this. Usually, picks Lakeside, loves Moonlit, just doesn't like Ever Sleeping Town or Chinatown. Always bans that out. Meanwhile, GR though, they like Ever Sleeping Town, Red Church. They often pick also Lakeside. So not sure. We did see also a mirror match of Goatman when it came to Jin versus, I believe, the match he was up against was against X Team. Yes, Yum. Oh, wait, no, Wolves. Sorry, Chongai. So again, storied history. Leader of the group of death. Both these guys are vying for that top spot to just be on the top of Group B. So I don't know how you guys are, the apples that you did put, but you guys got to lock in with us because I'm pretty sure, it's going to be a clash of IVL versus IJL and no one's going to hold back here.
Yeah, so we saw AXIZ going against GR. They won within, GG, sorry, in 3 rounds. AXIZ going against Wolf. It was pretty close. They made it all the way to the 4th round and they had to calculate the time and the minutes of the match. Then we saw AXIZ going against X Team and they were able to get the win in 3 rounds. So far, AXIZ has won all of their games and today is their last match. For GR, they went against X Team and won within 3 rounds and against Wolves in 3 rounds. So far, they've only played 2 games and today is their 3rd match.
Yeah, and their last match will, I believe, be up against GG. And last night's performance, it was GG versus Wolves, and GG actually won that match. So we're going to move things along here. Introducing the team, you got Lim, Takako, Atto, Nyan, Kakiri, Kakaka, and Mono P for AXIZ. Meanwhile, GR, MLX, Red, AC, Jin, AK, City, and Zero to round out Team GR. And I have to say, AXIZ Wave Survivors coming up first here, meaning Jin is going to be hunting. He's been up there in the conversation. He's been in the group chat with Bailu as one of the most dominant hunters out there. So hopefully AXIZ Wave Survivors will be ready for this. We're going to start things off with Atto.
We can see he brings out the Lucky Guy and the Doctor. Doctor, with her recent buff, she's able to utilize those 2 potions and makes her a very viable pick in the tournament scene. We have been seeing her being banned out quite a lot, and we also saw her in the previous game.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if he'll be bringing that out. If anyone's going to be like being baited to bring out the doctor, then Hullabaloo is going to be coming on in. Has the lucky guy, has the doctor, use the aeroplanist, novelist, prisoner. Atto actually has a lot of characters that he does play. So trust that he will fill out whatever position he needs to do. As we move on to Takako, main rescuer of this team, 8th in overall escape rate, loves the first officer, loves the mercenary, has a patient, and also has a gravekeeper. Sorry, not mercenary, mechanic.
Right, we don't really see the rescuers also taking the decoder role, but yes, he is known for his mechanic. Already played her 3 times during the group stage, so when he takes that mechanic role, we'll see another survivor take up that rescuer role.
Chat, who's a mechanic main? Are you guys also rescuers by heart? If so, you might vibe well with Takako. Let us know in chat. As we move on to Mono P, we saw how energetic he was in the previous matchup. All smiles, and he was giving a chant to AXIZ Jayo, AXIZ Jayo. So hopefully y'all can spam that in chat. I think he celebrates a lot when they're able to get that. We're able to escape earlier than against GG. So Monopi, Gardener, Escapologist, Puppeteer, just an overall good kiter and good teammate.
And lastly, Nyan, we do see he takes up the harasser role quite often with the Antiquarian and the Enchantress. 6th in Hunter containment time at 77.95 seconds. So being able to harass and contain the Hunter for quite a long time.
Also, take note, this is one of the 2 Survivor MVPs with his Antiquarian. He was able to kite 188 seconds up against Yum's Ivy in Arms Factory. He was kiting by faith and not by sight, chat. You gotta check that out. I was with Kuro when we talked about that. So incredible performance by Nyan, and all courtesy of Toki, a former rescuer main, I believe, back when Sun Sisters or Axis Wave was when he was still performing in that team. So that rounds out the Survivor side of Axis.
And for the Hunter side, we will most likely be seeing Jin coming out here, well known for his Hullabaloo. Peddler was played the most during the group stage. We can see his stats are quite high here. 4th in the average elimination rate, 3rd in average deduction points, 3rd in average
knockdowns.
Wow.
Yes. Just incredible stats. It's a lot of knockdowns. He is a very violent hunter. He would really like to go for a lot of knockdowns. Jin, though, has brought out the Goatman and Peddler. Those are the 2. But he also has a Hullabaloo, also has a Qist. And here is Super Q as the coach of the team to be able to round out this, the first two, the coach and the hunter of GR. I don't expect any other hunter to come in for GR, but I can expect Jin to really gun for the 4-man elimination and just really set up his team for victory here.
So the best of the best in their group.
Sorry, I was laughing because I saw a girl like eat potato chips like in the crowd. So I mean, I would love to be there, but I would really like a heads up, like just for the cameraman to know when the camera is panning. Because what if I'm eating? What if I'm yawning? Oh, what if I'm picking my nose? I don't know. So you guys, if you're attending these type of events, you gotta make sure that you know your angles just in case the camera comes in. But yeah, sorry. Have your potato chips ready, chat.
Yep. Or maybe she wanted that angle, so she's just holding the potato chip in her hand the entire time, waiting for the camera angle and then biting in.
I guess, because but when she saw it, she's like, sorry, I just saw it again now. But again, chat, you got to stay alive, or at least make sure that you cheer for your favorite teams in the chat, or if you're at the venue. So pick some bands, Antiquarian, Seer out of the equation.
They are not being released from ban jail anytime soon. On the Survivor side, they will be able to secure the first officer and the puppeteer, so they'll have that sturdy rescuer and their sub-rescuer.
Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of waves in chat, by the way. So hopefully y'all are... I see Blues is in chat, Kara's in chat. Shouts to each and every one of you. Give some crowns for GR since they have that as their logo, and also some waves for AXIZ. Now, as you mentioned, First Officer, Puppeteer, and now Archer really bolstering their lineup, preparing for that Goatman that Jin can bring out.
We can see the Hunter did ban out 2 harassers, so they're at least going to be able to secure that Archer with the Lucky Guy as the 4th ban on the Hunter side.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, so this is kind of taking a page out of AK's book. It was AK that kind of brought out the Perfumer, but now it's Atto that's going to bring it out. Again, Perfumer with the recent changes. Perfume can last long because you have that mini shield to work with. So this is the lineup we are running with. Note, as you mentioned, Goatman is going to be available. Peddler is available, but I don't think we're going to see it this early on. QS and Hullabaloo are also an option. Not to mention, I always have to bring this up because this is kind of a safety. If you're going to use Archer in the group stage, got to be careful because the Ivy can't come out.
Right, just waiting for the Hunter to make his decisions. This is Lakeside Village, so a Hunter with lots of mobility. We've seen Goatman being brought out quite a lot. Gets those eliminations, has a very high elimination rate in this map. And we also do have, I don't think we've seen QS on Lakeside all that often. Not very often, or not at all.
Yeah, I agree. It's usually like Opera Singer, Goatman. I think maybe that was last year we saw Ivy in this match, But yeah, it's usually those 2. So possibly, you know what? If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Don't change the wheel here. Yeah, gonna go with that Goatman. He has performed quite well in this type of matchup, and AXIZ Wave has to be ready for Jin. I do think Chongai had a stronger Goatman when they went head-to-head, but Jin was still able to, I believe, get a 3-man elimination. Chongai able to get a 4-man elimination. So it's still something to not look past here, as they did do their picks and bans accordingly because they have the Puppeteer to tank a lot of hits, Archer to provide that support, Perfumer, hopefully get some good perfumes to be able to use that skill, and you just have that First Officer just in case you need that rescue.
So a pretty sturdy team comp on the Survivor side. They have all the roles delegated to them as needed. Just waiting for the picks and bans stage. Oh, no, not the picks and bans. The spawn points.
Yes. Look at that. Boom. Courtesy of technology. AR coming in here. Wow. Okay. Actually, I thought that they were going to surround the Hunter. They might do that. Okay.
They are, yeah.
They're just right there. Jin, please. We left the spot open for you. Just chase our Perfumer here at Big Boat, and everything will be all right. I promise.
Yes,
I don't know if he's gonna fall for it. He's gonna chase the Puppeteer out of the small boat.
So we'll be able to lock the Cypher Machine where the Perfumer currently is at, and yeah, the Puppeteer is the closest, and we can see the First Officer is off to the very safe bottom area, very far from the Hunter.
The big rock area, yeah. So we'll see how they're going to try to make this rotation happen. Quite the unique spawn, because you usually want to be able to kind of secure that the area where the small boat is at. But Super Q and Toki shaking hands as we head towards the Persona web. Let's take a look. Peepers, trump card, detention, and a bit of wanted order on Jin's side. Meanwhile, Survivors, it is going to be a Tide Turner, Perfumer, and First Officer. We have a full kiting build on the Archer, and you have Knee-Jerk Reflex and Borrowed Time on Monopi's Puppeteer. So folks, let's lock in for Game 1, first half. That's Gummy. I'm Potch Spice. We're your commentators for this match.
Hunter spawning near Little Boat, making his way towards the middle. We can see the Puppeteer is rotating out, and Hunter going towards Monopi and Nyan.
Yeah, Monopi, no, does have Borrowed Time, does have Knee-Jerk Reflex, but does not have Flywheel, so not a full kiting build. It was actually delegated towards this Archer, but seems like we do get a bit of damage onto the Puppeteer just to gain a little bit of presence, but this is what's scary about Jin. He's gonna change targets, and it seems like Ato is gonna face the Wrath. No, we actually double back, and we're back towards the shack area where Nyan is. He's tiptoeing around because he knows there is a heartbeat. Do you really want to chase a full kiting build Archer? It seems like he's still going in and around, and now back to the Puppeteer we go.
Unable to find the desired survivor is going to be going right back to the Puppeteer. Second puppet for him. Try to utilize the Undaunted. Didn't work out, so he's going to utilize his last puppet. Was able to make it to this pallet. Oh, Hunter's going to be able to cage him. Trying to break this cage while his puppet form is available. Okay, good mind games going right through.
We can actually go for an uncaged hit since he actually used a lot of the puppet form. We've unlocked the first presence, and now we are able to actually chair at the center here. Again, peepers, you want to be able to kind of drop them towards areas where they're going to actually come in, or towards the ciphers. And Ato out of Cypher now, and we'll try to get this rescue. We're going to get a chip damage going on, so at least we injure the Perfumer.
She is able to, oh, she's waiting this out. She's going to utilize her perfume just to buy a little more time on that chair. Hunter double caging just in case the first one does expire. A little bit of mind games here. We'll be taking the normal hit and getting the rescue before half with Ty Turner.
Big injuries onto the Perfumer, and now we cage off the Puppeteer. Little Lewis is going to come out to possibly tank some of these hits. So far, good body blocking as well on Jin's side. Just to buy enough time. We're going to get another cage, but another puppet form is going to just buy a little more time. Still waiting out the Tide Turner, but the last effort in time for the downing of this, the second down of the Puppeteer.
So Puppeteer chaired for the second time. We still have first officer with Ty Turner that can go in for this last rescue. We can see 2 Cypher machines will be completed. Third Cypher machine 67, 19 and 27 on the remaining 2.
Sorry, 6-7. But anyway, we out here, chat. Anyway, Takako, as you said, will come in for this rescue, able to utilize the pocket watch. Nyan is also here, so you got to be very careful. He can actually try to cage off the Cypher, but he's considering it, really using the resentments very well. The pocket watch is going to get rocked. We're going to put a cage here just for Mono P, but man, this is going to be a little tough. Puppeteer, really the main focus on GR's Jin here. And we're caging off the pallet just so we can get a swing onto him outside. Excellent usage. This is going to be the last chair, but we do have an Archer. We can actually cage the Archer off just so she can't try to go for a harass, but it seems like Jin is going to maybe go for a hit onto Nyan.
Does get the laceration and is able to get the chip damage onto the Archer. Hunter is just going to allow the lacerations to get to 100% stun so that he'll be able to chair this. Oh, but the Archer not leaving the Hunter's side, making sure to try and prolong this Puppeteer's life a little bit longer.
2 cages, so you're gonna have to break that, and now we're able to actually share. Beautiful usage there, build up the resentment, and let's see if he's gonna go after Takako next, since Takako is in the area. First elimination onto Mono P.
Is able to utilize his pocket watch just in time. A little bit of back and forth here. Needs to make to utilize the pocket watch while the Hunter's close. Is able to get the second usage of that pocket watch. Hunter still trying to figure out where the main body currently is.
Yeah, and one more rock of the pocket watch, but he was out of radius, so now we're able to get the hit. Takako not going back for a pallet stun, but we continue chasing. Injuries are racking up, but no half injuries just yet, so it's still all good. We still have usage of trump card, by the way. Gonna get caged. Takako double cage here, gonna get that hit. First officer, unfortunately, really injured and no items for him to use.
Will be blocked off by the cage. I would say great positioning on that cage so that he can't access that pallet. He was forced to break it while the Hunter was in attack recovery, wasn't able to break it in time. Will be able to chair the first officer for the first time, but 4 Cypher machine completed. Last Cypher machine is primed.
Yeah, and we're looking at it. It's the first officer that has borrowed time, so this rescue, once they rescue, just try and go for the pop, but he might try to go to a farm off hit. So let's see how they're going to play this one out. Still, trump card is available. We're going to get a cage, hit, pop, and now 3-person endgame. Jin fell for the bait. It's only the first officer that had the borrowed time.
Hunter's going to be able to cage this first officer once again. No items left. Exit gates not being open. Vaulted into the Hunter and will be able to down this survivor for the second time.
Second time, yeah. So second time onto this rocket share. We still have not changed out of peepers. We're split pushing the exit gate. Well, now one exit gate is open. We're gonna try to check double cage to see if anyone's there, and it's Atto that needs to be running away. We still have usage of the teleport, by the way. So Nyan is gonna focus on the backside gate, and now gonna be able to open it in time. Cage able to get it through. Cage, once again, we just go for the regular hit. So we might be out of position to get the rescue from this first officer, but it's all good. I think Atto can make this exit gate happen.
With the teleport now on cooldown, she's not going to force the rescue as he's quite far away. Instead, she's going to securely open this last exit gate, and as it's at around 90%, it does look like the hunter's cage isn't going to be able to reach her in time, and that will secure a one-man escape for the side of AXIZ for this first half.
Excellent back and forth on both sides. You got to give it up. The Archer really played really well for them to push for that 3-survivor endgame. But you really can't count Jin out. Even though it's a 3-survivor endgame, he just finds a way to just turn the tides to make it a 3-1 in his favor.
Yeah, and also a very good job in the mind games for the persona traits, because it could have been very dangerous if the hunter went for that perfumer instead, but it did get the immediate hit on the first officer, and the first officer was able to get back up, allowing the 2 survivors to go for each exit gate and allowing that at least one man escape.
Yeah, I was just thinking about a scenario where he actually hit the perfumer on the rescue, and then it popped and like, oh, I could just go for the first officer. That could have been a 4-man elimination. So
yeah,
if that was all part of the plan or it was just luck, AXIZ Wave will take it. At least they deny the 5-point game from Jin, and at least now the survivors of GR's side could just go really safe and try to just aim for that tie. But, I mean, if you're AXIZ Wave, right, with Kakiri, I mean, his first group stage performance brought out the Bonbon. I'm not sure if he wants to bring that out, because after that performance, he's been quite stable. And we talked about it before also. AXIZ Wave is kind of a slow starter when it comes to this group stage, right? They really ramp up second round, third round. So do you really want to afford that up against GR? As the match stats here, incredible performance once again on Jin's side. Yeah, I don't know if they want to be able to give that lead to GR, because GR is kind of stable all throughout the game 1 to 3.
And we did see the hunter containment time around 80 seconds on the puppet, and I think it was around 80 seconds on the first officer. Being able to finish up those Cypher machines and also getting the heal onto that perfumer, and she just has that chip damage so that she'll be able to get that endgame rescue. And if you also saw the Cypher delegation, they were able to finish up that ship Cypher machine, so the hunter did chair quite close to the shore area. Could have been dangerous, but they did pop that first, and then the last Cypher machine was across the map all the way to the opposite corner so that they'll be able to be prepared for that endgame situation.
Yeah, I'm also thinking the start actually was a little slow if you were Jin, right? You kept changing targets, you forced Mono P to use the puppet ability, and then you had to go back and circle back. So I think, you know what, they had a really good start and the good spawn locations, and as you pointed out, the Cypher delegation was really good for them to push for that end game. So yeah, AXIZ Wave, I'd say, all things considered, moral victory, yes, but I think they're quite sharp and they know what's at stake, and they know the plan to try just counter what Jin brings to the table. And if it's a 1 survivor out, they'd gladly take it. At least it's not a 5-0 and it's not as devastating of a point difference.
And since it was also AXIZ's map choice, being able to get that one-man escape in against the meta hunter is very important. We've been seeing meta hunters get 4-mans left and right. We want to avoid that situation. So I would say moral victory for AXIZ survivor side, at least securing that one-man escape.
Yep, and we are going to talk about that in a bit as we introduce the first survivor for Team GR, AK, the in-game leader, the kind of one of the foundations of GR survivors, right? They've changed back and forth, but he's always been a constant presence. And as you can see, he had a doctor, he had a patient, also perfumer, cheerleader, fire investigator. They're quite creative with their survivor lineup.
Yeah, next we see AC. He plays the Toy Merchant and the Gardener. Toy Merchant very good in Lakeside Village, especially when she's around the ship area and she utilizes a catapult so that survivors can get onto the ledge or the boat area much faster. So I would say pretty good support character, does play and also takes the kiter role quite often, and the sub rescue with that puppeteer.
Yeah, has the puppeteer, lanternist, gardener. So trust in AC to be able to kite it out alongside AK. But here we have City, the stunner of the group. Average deduction point at 8,000 plus. And average containment time above 60 seconds is what you want to see. City also has used the Enchantress the most. Coordinator second. Also brought out a prisoner, an archer, and also a lanternist.
So you can definitely count on him to be able to play all the harasser characters. I would say very useful for the team, especially if they just need to buy more time. And this is our last Survivor 0, taking the rescuing role
job,
with the mercenary and the first officer. Average rescues at 1.17, 7th place, and escape rate at 67%, 6th place.
Yeah, I guess he's one of those survivors that, well, because he is the rescuer, right? He's not really prioritized as the hunter, or for the hunter. Usually gets the last rescue, Cypher pops, then he's off to the exit gates, and he's trying to secure at least an escape or 1 or 2 escapes for his team. Those are the survivors of GR, but now we got to introduce the first hunter of AXIZ wave, being PP Cha. Oh, sorry, wrong notes. Kakiri, my bad. PP Cha, wrong FL. Anyway, Kakiri.
Yes.
Kakiri and KKK being the 2 hunters. Kakiri coming out in round 1 to 3, and KKK coming in clutch. Kakiri known for meta hunters, so I don't think we're gonna see anything too crazy come out from his selection here.
We need to ensure at least a tie with that 3-man elimination. If he can get that 4-man elimination to give AXIZ the lead, that would be optimal. But I'm seeing a similar trend here. I would be expecting the Goatman just to be able to get those eliminations on the survivors.
Yeah, I could see this kind of happening how the Wolves match went, where Chongai was able to just have another Goatman performance up against Jin, and they just go back and forth with that in round 1 at least. Round 2, we're going to open it up a little more with the creativity of the survivors. I think, yeah, if I remember correctly, that was like a mirror match of mirror matches, because they chose exactly the same survivors and hunters.
I mean, you're going to choose the meta comp in both fractions, so it's completely understandable. They've definitely done their homework. They know what team and with what characters makes the best meta team comp, so it's completely understandable. We're going to see the Seer and the Antiquarian ban, similar to the first half.
Is this deja vu? Did we rewind here? What's going on, chat? Same Archer. Archer's coming up next. Archer and then Perfumer. Trust.
That's right. Follow the script.
Yeah, we follow the script. Ooh! Oh, yeah. Got me. Sorry, I'm at page 10. Sorry, we gotta go slower. My bad.
Yes,
guys, if you don't know, yeah, we're emailed a script early on, so we have to everything we say, even this, what I'm saying right now, it's part of the script. So yeah, Gummy, sorry, go read your script now. What's your line?
Oh, right. I was a little lost here, but the 4th ban is going to be the Doctor. We're just waiting for one more survivor side. If it is a complete mirror match, we're gonna see the Perfumer. Exact same team comp.
Just like what we predicted, like we have a script. What is going on? But yes, this is usually, like you pointed out, meta is it's that for a reason. It's a standard for a reason, because it's the most effective. And if a Goatman is coming out, this is the highest chance, or at least given the bans that were placed here, Seer, Antiquarian, Enchantress, and Doctor that are out, this is the best possible choices of survivors, considering this is also in their lineup of survivors, especially like AK with the Perfumer. You don't see that much Perfumer, but Atto with that Perfumer was the only one to get out. So the only thing that could change here is the spawn locations.
Right, the spawn locations, and the Hunter hasn't quite chosen his character. He did choose Opera Singer more than the Goldman, but they're about the same. Opera Singer came out 3 times, Goldman came out twice. This is quite a big map. So Goldman does have a little bit of an advantage with the cages, so that he'll be able to transition faster.
See, I like how chat thinks we're really smart. We're just following the script, chat. It's we think, oh, we can predict the future? No, I'm kidding. We try our best. We study really hard. Anyway, yeah, Kakiri can switch it up, can go with the goat man, which I feel like, yeah, he might. Oh, look at we're just predicting these things. Look at this, Gummy. Look
Right
at that.
on time.
Quick, give me
As soon
some
as you
numbers
said
for a
it.
lotto ticket. Give me some numbers for a lotto ticket. I need to buy one now.
I don't have the script for that, so unfortunately, I won't
darn
be able
it.
to help you out there.
That's okay, chat. But Goatman in this mix, I think, yes, the only thing that could possibly change is the spawn locations and maybe Kakiri spotting out someone else, if not the Puppeteer, because the Puppeteer could just tank so much hits. So maybe go, but then who else are you going to go after? It Perfumer has, if a Perfumer maybe has the biggest chance of error, because with the perfume being used, you could just hit her right away and gain some presence and just second hit her down quick. I really don't think maybe Archer would be the first chase. Also, how are we feeling about Persona? You think that the same traits are going to be brought?
I mean, if it's going to be the same, we're going to expect the Perfumer and the first officer to be bringing Tide Turner, but it's so close to being similar, but the
spawn someone at that
spawns are a
boat.
little different.
Let's see.
Just the character spawns are a little different. But yes, we have the same shape, the diamond shape in the middle. Hunter just needs to spawn off to the left, and we're going to get a mirror match.
Spoilers, Gummy. Like, hang on. But this is part of... Hey, there you go. See, what? Look at that. Gummy predicting the future once again. AK known to really want to take the first kite. Let's hope and trust, because this is a big change up already. Because if he goes straight and chase after Perfumer, we're not getting a Puppeteer first chase. It's going to be AK. And unfortunately, it's only Archer that can kind of support. So he needs to kite for as long as 3 ciphers just for them to be able to have a different type of outcome compared to how the first match went, because Hunter did kind of control, and then it only started to go in his favor once he was able to get once the exit gate war was happening. So handshake is going to happen. Let's talk Persona Web.
We're going to see 3 borrowed times, a full kiting bill on the Archer, 2 Tide Turners on the first officer and the Puppeteer. On the Hunter side, we see Blink, Trump Card, Detention, Rage, Wanted Order, and Hunter's Instinct. So since the Perfumer is spawning in the middle, she's not going to be holding the Tide Turner like they did in the previous match. I'm Gummy here with Potch Bites, bringing the live commentary of this match.
I've played these games before. Anyone watch Squid Game out there? Shout out to the Blues. It is going to be a mirror match, chat. Kakiri on the Goatman at the center, trying to look for the best possible target. We've seen how Chongai baited that false sense of security. These survivors need to be very careful to not get caught out here in the open. That Puppeteer was just decoding like nothing was happening. Like, yeah, I'm still decoding. Lower left side of the screen, didn't really care if the heart rate was going up. And now we're at the big boat. Completely different chase here. It is City, the Archer, that has a full kiting build that is going to go for this first chase.
Already dropping down, making the rounds, has a nice straight area here where she can land the arrow, will be able to get that 100% laceration and another 50 while going back towards the edge of the cage.
Oh my god, double lacerations here. Still unable to get the hit. Quite expensive here. Kakiri might have to actually eat that hit. And now we continue on here. We still have some arrows left. So let's see if City is going to be around this area. It's going to get blocked off to actually get towards the ramp. So now, let's see. Trying to go back and forth here. The backstep, but no, the blink down for Kakiri to get this Archer out of this chase.
It does look like 1 cipher will be completed, and we see Zero also in the area getting ready for this rescue. We're going to see her getting chaired here at the dock, so not the best area for the survivor, so he is coming in early, going to utilize that pocket watch.
Zero getting chased out here, needs to try and make his way towards this and get closer actually so he can rock that pocket watch again. He's unable to get in the vicinity, so now Zero able to make it in time. We're really playing with fire here as the Archer is slowly about to hit that halfway mark, but now able to actually get a non-cage hit. So first officer still in a good spot.
It looks like the Hunter is going to go straight back to this Archer, doubling back and getting the hit immediately. Archer trying to transition back inside of Big Boat as she would want to be chaired in a better area. Will be able to transition because of this Tide Turner and First Officer with only a chip damage instead of that half damage rescue that we normally see.
Yeah, we need to pop open some of these ciphers as the Puppeteer may have to take this next rescue to give chance for City to kind of kite it out or at least drag the Hunter away. But note that the flywheel has not been used just yet. And as you pointed out, in the shore area, it's an open space. This is what the Goatman wants, right? He wants to chase you down or like cage you down in an open space. AC being chased out here might be actually blocked out here by a cage, but it's okay. Little Lewis is on the case. Gonna try to break that cage and try to stall out this rescue.
Is going to be taking a chip hit instead, able to get the rescue just in time with Tide Turner once again. Hunter immediately caging the Archer. She's going to be utilizing her bow. Will be able to get the 100% laceration, but she's out in the open. She needs to get to a pallet. Hunter's going to be able to cage her immediately right away and will be able to get the hit onto her.
A little unfortunate there, but yeah, that's all the best you could do. I did get the 100% laceration. City doing an amazing job, and we're at the last cipher here at 45%. We don't have any backup ciphers. Trump card is still available. Teleport will be ready for Kakiri to get more map control. But right now, I like what they're doing. They're healing up just to prepare for the end game. First Officer does have that wanted order, though, so we snuck in a little bit of a glance as someone is actually moving towards the Big Boat. So that would be where the last cipher is at.
Puppeteer able to get that 25% heal on both himself and the First Officer. Hunter going towards AC, the Puppeteer, as he's making his way towards Shaq.
Yeah, this is going to allow maybe the Cypher to get some progress, but still no dice. It seems like AC will have to just take this kite, and now the Cyphers are moving. So Kakiri, noticing that, we're going to actually teleport towards the shack, not the Big Boat. My bad. This is where the last Cypher is at. Well, AK wanting to get that first chase. He's finally going to get it, but it's going to be a fully fed Goatman here that he has to go up against.
Oh, is able to outlast this cage. Hunter has quite a lot of resentment, so the next cage coming in right away, trying to cut her off towards the edge of this map, but hiding behind the little boat and that little area with that pallet.
AK doing an amazing job. That Cypher is the backup Cypher is about to hit 50%. He still has usage of his perfumes and still in a pretty good area here as long as he's hugging the pallets. Able to eat a chip hit, totally fine. He's still healthy enough to just prolong the chase to head towards the Big Boat. Uh-oh.
Can utilize the perfume, eats that hit, and will be back at the chip damage, making her way towards the second floor. Hunter going to be caging her off.
Okay, cooldown on perfume is all good. AK gonna use that just to transition away. We're gonna see possibly a backstep. This is buying so much time. We go back. We're breaking ankles here as AK drops down. Cypher is about to be primed. We've already spent the teleport, and now one more cage to get that hit. Totally fine. Let's see how they're gonna play out this end game because they have borrowed time. They're just gonna create distance here, and Kakiri finds himself in a 3-man end game.
He's going to be able to cage this perfumer. She's going to utilize the perfume. She has the damage block, but the Hunter's going to be patient, waiting it out. She's trying to make it to the edge, but doesn't make it to the edge. Is able to down this perfumer for the first time, but the exit gate already being opened up by the Puppeteer on the other side.
Teleport is going to be ready in a few seconds. I'm not sure if he's going to make it in time because he's going to have to chair, and that exit gate is open, meaning GR is going to secure the victory with a tied game.
Oh,
hang
on. The Hunter.
Oh, no. Oh, God.
He was trying to cage them, but they already escaped.
Oh, I got scared.
Yeah, it was close. Because it was the First Officer. He utilized his pocket watch, and then you saw the delayed image, but the main body was already out of there. So GR coming in very strong with the win in the first round. We expected the similar results, seeing the similar team comps, but extremely well played. I would say it did hurt the survivors that the Perfumer was chaired in that one corner, but also at the same time, there was no Cypher pressure, and they were able to get those rescues just in time. And the fact that the next chase was the first chair was the Archer, and the last chase was the Perfumer, but she had borrowed time, and she still had a perfume left. So then that just bought them just enough time to get to that exit gate, open it up, and teleport. Yeah, the cooldowns, just not enough.
So I think, if we talk about the difference of endgame, because they basically brought, they were able to bring it to 3-man endgame, right? It was the chair placements, like you said, because we're still able to check first. Chased out the, this is game 1, by the way. This is the first half. They chased out the Antiquarian out of that area with the 2 cages. Then we teleport to the back exit to down that other survivor. So leaving the Antiquarian unable to rescue the first officer in match 1. But here, AK bought so much time for them to be able to get ready for the back exit gate. And unfortunately, cooldowns were not in favor of Kakiri here, leading to a 2-2 matchup here. But ultimately, Jin getting the victory for his team in round 1.
Yeah, it was looking pretty good here. We were able to down the Archer pretty quickly with that 50-second containment time, but the Perfumer was able to kite the Hunter for quite some time at the shore corner area all the way towards the boat. Yeah, the Perfumer. And
yes.
And the fact that they popped the Cypher machines pretty quickly, but while teleport was on cooldown, didn't really give him another choice other than to just chair this Perfumer, because the teleport was on cooldown. It's not like you could just go to the exit gate.
Yeah, that's true. He had nothing else to do, but might as well chair while waiting down for the cooldown to finish. So yeah, I mean, it's as even as it can get, and it just came down to cooldown times and chair placements. You got to give it up to AK though. He had even though it was kind of quick in terms of his kite, it bought enough time. Also the Archer had sort of a first chase build because he didn't have any borrowed time, so he would gladly take that sacrifice just for his team to get a tied game. So GR played this really well. We're going to head towards match number 2, and I doubt that we're going to see more of these mirror matches. So let's look back at the highlights before we head to round number 2.
赢他，结果这个位置我发信号了，他在这种挂就行。
天外挂海测都别给他10秒，甲板地窖87，
我回去给海，不是，我刚才去海边给压力了，我想让他回来杀我。
18、17，
床位没有。
We've just completed the first matchup against AXIZ going against GR, where GR was able to get that win with that 2-man escape on the survivor side. I would say very exciting matches. We saw the mirror character choice on both the sides, a little bit different in the persona points. I mean, what are your thoughts of that first match?
Yeah, it really came down to the wire. I think the first early game to mid game, pretty much the same till end game, right? And it really came down to how long AK was able to kite as the Perfumer and the Cypher placement so that they're able to actually exit the back exit. Unfortunately, the end game that happened in Jin's side, the survivors were kind of forced to do a preemptive pop, and they weren't necessarily ready for that end game. At least they got one survivor out. So it really came down to the wire. Now it's going to be GR's map selection. Considering AXIZ, that was Lakeside. Lakeside was AXIZ's map choice. So GR could really put the pressure and ramp it up here as we head towards Leo's memory. Gummy, how do you feel about this map? Are you a fan of this map? Do you like snow?
Snow is nice. It looks very pretty. So yes. But yeah, I would say definitely in that last matchup, the significant difference was in the first half, they had to go for that rescue. So there was 2 survivors nearby the Hunter at that endgame situation. But in the second half, it was only the Perfumer, and they were already, the Puppeteer was already at the exit gate opening it up, so then they were able to speed things up, and all the first officer had to do was make it to that exit gate. Yeah, very well played. Excited for the second matchup.
Yeah, we're moving things over to Leo's memory, but last thought on one of my last thoughts on the first match would probably be they seem more comfy in the Goatman matchup. So maybe that's because they keep scrimming with Jin, and they made sure to know best possible ways of working around this Goatman. And I would say also chasing after the Archer at the start might have been a detriment since everyone had borrowed time. At the end, it was just luckily enough that they hit the first officer in round 1 for him to get popped up. But imagine that could have gone completely sideways if they hit the Perfumer in round 1 first half, because the Perfumer didn't have a borrowed time build. So now we're gonna move on. Leo's memory here. Looking at my notes, not really a pick that Axis Wave nor GR goes to.
So it is a trump card here. Whoa. As in no survivors or hunters or teams will be expecting this. They've been saving it for the best of the best, just to be able to show their strategy that they've been keeping hidden.
One thing Kuro brought up is Opera Singer on this map is very weak on 2-story with that windowed area. So Jin has more than an Opera Singer. I think maybe this is more to put Kakiri in the back foot. With his his hunter picks. Do you want to talk us through what Kakiri brings to the table here, Gummy, in terms of is that a hunter selection?
Yeah, we still have QS, Opera, Ivy available, so the meta hunters, and then for our non-meta hunters, we see the Peddler, Soul Weaver, and Bonbon. We saw the Soul Weaver, yeah.
Yeah, I think that was round 3, right? Yeah, if Kakiri and Specialty Hunter can, in the right circumstances, right? If he just needs a tie, Soul Weaver can come out, especially if it's like in Chinatown or in Arms Factory or something that he can bring up the webs. But as you mentioned, yeah, the meta hunters are still available. I wonder if he's gonna play into this Opera Singer. Because, yeah, Opera Singer has a hard time chasing at second floor in the factory area. So they might have a setup for it just in case if Kakiri brings out that Opera Singer. So will he bite and go for Opera Singer or bring out something else like Goatman is banned or the Ivy? Ivy and Leo's. I'm not
and
sure
also the Survivor side also gets 1 ban, so...
That's true. That's true. They could force the Opera Singer matchup or the Ivy matchup if ever. Hullabaloo, I'm not quite sure if they want to go that route because has Kakiri used the Hullabaloo in group stage? Would you happen to know in your notes?
Oh, which one?
Hullabaloo.
The Hullabaloo? No, Kakaka brought out the Hullabaloo in the regionals.
Ooh,
but we only saw Kakaka play once.
And it was Hullabaloo.
No, it was Peddler.
Okay. Oh, they're in regionals. Okay, got it.
Yeah, in regionals, yeah.
But
I think we need
is not there. Sorry.
Yeah. I think we need to shout out AK's hair. Like the pink and then the bottom blue.
Okay, I don't know much about hair. How long do you think that took him to get bleached and have the tips like dyed, I guess? That's like a whole day thing, right? Oh, you don't either. Okay.
Yeah.
Would you happen to know? Chocho should know this.
Chocho should know, yeah. She had pink hair. Wait, Nell should also know. He had like the grayish hair.
Yeah, he should know too. I think he's I need to do something with my hair. I keep saying like, oh yeah, I'm gonna dye my hair in support, but I get too scared. And it's so expensive. And I don't know, it hurts too with bleaching. It hurts, I heard. I've never done it, but I heard it hurts.
If you do it wrong, I think it's gonna hurt.
If it gets to my eyes, I'm pretty sure it's gonna hurt. But yeah, I just heard. I just know I don't know, chat. Just inform us as we head towards Moonlit River Park. What is this? Is it Moonlit? Not Leo's?
No, it's Leo's memory.
It says. Well, I know the graphics. Oh, we got bamboozled.
Well, we'll find out during the spawn selection to see which one actually got chosen.
But if it is Moonlit, that is a map that GR likes going for. Oh, actually, no, it's Red Church. My bad. Okay, so it's a new map.
If it is Moonlit, AXIZ actually chooses Moonlit, but it's GR, so we'll have to find out on the
next episode of go for it. Talk to me through the picks.
Bans on the Seer, Doctor, Cheerleader, and the Antiquarian, and the ban of the Opera Singer.
Interesting. So, leaving Mercenary, Lanternist, big pick here when a Lanternist makes its way. AK on the Lucky Guy is kind of terrifying, I'd say, because of how well he was able to kite that one out. And Meteorologist on AC's side. So, just getting ready for whatever he brings to the table. I really want to find out, is it really Moonlit? I was tripping. I swear it was Leo's memory. But let us know. Right now, we're going to assume it is Moonlit. But Kakiri, though, if we assume it is Moonlit, since that is what is in front of our screen, maybe still Opera Singer is very much viable.
It's banned.
Yeah. It's banned. Sorry. So that was very viable that it was banned. So
exactly.
Bring out... So what other hunters can we bring to the table here, Gummy?
Moonlit, we've been seeing QS doing a pretty good job since it's such a big map. You can utilize the contact points to go back and forth. It's been showing pretty good results as we'll be having the QS.
Look at that. Gummy, quick, shout out like 5 numbers, please. I'm right down.
Don't have a script for that. I'm sorry, can't help you there.
But QS, though, in a map like this, I think it really is Moonlit. It's
I think
it has to be. What was I tripping? It said Leo's in the previous one, but I think we're gonna find out here because it's Moonlit. Okay, so Moonlit. You're gonna give 4th stop to the Lanternist, 1st stop on Lucky Guy, but you saw how AK was able to kite that one out. Bridge Cipher on Mercenary, 2-story on Meteorologist. Where are we gonna spawn if you are the Qist here? Because you'll still have your contact points, still be able, opening it up, trying to just have access towards the Hullabaloo tent and 4th stop. So just a bit of change up. So let's see where the Qist is gonna spawn. People are saying 6-7 in the chat. I will put a lotto ticket down for 6-7. Thank you. Stop making me bald, guys. What is happening? Anyway, sorry,
the Lucky Guy in kind of a vulnerable area 1st stop, and the Hunter also spawning right next to him. He needs to be a little careful. There is one chest box in that area, but I don't think he'll be able to access it anytime soon since the Hunter is too close to him.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of Lucky Guy first chases for him not to build up items, so maybe that's what Kakiri is going to bank on. But knowing AK with how well he was able to kite, maybe they have a plan to just press the stoplight on 2-story and just drag it all the way till the very end. Maybe a bit of support, but you don't want to over support so much since the Hunter has Blink, what's that, Detention, Insolence, Max Break Palette, and Overwhelm. However, the survivors have 2 Tide Turners, a full kiting build on the side of the Lucky Guy, and we have a Borrowed Time as well as Flywheel on the Lanternist. So folks, let's head towards Moonlit River Park. 2nd round, 1st half, Potch Spice and Gummy at your service.
Hunter at Broken Carousel making his way towards the 1st survivor, AK. Lucky Guy waiting behind the platform. It doesn't look like he plans on riding the roller coaster anytime soon. Will be able to safely make it to this pallet.
Yeah, it seems like he wished for a perfume, and now he's making his way towards the palleted area here outside of the 2-story area. Not sure if anyone has pressed the stop sign. Wow, mind games, but he couldn't actually make it towards that contact point. We actually just dropped down the pallet. AK still boasting a pretty healthy life here, but now perfume's going to be used. We're going to bait it out just to make it towards this next pallet, forcing Kakiri to make it to a contact point, and we actually are moving away. No, we actually backspin our way just to get back to AK to see if he'll be in a more vulnerable area here.
Trying to trick him, find him on the other side of the wall, just rotating flywheels to the pallet. Hunter is not going to be able to get the hit. He's trying to get the hit with the inertia and the charge attack, but will be able to throw down this pallet and get another pallet fall. Doing a very good job. Hunter blinks through, is able to finally get the injury onto the Lucky Guy.
Yo, forcing out a blink, but no down. We will have access to the black hole, but AK doing a great job breaking line of sight. Let's see if the mind games are going to work out well. Able to actually avoid the black hole, and we continue on to this palleted area.
Is going to be, Terror Shock on this pallet just through the edge. He barely got that, but is finally able to down the lucky guy. 3 Cypher machines, all with significant progress, around 70 and 80, will be able to chair this lucky guy for the first time.
Yeah, so at least they can try to pop these ciphers. Mini abnormals could be in effect, but we're gonna see him actually get out of his demon form just to stop this rescue from happening. We're gonna get an elbow pad just to get to this area. Little early rescue here. Kakiri going after the mercenary first, just injuring him, while AK is gonna try to wish for another item. It's gonna take a while. I don't know if he's gonna make it in time.
Hunter's going to utilize the cue ball to get him away from that chest block, putting him in the corner far away so that he won't be able to get an item. We'll be able to finally take a hit and go down after Tide Turner ends.
I actually thought he was going to still persist on like, no, I'm still wishing it. I swear it's here. But unfortunately, the Tide Turner did run out. I like the strategy, though, because it is going to be hard for AK to kite this area since pallets are broken and he doesn't have any items. Can't even take the coaster because of the Tide Turner. I do like also that he did injure the mercenary. So AC gonna change elevations here to get this rescue going.
Takes a hit onto the meteorologist, gets the rescue before the lucky guy sent back to the manor. Lucky guy just trying to buy a little more time with the what's left of the pallets in this area. Oh, has 2 pallets here. We'll be transitioning towards the back of the 2nd story building. We have the cue ball is able to get the capture.
Okay, yeah, he just wants to create that separation and just move on away from this side of the map. Unfortunately, did fall kind of short. And speaking of short, the ciphers are a little short here for them to push for that end game because last cipher is actually still at 1%.
We'll be able to send the first survivor back to the manor. Meteorologist utilizing her rain to heal herself back up. Hunter just trying to look for the next target. They are able to finish up that 4th cipher machine. Hunter back into his demon form, going towards the 1st platform.
Yeah, so AC has already made his way out of that area. So as the hunter, you don't want to use too much contact points here because you can be put in a tough spot where you're not able to mini abnormal some of these ciphers. We're gonna go for another blink hit onto the meteorologist. So meteorologist able to actually pick up a pocket watch in this manner. So I don't know if he was able to pick up the pocket watch that maybe AK wished for, but it seems like, let's see if he's gonna be able to utilize it. The capture is there, but we still are able to hug these pallets, but no able to actually get the capture. We're going to put him far away, and that's going to be a down onto the meteorologist as the last cipher is slowly moving to the 80% mark.
We'll be able to chair this meteorologist for the first time. It's also hard for the hunter to know the cipher progress, especially when lanternists utilize their ability, but it looks like it's going to be primed. The mercenary coming in for the rescue.
Yeah, so now maybe mercenary tank a hit just for the borrowed time to be activated, but no, it seems like we're just gonna go for it. But unfortunately, meteorologist down, totally fine, don't pop it just yet. And Zero has to try and pull away from the meteorologist since he does not have borrowed time. So Kakiri might know this, drops the pallet, they just go for the pop, and unfortunately meteorologist will have to heal up here on her own.
Hunter going to chair the meteorologist once again, and City trying to open up that exit gate hasn't quite reached that area. Hunter's going to go into his demon form and slowly start making his way towards the exit gate.
Yep. Zero still hanging around this area to try and see if he might play the sacrifice card for the lanternist to go for the escape. But if Zero can last here, this would actually be great because the dungeon is there. We're about to see the meteorologist expire, so just a couple more seconds and Zero can make it towards that dungeon exit. Can that happen though, Gummy?
Okay, he's gonna utilize his elbow pad, but he gets captured by the cue ball. Hunter is just gonna be waiting for the cue ball to drop him down and is able to get the 3-man elimination for AXIZ.
Incredible showing for the survivor side, but Kakiri was just a step ahead. The kite on AK was actually really good, but it just shows once the lucky guy doesn't have any more items, it doesn't matter because he was able to break the pallets in that area and just continue on. But yeah, Gummy, any other highlights on that match that you want to talk about?
I would say very good job on the mercenary, even though it was a little bit of an early rescue, just be able to get that rescue quickly enough so that he'll be able to transition out, and then the meteorologist getting that second rescue, healing herself up, so when the hunter does go for the meteorologist, he has to hit her twice. But yeah, I would say the biggest factor for the survivor side was the lucky guy doing such a good kite. With only one item, he just looped the areas over and over and over. So they did have that upper hand, but towards the end of the game, Meteorologist not having borrowed time, couldn't get back up, and the Hunter being able to get to Nidus when he was in the middle of the map. So then he realized, oh, the mercenaries here, I don't have to go to that exit gate. I feel like that helped him get that 3-man elimination.
Yeah, it was just quite unfortunate that the mercenary couldn't get a hit once or a body block once he saved the Meteorologist, because he was the only one with borrowed time. Because that last cipher is at 99. So I'm thinking maybe if I don't know how much the chair was about to expire, but if he waited just a little bit and bait out a hit, get the rescue, at least the Meteorologist is safe, then you go for the pop, could have been different because the Meteorologist still had a pocket watch to work with. So that could have been extra seconds being bought for possibly the mercenary to make it towards the exit gate or something. But then again, Kakiri played that very well. The Qist, unfortunately, the mini abnormals, I didn't really feel it that much because they were constantly just peppering him with offense here. That we are at a 6-6 here, Gummy, tied up.
Yeah, the total points are tied. We'll see how well the GR Hunter plays in this second half. He's going to have to get a 3-man elimination to get the tie up for this round, and a 4-man elimination if he wants to get the win for game 2.
What does the script say? Can you look at your script? What does it say? Just look at it and just react. don't spoil it. Just like, oh, look at that. Really? That's how it ends. Interesting. Okay. No spoilers. Gummy knows, but we can't spoil it for you guys. So you gotta tune in to know what happens. But yes, Jin put in a pretty interesting position here because he can win this for his team if he's able to live up to what he's known for, getting that 4K. Note that we still have a lot of the meta hunters to still work with, so he's still got access to a lot of that. But Axis Wave, we talked about it before, they tend to come online round 2, round 3. So could still be anyone's game.
Right, we could definitely still be expecting that overtime round just for the fans.
You said it. And now the chat's going wild. You've said the 2 letters. It's 13. That's it. Okay.
So the AXIZ survivors coming in this round against the GR Hunter. I don't know, are we looking for the same mirror survivor hunter picks? You tell me, Poch.
I don't have the advanced script. You have the advanced screening of this. Let's see here. Lucky guy. That seemed to be the pocket pick. Atto seems to actually use the lucky guy a lot. So he used it twice in this lineup. But looking at the GR's Hunter Jin, though, he has Goatman, used Peddler, Qist, Hullabaloo. I don't know. I feel like it's very specific for GR to play that way. I don't know if they will go lucky guy, because that was a pretty, I'd say, an offensive pick on their side. I think they wanted to go for more. If I were in Axis Waves, like drafting or like in their scenario, I would try to tie it out. I wouldn't waste the Lanternist on this pick. I'd save it for round 3, which is where I get a little more stronger because I get map selection. That's just how I feel that they should draft this out, because if you copy a certain team too much, I don't know, it's GR strategy, right? So I think they're best at doing that type of lineup. But I could see that going sideways if the first kite didn't go that way for AK.
Yeah, the Lanternist is very important in the fact that the hunter doesn't know which cipher machine is being primed when she utilizes the projection on that cipher. So I feel like that's how they were able to speed up the cipher progress and also keep the hunter guessing where the cipher machines are. And the fact that they were able to have the last cipher very far away from that chair also did help them quite a lot. Yeah, we're just seeing a very good job in the cipher, endgame cipher positioning for the survivors.
So I do think that if they're going to draft someone else or draft another lineup to possibly tie it out, you can go Embalmer, you could go Fire Investigator, you can to just save Lanternist, right? For like, I would say GR is in a significant disadvantage next round in round 3 because they don't have a Lanternist to work with anymore. And that is such a valuable asset to have. They don't even have Meteorologist as well and Aeroplanist. So that's a lot of really valuable survivors. So do you want to try to gun for the win now or just tie it out and meet GR in round number 3? It's really up to them. That's how I see it, with seeing that AXIZ wave really is able to ramp up, or they really are able to save a lot of good survivors towards the tail end of the BO3. So yeah, those are my thoughts. Do you have any more to add there? Do you agree, disagree? Change topic?
Oh, I completely disagree, Poch.
Okay, go.
I'm just kidding.
Okay, tell me. Oh, okay. Sorry. No, I'm open for it. I'm open for it.
That was a joke. Don't worry. I definitely think your input is very valuable.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, we should you should be their coach. We'll just follow everything you say.
Okay, now I feel like you're talking down to me now. We value you, Poch. Don't worry. Here's a care package on the way out. Okay, you're a big asset to this organization. You know that, right?
You are, yes.
That was heard. Let's circle back on this as we talk about the numbers, okay? I've been noticing your numbers have been dropping in this. You're really good at HR speak here, Gummy.
Yeah, I mean, do you know, like, when they have the IJL... Oh, okay, never mind. I'll talk about this some other time. We're going to go into the picks and bans.
I'll remind you, don't worry. You want to talk about IJL. I'll write it down, don't worry. I have it in the minutes of the meeting, Gummy. Don't worry. I'll send you a report on this, especially after the fact when we meet up in our quarterly meetings. Q4. Q2,
very good secretary for our team.
Yes, see?
We're going to see the Seer ban and the Mercenary ban. So they're not going to be able to have that mirror comp on the Survivor side, and the Opera Singer ban on the Hunter.
Yeah, so this actually opens up, Lanternist ban on the side of the Survivor. For Survivors not to be able to use Aeroplanist, Forward, and Doctor. So last time we saw Dr. Gummy, Dr. Gummy, sorry, that's really funny. But Doctor, it was a Hullabaloo, right? And Hullabaloo on this map is not that bad. He actually has a bit of mobility, and Jin has also used Hullabaloo in big maps like this. So that's just, I want to put that out there. And also Mechanic. Ooh, so if Mechanic is here, he wants to stop Cypher Rush. So COAⅨ is also there. Anyway, talk to me about what we've locked in. Yeah.
We're going to be seeing the Novelist, so a very different comp. The Forward could be a little risky, depending on who the Hunter does end up picking, but with no Opera and Goldman, I feel like he can counter the Forward with the cue ball, so the Forward can't really hang around to harass. But as long as he doesn't, as long as he's good at dodging the cue ball from the COAⅨ, it shouldn't be too much of an issue.
If that's the case, then maybe use the Forward football just to pull distance, or just to close the distance to get towards the rocket chair earlier. We've seen a lot of stuns go south in the group stage, right? And if you're gonna be a meta hunter, like COAⅨ or Hullabaloo, just be very careful, and you have to make sure that those stuns count, because we've seen them really get countered hard. So this is the lineup here, and as we pointed out, Goatman and Opera Singer nowhere to be found in this matchup.
Yeah, this is where we see a little bit of the regional preferences. In the side of Japan, they actually choose Forward a lot, and they actually ban Forward quite a lot. But in the China side, they don't really use Forward, and they're not really afraid of him most of the time. So a little bit of a regional clash here. We'll see how well the Forward does end up performing. But we're going to be seeing the Hullabaloo, just as you've said, Poch.
I got the script. I got the email. It's from the quarterly reports. Are you guys taking notes? The secretary is in. Here you go. Hullabaloo. Jinbaloo here. It seems like a kind of a trend, right? And it did happen in the match up against RT versus ZETA, where they allowed the Doctor to come out, but you still have a really good healer. However, this is a huge map. So this healer is going to act like an ambulance where she needs to be going back and forth. It's not like Psychologist, where you're able to actually heal with a whistle, or a Barmaid where you can just pass the drink and you're able to do whatever. This, you need to be able to be at that spot. So speaking of spots, let's see where they spawn locate.
We're gonna have the Novelist on the second story building. First stop, the forward, so pretty safe. Oh, we're gonna swap around with the Doctor, so the Doctor is gonna be in the second story building. We're gonna see the Aeroplanist in the Cypher Bridge. Fourth stop, we see the Novelist, and first stop, we're gonna have the forward, sandwiching the Hunter. The Hullabaloo spawning in between Aeroplanist and forward.
Yeah, this is kind of scary because these two survivors can pull a lot of distance to be away from the stage area of Hullabaloo. So normally, yeah, you want to bring insolence. You want to be able to unlock that first trait just so that you'll be able to have an early down. So he's going to need to have silence. He needs to be able to silence the survivors before they can actually pull any distance away. So we're going to see warp, detention, insolence. We have a bit of wanted order and also some rage on the side of Jin. Meanwhile, on the survivor side, full kiting build on Atto, while we have the two distance pulling survivors having the tide turner. We have borrowed times only on forward and Novelist. So folks, second half, round 2, Gummy and Pot Spice at your service. Let's get to the Moonlit River Park.
Hunter is going to be spawning near Broken Carousel, making his way towards Cypher Bridge, where he will be going after the Aeroplanist or just taking him away from his Cypher machine. Aeroplanist making his way, taking the slide to the middle walled area.
Yeah, you gotta have fun in the Moonlit River Park. Gotta slide our way towards this palleted area. Jin's gonna try to activate that hunt trait just so he's looking down, so it'll have a little mini speed boost, but this is Aeroplane. Yeah, he actually disrupted like the flow, and just we're already at fourth stop. I forgot which survivor was here, but Aeroplanist needed this survivor to actually move on away just so that he'll be able to kite in this area. Nyan now being chased here, the Novelist, able to get a silence, a red bomb first.
Yeah, I'm trying to make it towards this pallet, but the Hunter knows, gets the damage with the clone.
Yeah, early hit onto the Novelist here, considering that he possibly wasn't being open to chase, but now we just are able to actually get the trapeze going on, closing the distance, still on the red mark here. We have the white one, and now we stage switch to try and go for the red one, but Nyan doing an amazing job here avoiding the red stage. We're gonna get a little bit of the book going, but now the down onto the Novelist.
So great swap on the characters, is able to down this Novelist pretty early on. We do see one Cypher Machines completed, and since the Hunter was going for the Aeroplanist in the beginning, he didn't get much decoding in. He will be continuously feeding Tinnitus, and we can see he also does have Tide Turner.
Okay, waiting for the activation of the jetpack here. We get the silence first. And now Aeroplanist in a tough spot, has to eat the hit. We go for a double hit, 2 marks onto the Novelist, but now we can actually focus our attention onto this Aeroplanist. But no, we want to be able to focus our attention onto Nyan as he was trying to break line of sight and just pull attention away and take us towards this bridge side.
He's just gonna be waiting for the Tide Turner to end because the Hunter now already has full presence. Will be able to chair the Novelist for the second time outside of the tent area.
Yeah, so slowly building up the presence forward here, able to get a big stun rescue gonna happen here, but kind of an early rescue. Nyan needs to build away here, but look at that. Full stun here, half a ball stun, and we're able to actually land the 2 marks already in an early down. Gummy.
Yeah, he was able to buy so much time with that stun, but the Hunter with the trapeze was able to catch up in one jump, is able to down the survivor for the final time as he will be sent back to the manor. 3 Cypher Machines completed, 4th Cypher Machine at 78, and the last Cypher Machine at 10%. Atto still in the vicinity. We do see Hunter's going to utilize the warp and go for the next survivor.
Atto here, Doctor has to be very careful, gets locked out of her trait. We flywheel though, excellent usage, but we still get the silence. So now we continue on. That's the beauty of this Hullabaloo. You can continue, keep spamming hits, able to finally get the hit, and we also lock away the heals. So now the hits are coming real fast and really frequent here. So Doctor able to heal up, that's still very good, but now Doctor unfortunately really trying to buy enough time for his survivors to be able to just pop, or at least prime a Cypher here.
Has the red bomb and the white bomb on her so far, is able to land the last color bomb, will be able to cheer her for the first time. We can see that the survivors are healthy, so they can definitely come in for this rescue. They just need to finish up that fourth Cypher machine. Oh, Mono P coming in for the rescue with the stun chair.
Yeah, early rescue once again. They don't have Tide Turner, so this is the best possible bet. No, Mono P is the only one with borrowed time, so they have to be very careful here. Able to get an instant down, so the Doctor unable to even heal. Mono P is still in the area, but it's only less than a fourth of a football. We're on our last Cypher here, so he's trying to Cypher rush it. We're gonna drop down, and we're gonna try to force Mono P out of this Cypher.
He's at full health. He has 2 color bombs. The Cypher machine's primed, so he can take a hit and then pop the Cypher machine for the endgame situation. But he needs to wait for Doctor because Doctor doesn't have borrowed time. He's going to be able to pop the Cypher machine. Hunter's still very close. Is able to down him immediately.
Look at this. And now we could chair the Doctor and chair Mono P while we still have our warp getting ready. So he can still tie this one out. And this still puts GR in an advantage coming to round number 3.
Yeah, so exit gate is being opened up at 80, so it does look like we'll still get that one-man escape, so we'll get a tie for this second half. I would say excellent job. We're going to warp just in case to make sure that we can get this aeroplanist and utilize the trapeze, but it is going to be tying up the second round.
Tying up the second round, but we have an advantage still on GR's side since it's still... Yeah, they're still holding on to a lead here. I know it was 6-6, but now it's 6-8? No, it's not. 9-7. If I'm math correct, calculator? Yes. Okay, cool. Job well done. I'm not in accounting. I'm in HR. I'm a secretary, dude. So GR doing a great job, still holding on to that lead, taking it towards round number 3. And yeah, the survivors tried their best, but I think it really worked in favor of Jin. He really wanted to use that hullabaloo. The start of that round was really tough, I'd say, for Jin because he kept looking around. But once he found that novelist, he really just hold on. Like he just tunneled a vision down his the novelist down. Even though there were some amazing forward supports, still didn't quite work out in their favor. Talk us through the match that's here. Gummy, Chocho, who's going? Gummy.
Oh, we can see the Hunter was able to down them so quickly. The Hunter containment time, the survivor with the most Hunter containment time is 48 seconds. So Nyan with the first kite only was able to contain the Hunter for 46 seconds. So I would say very fast down on the Hunter side, but on the survivor side, that means they cypher rushed incredibly fast. And I would say the forward actually came in quite useful because he was able to get the no damage rescue utilizing his football, and they were able to set up for the end game because the last cipher was right at the chair that the Doctor was going to be chaired at, but then the Hunter dropped it down, but the forward being at full health could get a hit and then pop that last cipher machine.
I hate to say this, but it's kind of reminiscent of Lakeside. It was a 3-man endgame, but they had to force the pop to happen once again. So Jin just being very ready, quite consistent with the 3-man elimination. And there you have it, 9-7. Game 1 still on GR's favor. Game 2, a stalemate on both sides, 0-3-1, 3-1. So it just seems like every time we go to visit endgame, Jin is just ready to at least get the victory with a 3-man elimination.
Yeah, I would say definitely good job on both Hunter's side. Yeah, the situation is so similar, being able to have to, and also not having borrowed time on the Doctor, but they do have that, the possibility that she was going to get chased, so that's why the Doctor, they weren't sure if she was going to make it to the end, so they're like, let's not risk it, let's play safe. But we're going to first take a look at the highlights.
されてないから
立て直すめっちゃ長いよめっちゃ長いよこれ
立て直すだから上がんねえわじゃあそこ
上がるとも上がると上げる一緒に
ないない
ないんでしょ中野に出したからこれ結構むずいな
ガチで悪い
高尾さんが新規回すしかないな
3駅回すよ
あ回せる回せる回せる
大学救助かなこれ多分じゃあいやいい12月
And there you have it. Wow, we're really looking at the screen there. An incredible performance on the Hunter side. Mono-P again with an amazing stun, but the Hullabaloo able to catch up. Quite unfortunate turn of events for AXIZ because they have still yet to win a round. And should we trust this? It seems like it's going to be Arms Factory for our third matchup. Tie is still imminent in the air, but if we tie out round number 3, GR still takes this, chat.
Right. The AXIZ team currently has the advantage with the map pick, but they actually lost the round that they had the map pick. So this is their time to turn around. You did mention that AXIZ late game, they're much stronger, and it's late game now. We're in round 3.
Yes, we are. So for AXIZ to win this without going OT, they need to get a 4-man escape or 4-man elimination. So it's going to be a little tough. They did pick Arms Factory. Kakiri is known for some hunters here. Bonbon as well? I don't know. In a map like this could work, but we've seen how a Bonbon, I think Alf brought it up in the first match of the day we saw, could not get that 4K. So, Gummy, what kind of hunters do you want to see in Arms Factory, knowing that some of the meta hunters are banned out already?
Yeah, we could expect most of the meta hunters to be banned out, and the non-meta hunters to be coming in. Usually, third round is when the survivors really carry the load, and you're trying to get as much survivors out as possible because there's a higher chance since all the meta hunters are finally banned. If we look at okay, so it's going to be Jin coming out first because it's going to be the AXIZ survivors playing first. If we look at Jin's hunter pool, we still have the Peddler, QS, and Opera Singer available, but since GR always makes it to finishes their matches in 3 rounds, those are the hunters that we've been seeing. So we don't know if we'll be able to see a different hunter coming into the round. But Opera Singer also might be banned, so...
True. I do remember in round 3 up against X Team, Jin's Peddler was terrifying. There was not one vine that he missed. There was not one real estate thing that he absorbed and that he was able to go through that wasn't used very well. So I'm kind of scared for the AXIZ survivors if they play that matchup. They really have to be ready for the type of Peddler that Jin can bring out. Note that this is the map that they chose, so they have to have a plan coming into this because they know that Peddler is really brought out in round number 3, and Arms Factory is also a really good map for Peddler.
Yeah, it does look like he chose Peddler twice, so during the round 3 area is most likely where we would have been seeing her a lot. So the survivor side can expect that Peddler, but we've been seeing Jin make the hunter's choice according to the survivor's team comp. So
True.
You mentioned the doctor being chosen is very weak against Hullabaloo, and Novelist also can't really do much against the Hullabaloo. You can just switch, but the hunter has the clone. He catches up very fast with the trapeze. So I would say it relies quite a lot on the survivor comp, because I feel like GR does a very good job with that balance.
Yeah, they're able to actually counter comp whatever comes out, and they don't. There are some hunters that still persist and play the matchup, but they look at the survivor picks and they're able to actually adjust accordingly. Meanwhile, I mean, I know that'll be a topic for when the survivors grace the stage, but they've been very creative with their survivor picks as of late. You're able to see a lot of utility and a lot of value coming out of each survivor, so I'm excited to see what they draft. But yeah, Axis Wave's still in the chopping block here, chat. So hopefully you guys can spam some waves and spam some crowns instead of asking your casters to be bald. What is going on? Now Kuro's getting some of these strays. Guys, there's 2 casters talking right now. Gummy is here, okay? I'm not the only one that's here. Like, what about Gummy being bald? No? Yes? No? Yes? Yes? No? It's not. No? Okay.
It's always good to be silent in these moments.
It's not. It's really not. Not for me. I'm trying not to look, but then they're all going, oh, bald is good. It's really hot, but I don't want to go bald. Father time will make me bald. Don't worry. It's in the genes, I think. I'm just enjoying my hairline as long as I can. Try to transition from that, Gummy. Go.
Oh, right. So when I was looking at the IJL,
IJL,
yeah,
yes,
that's what I was saying.
Brought it up.
We see the outline of the survivors, and you have to guess who they are. And you
Sorry,
see
you see the outlines of the what? Of the
survivor or all the players, and then you have to guess which character they are. And the reason I remember Mono P so much is like the curly hair.
Yeah, his hair.
Yeah,
is very,
I'm like, I know
and he's
who this
tall,
person
too.
is.
Yeah, it's Mono P. But I can imagine also there are some folks, that kind of look the same. Yeah, but Mono P kind of sticks out. I would say Schmitty also sticks out. Like he's one of the tallest people in the stage. So it's like you can't really do the silhouette of Schmitty. Who else? I guess also Perseca Yeah. So it's like it's very apparent, right? AK, if you could see the color of the hair,
The hair.
Can spot it out. Yes. Okay. If I see the hair, we're good. So, picks and bans are about to start, and we are at Arms Factory. See, chat, like we're going back. No more bald. We talk about picks and bans. Seer Mechanic out the door.
So trying to stop that Cypher rush. Yeah, Mechanic can be very strong towards the later rounds. Hunter side, they're going to be banning the QS and the Bonbon, which leaves the Opera Singer available for round 3.
Opera Singer and also Ivy. I mean, he hasn't brought it out in the group stage. Would you happen to have notes on the qualifiers if he brought it out? Because I'm just saying that because Arms Factory is such a good Ivy map, but I don't know if Jin actually has an Ivy, as we see Antiquarian and Gravekeeper getting locked in here.
Yeah, so he hasn't brought out Ivy during the regionals.
Okay.
Maybe that's why they're not too afraid of banning it out, since he hasn't played it that often.
But he has a trump card Ivy. I'm kidding. No, he just surprises everyone. Like, you play this character? Oh, man. Okay, Meteorologist. Talk to me, Gummy. How do you feel about this lineup so far?
Looking pretty strong. We have our Stable Rescuer as the Gravekeeper, since they did utilize the forward during round 2. So then they have that Stable Rescuer still available for round 3. And then they're going to have the Harasser as the Antiquarian, very versatile character for the Meteorologist. She can kite, she can heal, and she can rescue. And we have the Fire Investigator that allows, well, I'll say a lot of support, and he can block off entrances, exits, and he can also place airbags in the middle for transition. Yes. Very good against Ivy, actually. Yeah.
We saw that in the map. It was DFM versus RC. I forget who the survivor was, but up against the Bonbon, just able to rotate like 5 times around Shaq until Alf was able to break the balloon. So you have to be very careful leaving the airbags here on the Fire Investigator side. So a really good, well-rounded draft composition here. And note that Jin always targeted that Lanternist. So good job on his side, because this is round 3, kind of do or die time for AXIZ, because they need to win this round and win it in a fashion. If they want to deny the overtime, they need to win it in terms of points. So they're locking in their personas. Chat, I didn't know, but is Eli really bald? Like the Seer's bald? He's not bald, is he?
No, he's not bald.
Okay. How dare you, chat? I was like, Anyway, I was like, really? Like, I don't see his hair though, but yeah.
Yeah, interesting to note that. Oh, he's gonna be bringing out the Peddler.
You said it best. Yeah, he's brought out this Peddler so many times, and in a map like this, why not?
It does look like he is going to try to buy as much time and stop the Cypher Rush, seeing that he blocked out both the Mechanic and the Prisoner, and then also the Lanternist. She can do quite a lot of damage with the projections, so he's trying to prolong the game as much as possible and down survivors very quickly.
Yeah, I can also see this go sideways with the great transitional kiting that can be brought out with the Florian and also the Meteorologist. So it's still a 50-50 in my book, because Jin performed very well, yes, but AXIZ Wave definitely studied up, and they for sure were predicting that he would bring out the Peddler. That's why they drafted this composition. And now looking at the spawn location, sandbags over with some airbags with Florian. And you see that Gravekeeper is next towards the factory area. Center is going to be controlled by an Antiquarian. Meanwhile, you have Meteorologist over there at the shack. So will we actually see a lower center spawn on the side of this Peddler? But no, we're going to chase out either the Antiquarian or the Spire Investigator towards the center of this map.
I would say very good choices on the Survivor side. No other notes. Yeah, very good choices.
No notes. It's all good.
Need to make sure
Gummy approves, guys.
that they bring Flywheel, because Flywheel is very good against the Peddler. You need Flywheel the Vines, Flywheel the Stuns, Flywheel the Chip damages. So if they're expecting the Peddler, I expect to also see lots of Flywheels, but only one Flywheel on the Antiquarian. We see
does not approve.
3 borrowed times and 2 Tide Turners. On the Hunter side, we see Blink, Trump Card, Detention, Rage, Wanted Order, Claustrophobia, and Addiction. I'm Gummy here with Potch Spice, bringing you the live commentary of this match.
All right, chat. Here we go.
Here we go.
A little too soon. I was gonna say crowd emojis for GR, and we also have the wave emojis for AXIZ Wave. I thought the transition would be great there, but we keep on going. We keep playing. I mistimed the flywheels, unfortunately. And they didn't bring any flywheels. They only brought 1 flywheel. Atto, out of sight, out of mind. Jin still doesn't have his first target, but he already got the Vines to work with. He's already going to get 2. You don't want her to be fully fed here, because now Takako in the vicinity might be taking this first chase. Let's see if Jin is going to commit to this.
So is going to be throwing down this pallet, going straight into a Shovel. Hunter just baiting out the items and changing targets immediately, going to the corner walls where she'll be able to run into another survivor. It looks like she really wanted to find this Fire Investigator, but very good job early rotations, is able to avoid the first chase.
Yeah, so now being forced to chase Mono-P. Mono-P being the Meteorologist can add a lot of value here with the wind pushes, but the Vine's gonna try and find the Meteorologist, but no! We actually overextend here. We absorb the wall, just have some chip damage, but the floor is lava. We're not even gonna stay on the floor. We're gonna be able to actually move on through here, and also a Vine to try and commit here, but it seems like Mono-P might have to just eat this hit.
Taking the first hit onto the survivor, she's going to utilize this time to transition. Her item is back up, so she may need to utilize the cloud if she wants to make it towards the factory area. The cloud is manufactured, but Hunter blinking right through with that metal affinity, downing her immediately.
Yeah, just an incredible usage. You see how fast he's able to get the absorption of the wall and then the Vine, and then he's able to actually get the down, and also the blink. Jin with the macro, the macro gameplay here is just amazing. That he's able to actually just keep rotating around the affinities, and now they're forced to make this rescue happen.
And unfortunately, Meteorologist is a survivor with Tide Turner, so only one Tide Turner available for the survivor side.
Mm-hmm. Speaking of side, Takako coming in from the side, but I think Jin knows what's up. He's already at this area. He's going to try to overextend here. But no, it seems like they actually might go for a cell here. We're seeing Takako, he was just chilling at this area. But it might actually be a full blood rescue, but it's going to be real tough for him to kind of close the distance here. We're going to try to go for another Vine, able to actually get it. Goes for the ground and pound, able to actually get the snare. Are we going to go for another ground and pound? No, we're going to go for another burrow here. Let's see. Try to get him out of it. Able to get the hit, and now farmed it off of the Meteorologist. But this is a full blood rescue, so she will be sent back to the manor.
I mean, good job on the Gravekeeper to be able to get that clutch rescue with only a chip damage. Meteorologist will be going back to the manor, but she's going to be transitioning away from the survivors, making her way towards the factory area. Hasn't been able to enter it, but will, as Tide Turner ends, she will be going back on the ground.
Yeah, Takako's still sticking around this area. Let's see if Jin's gonna commit, because maybe the Cypher got moved a little bit. We're gonna actually try to commit towards the shack area. Okay, so this is actually where Takako is running. So is he actually gonna commit towards this Gravekeeper is the question, because Gravekeeper has already expended his first shovel. Nyan is also in the area, but it's the Antiquarian. You don't have any anti-stuns to go with, but you do have the Metal Affinity to work with just in case, and Takako seems to have captured the attention, able to get the chip damage, forcing him to go towards this palleted area.
Hunter has to be forced to break this area, or the Gravekeeper will continuously be hiding under that pallet with his shovel. Now his item's completely gone. Hunter changing targets to Nyan to make sure that she can't finish up this last Cypher.
All right, we're going to get 2 Metal Affinities, and we're already going to change traits here. We're going to go to the teleport and find Takako out in the open. And as you pointed out, Gravekeeper, no items. We get the extension of the hitbox, and now we have a rescuer down.
2 healthy survivors definitely come in for this rescue. All 3 survivors do have borrowed time, so as long as they're able to prime up at least one of the Cypher machines, it looks like Nyan's going to be on Cypher machine duty, finishing up that Cypher machine around 80% so far.
Yeah, so the chair is actually real good here since it's kind of close. Atto forcing the case here, and we see that Cypher is about to be primed. Let's see, he's going to get more of the affinity here, able to get the rescue, but all of them have borrowed time. We're going to try to go for the chip damage, unable to land. We're still forcing the issue here. They're just going to go for a pop just for the speed boost, and now we have a 3-man exit endgame here. Wow!
Oh, Terror Shock on that pallet vault, so is able to down the survivor. However, teleport is on cooldown, so the Hunter is going to have to utilize her vines to get across the map. Exit gate around 50%. Hunter is going to be able to chair the survivor in the middle area just on the way. It looks like the exit gate is going to be open in time. The Gravekeeper struggling just to slow down the Hunter a little bit more.
And just like that, finally AXIZ able to tie things out after a 3-man elimination. After 3-man elimination, Jin able to show that his peddler just got a tie performance up against AXIZ Wave survivors. Again, best possible case for them, but now the survivors need to get a 3-man escape just to push for overtime. If they get a tie, the Hunter needs to get a tie here, more than a tie, just for them to push for overtime.
Right, so the AXIZ Hunter needs to get a 3-man elimination in order to tie up the rounds and make it to overtime.
Yes.
We all knew what you were saying. I'm just repeating what you were saying. Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I feel heard, and I appreciate you. Yes, I feel heard. Thanks, chat. Stop making me bold. Okay. Am I heard? Am I heard, chat? Can I get an amen? No? Okay, back to the story at hand here. Survivors of GR. Tall task ahead of them, because we see how AXIZ Wave ramps up their offense as rounds keep going on, and this could be the start for them. Tying things up here. They need to stop the momentum of Kakiri or Kakaka, whoever the AXIZ Wave Hunter would be.
We can see Takakao did have the most Hunter containment time at 83 seconds, and then the first kite on the Meteorologist at 41 seconds. So I would say very early down, the Meteorologist utilized the cloud, but the Hunter blinked through, so she had no items left, and she was down immediately. On top of that, there wasn't any rebound kite because she was rescued after half, and she was hit immediately. She just tried to transition as far away from the last 2 Cypher machines. We saw one was near where she was chaired, and then one was all the way at the cottage area. Thankfully, on the side of the survivors, they had 2 last Cypher machines, both around 50%, so whichever Cypher the Hunter went towards, they were still able to have a backup Cypher machine. And since Hunter utilized that teleport towards the end and then changed targets, went back towards that Gravekeeper, that teleport wasn't available to her during that endgame situation, which allowed them to open that exit gate and get that 2-man escape.
Yeah, I think this is the most vulnerable we've seen Jin in endgame, because usually he's the one kind of dictating how the endgame is going to be played. But the fact that teleport was not ready, he was trying to chair the Gravekeeper as well as see if he can make it towards that exit gate. It kind of felt that Arms Factory was a huge map. because of how spread out the survivors were, but it's one of the smallest maps, and that's courtesy of Axis Wave's rotations and them being able to know when to kind of sell or go for a full blood rescue. Takako, again, one of the MVPs there with how he was able to rescue even though he got found out early on, and also mitigate the damage. He didn't receive that much damage on that rescue side. So yeah, I think this is going to be quite the interesting turn of events. People asking for OT. There's some people that says they can't OT. I don't know if you guys could still stay with us, but yes, OT can still happen. Yeah, a lot of OTs in chat.
Yeah, I feel like this is a prediction on your side during the beginning, saying that AXIZ is stronger towards the end. We saw GR doing a very good job on the survivor side, getting that two-man escape, and suddenly on AXIZ side, we're getting that two-man escape. So
I
now
hate being right, chat. We're always
how
right.
does it
What's
feel
going on?
to always be right?
Gummy, it's us. We're always right. Like, oh, we predicted these things. What's going on? Suffering from my success. Darn.
Must be so painful.
Oh, it's so hard. Oh man, my Rolex is so heavy. Oh no, I need to get the diamonds out of the vault. But anyway, as long as we're not talking about baldcasters, I'm all for it. We are going to talk about GR survivors though, because they're kind of in that driver's seat to just try and tie things out. But you admit this is Axis Wave's map selection, so they have something ready here. And whether it be Kakiri or Kakaka, I'm not sure what they're going to bring out, but they have to be ready for anything that GR brings to the table.
I would say for the GR survivors, they have to... The best scenario is to Cypher Rush, because if you Cypher Rush, that means the survivors will have more items on hand for the endgame situation. If they do tanky characters, that means they just have to prolong the game long enough, but that actually benefits the hunter side more. So if they want to make sure to get this two-man escape, they're going to have to finish up those ciphers as quickly as possible.
Blues, I'm going to take away the crown if you keep spamming that. I want to say what's up to Corona as well. Can we ban the word bald in chat, please? Yeah, I'm getting harassed. Oh my god, what's going on? The harassing should happen in-game, guys. And one or two question here. That's a date. 2025 March 24? Maybe it's someone's birthday. I'm not sure. But I wish I could read this. Anybody in chat can read this? That was last year. Oh, it's 2.
Answer 2.
Answer 2, guys. I think maybe that was the group stage that started last year. 2025, April 24.
Oh, yeah.
I think.
That,
I don't know.
That makes sense. Yeah, it makes sense.
Yes. Thank you. I feel heard. Thanks, Gummy. I feel very heard. Very heard. Thank you. Good part.
Oh, a lot of Axis Wave fans in the crowd.
Hey, they should really wave to the camera.
Nice pun.
The puns. Boom. But yeah. Giving a shout out to Corone. I just saw him in chat. Shout out to Blues, Salty Sugi, Jade, Pierre, Chilian, Caro, Oath, Pinky, Bubbly. I know you guys are bullying me with the baldness. I'm still giving you shout outs, but please stop. Please stop. Right, Gummy?
Oh, yes. Definitely. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Heard. She's hearing me chat. Good back and forth, right? Good chemistry. Good tandem. Back and forth.
Yeah, it looks like Kakaka won't be joining them for round 3. He did appear once when they went to overtime for that 4th round, but it does look like Kakiri will be playing all 3 rounds. We'll see if we get the overtime, then we might be able to see Kakaka. Yeah, a lot of the metas will now be banned, so we played the Goatman and the QS in the first round. The remaining meta is Ivy Opera in his arsenal, so most likely will be banned. Doesn't seem to play Hullabaloo, right? Because Kakaka plays Hullabaloo, so yeah, I'm thinking non-meta hunters will be available.
Soul Weaver is pointed out, maybe a
yeah, Soul Weaver. He played Soul Weaver, yeah.
So,
but he needs a 3-man elimination.
Oof. Yeah, you could just play not to do that. Hey, sorry, I just thought of a joke. What do Gummy and Kakaka have in common?
Is this like a wordplay game?
No, it's what Gummy and Kakaka have in common. They always appear in overtime. I'm sorry. I got me there. Okay, back to the matter at hand. Mechanic and also escapologist. So he definitely wants to camp some chairs, or he definitely doesn't want these chairs moving around. Mechanic also, Cypher rushes out the door, but you leave open the doctor, you leave open the forward, and Gummy, look, we have a ban on the Bonbon and the Ivy.
So Opera Singer is available. He's played Opera Singer 3 times, and they need a 3-man elimination. So Meta Hunter's still available.
Yeah, and he banned out the Seer as well, so you don't want any single hit. Yeah, he's not going to bring out Soul Weaver here. I feel like, yeah, it definitely is gearing up towards that Opera Singer. So they have to be ready. And they brought out the Cheerleader just for transition and also some extra cheers. You can get some extra cheers in the chat for your favorite teams, either GR or AXIZ, because potentially could be the last game or a potential overtime. So, yeah.
Yeah, fourth character banned out is going to be the Aeroplanist, so they're going to need another stable rescuer, second rescuer. Forward coming out, interesting. That means they're going to play very aggressive on the survivor side.
Or I hope they just go pull distance, because if you bring, like we talked about,
play safe.
Because look at the forward against Hullabaloo. If you go forward against the Meta Hunters, it's kind of scary, but maybe it depends on what Hunter will bring out. Because right now, you pointed out at the start, Prisoner coming in, going aggressive with the Cyphers here. So you definitely want to chase after that Prisoner just so he doesn't establish those connections and also rush the Cyphers before you won't be ready for endgame.
Yeah, just waiting to see if he ends up choosing the Opera Singer. Yeah, we don't want to allow the Mechanic in. She was banned in the first half and now in the second half. She's just very strong with that Cypher rush. And the Doctor going through, she can at least get 1 heal because of her buff and this double potion. So regardless of whether it's an Opera Singer, except Opera Singer's palette breaking is really fast. So
it is.
She's going to have to use it wisely.
Or at the windowed areas, right? Of
the windows,
so probably give her Factory just so that she can kite for as long as she can. But if you give Factory to the Doctor, maybe Kakiri won't even bite and chase after the Doctor. So again, we're all just assuming that he will bring out the Opera Singer, which based on our notes seems like the most viable choice. But then again, maybe AXIZ Wave has not rewritten the rule book here, because we're correct. Why are we doubting ourselves, Gummy? Of course it's Opera Singer. Duh. All right? It's like,
exactly.
Stick to the script. Just stick to the script.
So yeah, two good chases. Either the Prisoner or the Doctor seems like a pretty nice target for the Opera Singer, which means they'll most likely be carrying the full kite build or a kiting build and then borrow time just for an endgame trait. Cheerleader with her pom-poms, she can get that speed boost and go to a safe area, drop down pallets, so she should be fine. But going on to the spawn locations.
Yeah, let's see who's going to get priority over Factory, who's going to get Shack. Because again, this is an Opera Singer, so yeah, he could just be able to chase you down really fast. So it seems like Cheerleader's going to get Shack. Doctor over at the sandbags area, maybe actually baiting Kakiri to chase her towards the Factory, or maybe it's a bait to get the Prisoner. We're not quite sure, because Prisoner is the juiciest target, takes the center, can rotate towards the Factory area as well. It seems like we're going to chase the Prisoner away from the Factory area, which is a very smart choice. He will have access towards that Shack, so the rotations need to be on point for these survivors.
Good thing on the survivor side is the fact that the Hunter is closest to the forward, so the rest of the survivors have some distance and they'll be able to transition if the Hunter does end up changing targets. So I'll say very good strategy on the spawn points. Just waiting to move on to see how the survivors are going to build up their personas. I'm sure they're expecting this Opera Singer, because Opera Singer was chosen 3 times.
For sure. And we have a blank trump card detention max pallet break on Kakiri. So on the survivor side, you have a flywheel and a tide turner on this Cheerleader. Meanwhile, borrowed time and knee-jerk reflex on this Prisoner. We have a tide turner, actually 2 tide turners is on the forward and the Cheerleader. Meanwhile, borrowed time and knee-jerk reflex on the Doctor. Folks, this is Potch Spice and Gummy, your commentators for round 3, second half. between GR and AXIZ Wave.
Hunter spawning outside of the factory area, making her dash towards AK, who is the closest survivor. Not sure if he will be going after her. Oh no, she's going towards the middle where she'll be going after the prisoner.
Yeah, prisoner has already made the connection happen. So let's see how he's going to possibly chase this one out. AC still making sure, just pre-dropping pallets. He's going to stick around the shack area. So let's see. Force the vault to happen. We're still sticking around. He does have a shock to work with. And now no more, what's that pallet here. He will transition towards the middle where AK is at.
Hunter is, if she does plan to break this, they can come in for a forward stun, but no, he's just going to be supporting him as the prisoner transitions away from the cottage area, because we did see basement was there. Hunter's going to be able to run into him here, but the shock comes in just in time, so he's able to throw down this pallet.
So a lot of pallet breaking being done here. AC going to stick around this area. At least we're not at full presence, or we don't have that much presence yet to shadow leap back. AC now gonna try to make a mad dash towards these pallets, unable to get to it in time, and just went left when we should have went right. But now we slowly build up, and Blink is ready for the down.
Oh, and just as you mentioned, Blink, he'll be able to blink down this prisoner. I would say a pretty fast down here, 60, 50, 50, but this is an opera singer and she's known to be able to get those fast downs. Thankfully, the prisoner does not have Tide Turner, so 2 Tide Turners still available for the rescues.
Seems like Cheerleader is going to be the first one to make this rescue happen, while AK is working on the Cypher, and City all the way there in sandbags, totally fine. We're able to actually close the distance for this rescue. We see that the Cheerleader using the cheer, gonna try to get hit. We slow down just for the safe rescue, but it's all good. Let's see who's gonna go after first. Seems like it's gonna be AC over at the, well, he might transition towards the sandbag area. No more pallet here to work with. Unable to get through. Wow, able to actually vault through the window.
And safely make it to this pallet. He's going to continuously loop this area, has to transition out. Hunter, is not able to make it. He's just crouching and will be able to finally down this prisoner. They're just playing it safe. He outlasted Tide Turner for the time being, so just good job in utilizing the environment.
I think they realized, hey, dude, you gotta connect the Cypher. Stop kiting and connect the Cypher. It's like, oh, right, okay, I'll do that, and I'll fall down. That's fine. So he's able to make the connection happen. Wouldn't it be crazy if you could crouch and then you just duck the Hunter's swing? That would be wild. But we do have actually a backdoor rescue on AK's side. So let's see if he's actually going to try and go for some support stuns here. Able to actually get the shock going. AK still sticking around this area while gets the stun, and 2 Cyphers are moving on accordingly. Gets another stun and a pallet slam. My goodness.
Excellent support by this forward. Hunter is just trying to make sure that she doesn't lose track of this prisoner, but prisoner being able to transition all the way towards the middle area, buying even more time.
Look, AK, gets another stun, but we trade off. He's gonna use the forward football just to get another stun. I would have to say, this opera singer catching so much of these hands and these pallets. AC, we're back at the window. They're working on the last Cypher here.
She's going to utilize a lot of remnants inside of the factory area. The AK still has more to give. He still has 1/3 of a football. Oh my goodness, she went right back into a remnant just in time, so she wasn't being able to get stunned here, but body block coming in from the forward. Nice pallet mind game, is able to vault the pallet once again.
AK trying to go for another stun, a little bit too greedy. Cheerleader is here. They're going to be working on the Cypher here, but we finally actually get the attention from AK. And the doctor is here healing up the prisoner. Great strat here while they try and push. They can't push the Cypher. He's being chased out. Let's see if we're going to shadow dance our way back. We're going to connect it. So a lot of pressure on Kakiri's side. He has to break the connection.
She's going to go back into a remnant to make sure that they don't get this free rescue, but the survivors arrived there before her, so they're going to be able to get a free backdoor rescue. Cheerleader still at half health. It's the doctor getting the rescue. It's also body blocking. She can just heal herself up. We'll be camping this pallet as the Hunter is trying to look for the forward. It's just going to be going for this doctor.
Wow, just incredible. GR just getting the attention away and from Cyphers to different survivors. Doctor could heal up the forward now, so forward has sat on that rocket chair. Zero is gonna just take this next kite, and unfortunately does not have borrowed time. Can use the cheer just to head towards this side of that map. And now it just seems like that last Cypher is about to be primed, and the forward can easily come for the rescue.
We'll be downing this cheerleader for the first time. First chair on this cheerleader. They're just all taking turns on this chair, taking turns with the rescue. We do see the dungeon is in this area, so the hunter has to be careful. Cypher machines are now primed. The endgame situation, it's going to be a 4-man endgame situation.
AK is already here. He has borrowed time. He's going to try to bait out a hit. We have a lot of time to work with. Able to actually get the hit, and they just go for that pop. Let's see who he's going to go after. It seems like he wants AK. He's going to be at the windowed area. Able to fall through. Unable. Oh, he was able to get the blink, but he actually blinked through the window. But we have a 3-person endgame. The exit gates are opening. Zero, I don't know if he's going to make it, open it in time. This is going to be a little clutch here.
We do see the doctor has opened up her Cypher machine. They've already gotten the win condition of the 2-man escape. Doesn't look like the cheerleader was able to open up this exit gate in time. She's going to utilize her motivate to get a speed boost. Is able to avoid the hit, playing mind games at the pallet, and is able to drop the pallet. Hunter just continues to flywheels through the pallet. Finally is able to down this cheerleader, but 2 survivors already at the open exit gate.
Again, that's all they need, just a 2-survivor end game, and that is going to be it. Prisoner just making his way out. Man, what a fast-paced match. And I would have to say, AK bringing back his FMVP performance back when he was like FPXEQ. His forward stuns were just so immaculate that this opera singer couldn't catch a break. And there you have it. GR survives and are able to, move on as the group that is still undefeated.
Exactly. Now they've secured their 3-team win, 3-team match. They've won all 3 games.
Yes, I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah. And so technically they are tied because AXIZ has 3 wins, but AXIZ now has a loss on their record. So as long as GR can win that last game, they will definitely be able to secure their rank 1 spot in their group.
Yeah, incredible performance. What a survivor highlight there. If you are a hunter, you do not want to see how violent that match was. How many stuns, how many pallet slams did Kakiri have to eat? Because they were really gunning for the tie at the very least. And oh darn, so no, that means no overtime. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no, Kuro, Chocho, I'm so sorry. Damn. But talk to me, Gummy. Talk to me about the highlights. I was losing my breath on that match.
I mean, I feel like there's another chance for survivors to get MVP, and I'm looking at, I think it's got to be AK Forward. He completely saved the entire game. That prisoner was dead on chair. And then the forward came in with the harass. Every time the hunter looked away, she was stunned.
Yeah. Just like every time you move away, no, pay attention to me, fine. You chair me, all right, now I try to go for ciphers, doctor comes in for the rescue, AK still able to get a pallet slam. So unfortunately here it doesn't show that how much support AK had, because you usually see who has the best kiting time, and it is AC. But the fact that AC was there, survived as long as he can, AK was there. He was trying to provide the stuns, provide the safety for AC at the start. And yeah, incredible performance. GR taking it towards AXIZ. And I would say AXIZ did ramp up as the rounds went along, and unfortunately for AXIZ, they couldn't match up to GR. They were able to match that same type of strength, both survivor and hunter side, for them to hold on to that victory since round 1.
Yeah, GR Survivor is coming in very strong in this last matchup. We have the points here. In the first game, we got a 3-5, a win for GR. We got the tie in the second round and the tie in the third round, giving GR the advantage and the win with these 3 matchups. Yeah, I would say incredible job on the survivor side. They were able to they did everything that they needed to do.
Yeah.
Just secure that 2-man escape. With the cheerleader, I guess she could have gone towards the other opened exit gate, but seeing that they already got the win condition, it wasn't too much of an issue towards the end.
I think also, if you think about it, if she did go that way, she would get caught out, and then Opera Singer would be closer to getting more eliminations. So I think, yeah, just sticking to that side, totally fine. I think what GR knew the plan, and they executed perfectly. They didn't overextend, they didn't underdeliver. They made sure they knew what it is, which is they got the victory in round 1, and they just held on to that advantage all throughout. And I think that was just amazing. So, folks, let's check out the highlights before we award an MVP.
人砸吧，砸吧，我不能不交了，分着别交，分着交，分着别交，我救他。我先摸大门下忘了，到这里。哎，你开小门，我去了，一个小门就过去，别砸我。那个沙拉拉远。
I mean, you saw it, folks. We got some exciting matchups. You saw the highlights, some amazing plays, really well played on both sides. GR was able to secure their win for this time around. They still have one matchup left. AXIZ has finished all of their games. I would say for the prisoner, the thing that he did so well was he was caught at the shack area. The basement was there. You want to avoid the basement. We've seen basement do quite a lot of damage in previous games. So he transitioned from basement all the way through shack. But that was only possible because the forward was continuously dropping down ciphers for the prisoner. So I would say really great support for the survivor side.
Yeah, a lot of stuns, a lot of support coming from AK side. And if we could give an award to survivors, we definitely would. But I don't know. It's been the MVPs have been favoring the hunters as of late. I don't know now because we didn't technically get any 4Ks. This was a very survivor-sided match. So hopefully we get to see a bit of changing of the guard here when it comes to MVPs and because it's all been IJL survivors that have been getting the MVP performance as of late. Nyan and Maiken. So hopefully we put AK up there. I really like to see a forward MVP. And yeah, the short stuns, it wasn't like he wasn't going for long stuns. He just wanted short stuns just for the prisoner to just transition away, and he built so much distance, as he pointed out, from factory towards shack. Yeah, he was out of sight, out of mind. So just an incredible performance. What a main event, by the way. Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, we saw the best in the groups. They were fighting for first place, and we are going to get the Hunter once again, getting the MVP Jin here with the average deduction points at 10,052. Average eliminations 2.67, average knockdowns 5.67, pallets destroyed 1.33, and best deductions 3 times.
Look at that. 3 best deductions. Same with Peter. Every time GR wins, we always see Jin on screen with the best deductions. But just letting you know, chat, that we acknowledge the survivors of Jin, the survivors of Jin being City, Zero, AC, and AK. They performed very well, and also big shout outs to AXIZ. I feel like they're still all right in their group stage since this was their first loss in the group stage. I believe they're kind of secured for that second place spot, or at least third, but for sure we will see AXIZ Wave in the playoffs here in the group of death.
Yeah, excellent gameplay and well-deserved, because hunters do have to play on their own and they don't have that kind of support from the teammates that we see on the survivor side being able to get those eliminations. But first, let's take a look at the interviews.
获得了本场比赛的胜利。我们今天邀请到了卡梦还有零次来到采访，两位先来和我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是 GR 的卡梦。
大家好，我是 GR 的零次。
欢迎两位！哇，今天这场赢下也是可以提前恭喜大家锁定了我们小组第1的席位出现了。那想问一下，因为其实今天面对到的对手在此之前3场是全胜的一个状态，今天打之前大家伙压力会比较大吗？卡子哥？
会啊，就辗转反侧睡不着啊。
哦，就是压力已经大到要到失眠的这种地步了。那零次呢？
很兴奋，也很紧张。
第一次打深渊嘛，有一点紧张是正常的，但是今天的状态确实保持得非常的不错。那想要问一下，我们回到今天的比赛，先问到卡子哥好了。当时好像大家那一局从选点开始就有一些博弈，那个位置当时好像说有一点啊，就是你要向监管发出单链邀请的这种感觉。那一个选点的话，大家会跟监管者有一个怎么样的博弈呢？
那种选点就是为了不让波奖去赶人涨能量嘛，就是所有人都是做好6个准备就行了，然后都贴机子。
还是非常有经验的应对到跛脚羊。然后那一局其实在救援的时候，04也是非常的稳健。能不能跟我们分享一下当时在救援的时候博弈思路、心理会是什么样子的？
就是用怀表把羊拖到龙边，钻过去，钻到乙旁边秒拆。
就是能够感觉到还是非常有经验了应对那样的一个局势。那当时我记得在挂飞第一个人之后，你们也是和木偶师果断的在一个地方去调状态。那个后续会想要怎么样跟跛脚羊进行拉扯呢？林次？
因为当时就一个道具了，让道具多的队友出去拉扯，然后我躲起来摸道具、补道具就行了。
先躲好，别被发现，让队友有道具的出去扛压。那就要说到卡子哥当时传送落地之后，也是废掉了跛脚羊的2个笼子嘛。当时你在牵制的时候，有怎么样提前去为开门战做一些部署吗？
因为他是传送下来抓我的嘛，然后根据6的时间就能判断出来能6道电机压好，就选择直接开机，然后直接去电门，这样传送就拖不好。
所以你当时在牵制的时候，其实还是蛮自信的，因为道具也比较多，就还是觉得我能够6道开门战，是不是？
也是边溜边看吧，就是中间判断出来，觉得还是可以根据电机量，然后6道电机刚好能压好。
感觉确实能操作，而且也是真实的操作出来了。那想要问一下，依旧问到卡子哥吧，因为其实对面的那几场比赛啊，让1追2的这个次数有点多，稍微有一点点的玄学。今天咱们在第一局拿优势之后，会比较警惕这一个点吗？
根本没想这个东西吧，就是专注自己打好就行了。
反正我们赢了也不飘，然后就直接专注于今天的比赛。那就不得不说到我们刚才在军工厂的这一局了。哇，当时首先就是一波很帅的无伤救嘛，当时是利用大房卡了一个怎么样的身位，让监管者没有第一时间发现你的踪迹？
提前过去卡好视野嘛，然后刚好错开了，给了一个无伤救的机会，刚好那边是大房这个地形。也刚好是前锋啊，有机会操作就一直拖一直拖。
就提前量一定要完全的给打好。那中间其实跟04的拉拉队员也有一波很漂亮的配合。问一下04吧，当时你跟卡子哥会有一些怎样的沟通吗？
就是默契吧，然后听到前锋拉球就把那个 B 给交出去了，把那个肖给交出去了。
所以那一波其实是你主动发现了那样的一个情况，然后非常默契的跟卡子哥来了一波配合，是不是？
是的，是的。
那卡子哥，你对于你们今天的默契有一个怎么样的评价？
非常夯，
非常好，能够给到一个夯的评级。那还是想要问到卡子哥，因为确实中间也有很多的撞的机会，时间卡得非常好。你当时会想要找到一些怎样的 timing 去给到歌剧演员压力呢？
就因为他肯定要抓这个球童嘛，就找机会抓 timing 嘛，因为注意力应该多半都在球童身上，就是找机会帮他撞，就这样做。
说这样，我们的阿策就美美的活到了看门战，然后逃出了军工厂。那一局的话，能够看到大家的配合完全是拉满了。那我们这一次小组赛呢，还剩下最后一场比赛，2位有没有信心我们全胜拿下小组赛？
最后一场全力以赴吧。
全力以赴，加油加油！林次呢？
加油加油！
加油加油！争取可以给我们小组赛来一个完美的收官。那最后想要请2位跟我们现场的粉丝们说一点什么吧，来一点互动吧。卡子哥先来。
那个注意嗓子啊，你听，谢谢你们的呐喊，谢谢。
确实，我们大家其实，在选手上下场的时候，你们所有的欢呼呐喊，选手都是可以听到的。看比赛虽然很兴奋，但是确实要保护好自己的嗓子，毕竟我知道很多人都不止来我们今天1天。04有没有什么话想说的？
谢谢大家支持，最近降温了，注意保暖。
非常非常暖心。那也是希望我们的选手可以继续努力，期待下一场比赛。感谢2位来到赛后采访，再一次恭喜ZETA战队获得本场比赛的胜利，再一次恭喜今天获胜的所有队伍。接下来让我们把画面交还给解说席。
And there you have it. Go for it.
We're back. We just had all of the matches today, we had 4 matches. If we do a short recap here, it was the DFM versus RC, where DFM was able to get their first win. It was PRR against ACT, where ACT was able to get the win. And our previous matchup, RT versus ZETA, where ZETA was able to get the win. And our last match, the top 2 of their group rankings, AXIZ and GR, where GR was able to get that win.
Yeah, thank you for the recap there. Kind of an early day. What's going on?
What's happening?
All these OT allegations? What is OT? Never heard of it. What's
all
happening?
finished, all gone. No more allegations.
Take that, Kuro. Take that, Chocho. Oh God, I'll be with Chocho in the last day, but we're gonna find out how that goes. But yeah, incredible day. Wow, what a way to end it, right? And I like that AK was interviewed, because we're talking about, right, it's usually the hunter that does get the MVP spot, but you cannot deny they couldn't be having that interview. They couldn't be in that position without AK's forward support. Just an immaculate performance on his side, but overall, great synergy. Good, I'd say, ending to the day, because we've seen a lot of hunter-sided performances, but I'd say AXIZ versus GR, it was really just a showcase of survivors.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree with you. We saw such good team comps, such good support, such good plays. And yeah, I mean, AK also with that lucky guy kite in the beginning also performed amazingly. And then with that forward support, I would say it was a cherry on top for the plays.
Yeah, sorry, I got a bit of dirt on me. Something happened behind the scenes, but it's all good, because we're gonna close out the show. But before we do, I'm pretty sure we will wrap up the day with some graphics, and also to show you guys tomorrow's matchups, and also give you guys a shout out, because you guys are still sticking with us till the very end. So shout outs to Horton Hines, that's giving us the hydrations notifications. I see Sakura, I see Frederick, I see Just a Girl has been with us since the very beginning. Ri bilang jum kita game. Yeah, shout out to each and every one of you that's still with us and has been also entertaining us. I know that we talk about the matches a lot, but we also check out chat, and you guys are hilarious. So hopefully you keep that same type of energy as we head towards the playoffs that are happening in May 1 to 5. I'd say mark your calendars for that. But Gummy, this is day 8. Oh my God, it's moving on. It's moved on so fast. We're more than halfway there. We're about to close out the group stage.
Yeah, a lot of the teams have now finished up their 4th matchups, and there's a few that still haven't finished their games, but there's 2 days left of group stage.
2 days. So
2 days and it's over.
It is, and it's all over. Well, it's just the beginning, because the playoffs are about to happen, right? So there's still that to look forward to. I'm excited to see how the group stages are shaking out, because as you mentioned, a lot of teams have already played their last match. So some teams are kind of set in stone with where they are, but there are still some match-making performances or king-making performances that you guys have to look forward to come day 9 and 10. So yeah, just an incredible festival or celebration of just your favorite players and also your favorite characters. Hopefully y'all could still stick around for day 9 and 10.
Yeah, there are still a few games that will determine whether they can make it to that 3rd place area. From what I do see, AXIZ and GR will most likely be able to secure their top 2 standings. But it's still a mystery for X Team, GG, and Wolves, because they all each have 1 round win. So it's still not determined for Group B, seeing that this is the hardest group out of all the group stages.
True.
So
group of death, right? I'm excited to see how that one's gonna shake out. But for now, can't rest our laurels that GR is ending the night on top. Also, some teams as well have already played their final matches. Shout outs to the teams that did participate that are outside of the IVL and IJL that have performed quite well. And we still have others. I think we have B4U coming up tomorrow with LX. B4U versus LX is going to be a match I'll be covering tomorrow, as well as, I believe, in my notes, FPXQ versus FL. That's going to be another interesting group stage matchup that we have to see. And I just noticed also, I've been commentating a lot of FPXQ matches. Actually, I've been commentating all of them. So yeah,
And I haven't commentated any of theirs. So
Really? What's a team that you've always been covering?
I covered a lot of RT. That's why I have lots of information on them. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I have a lot of. We could trade notes. I could tell you about FPXEQ.
Nice.
So yeah, share notes, guys. But yeah, I think also. I know Chocho also covered a lot of matches. I think before you and Omni, she's been covering a lot of those. Yeah, just how the schedule is. So yeah, it's been quite the ride so far. How have you been, Gummy? This is your first COA. Is everything kind of settled in, or still kind of breathing heavy every time you step up on the mic? Step in front of the mic?
Slowly settling in, I would definitely have to say. Just you mentioned before you versus LX. With that matchup, they're going to be able to determine who gets third place. So whoever wins will be able to secure their spot in the playoffs. So that's something to look forward to tomorrow.
Something quite scary. Yeah, a lot of big implications there. They have both very strong hunters and very game survivors. So something, you guys have to look forward to. I believe that will be happening tomorrow. So we're just waiting for the graphics to show that. But yeah, I think today overall was pretty good. Got a lot of back and forths. We've heard each other a lot. We're able to share notes and also minutes of the meeting. I'll send that to you later after our quarterly roundups, just to have the numbers up. I don't know if the chat's going to join us for that, but if you guys want to join us, that's how we usually do as casters. We get into like this boardroom meeting and we discuss the numbers, charts, trajectories, and just it's very professional. We're very professional that way.
Interesting. Oh yes, that's definitely what we do.
Very professional. I see Kuro message that his predictions are not. Oh no, Kuro! Oh no, it's not overtime. What's happening? What's going on?
And no tech pauses, by the way, Kuro.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah,
and he's not here.
No tech pauses.
So when Kuro's here, we end an hour later. But if Kuro is here, we go overtime. Production
I think we found the culprit. Yeah.
Yeah, production. I don't know. Who's the problem here? I don't want to point fingers here, but you'll hear this in my quarterly report. God dang, Kuro, your predictions. I don't know. Well, I mean, some predictions are kind of set, like we talked about, right? But it's still not over yet. So hopefully you guys, your golden apples are still all good as we show you today's result. Again, we didn't go past game number 3. Congratulations once again to DFM, ACT, ZETA, and GR for taking the victory in their respective matches for today.
So finishing up the rounds pretty much faster because we did have the 2-round wins. Excellent job on all of the teams that participated today. For the teams that have finished all their rounds, congratulations. When we'll be looking at the rankings here. So now it has all been updated. We just saw the GR against AXIZ with their win. They do take the number 1 spot. And our other matchup, RT and...
It was RT and... Wait, actually, notes fail me.
RT and ZETA.
ZETA, that is the one. Yes, so ZETA is still at that top spot. So yeah, the thing you have to look forward to, guys, is the first 3 placements, WBG, RCTE in a good spot, GR, Axis Wave, X Team in another spot. Wow, GG and Wolves like really fighting it out to try and get that 3rd place spot. Group C, FL, FPXEQ, and ACT in a good spot, as well as in Group D, you have MRC, ZETA, and B4U. But you pointed it out, Gummy. Some of the spots, 3rd and 4th place, will be battling it out. First match for tomorrow, FL versus FPXEQ, 1st place implications. B4U versus LX, a battle for 3rd place. AR versus TE is also an interesting one because that is the 3rd and 4th place spot in that group. Then you got Wolves, a team that still has yet to see a victory, go up against X Team.
So lots of matches to look forward to. Tomorrow, it's going to be determining a lot of the rankings and if some teams will barely be able to make it to that 3rd place or not.
Yeah, so a lot of implications. Hope to see all of you guys there. Shout outs to every one of you. Sakura Break is offline, is asking for a big shout out to Caro. Caro has been joining us. Jade, Sakura, Horton, everyone that's joining us. I want to give a shout out to my dog that's here. I can't show you guys, but he's here. But yes, Gummy did see. But shout out to each and every one of you that's been with us since day number 1, been in the regionals. And also, shout out to Eric, also in the back, and everyone in the back, the prod that's keeping the lights on. So without you guys, none of this would be possible. So yeah, what a day number 8, Gummy. I don't know what to do. It's still kind of early. So
I know. We ended so early. Yeah. Where was our overtime?
Was it?
But it's okay.
I can't find it. Where is it? Kuro, where's the overtime? Where is it? Where's the overtime?
We got lots of matches still left, so it's okay. It's okay. It's fine. Lots of matches to look forward to. 2 more days, so that is going to be the end of group stage.
And also,
thank you for
something to look forward to is when it's the playoffs, it's best of 5. So it's like overtime, but kind of not. But imagine if best of 5 gets overtime, right? We gotta prepare. We gotta prepare for that, chat. So, just a girl, thank you for the shout out to my dog. Shout it out, buddy. Yeah. You can't really see him. Oh, you guys want to see him? I don't know if you can.
I think they would like to see them. Yeah. Show your doggy.
Oh no.
Oh no.
There he is. Hello, chat. Say hi to chat. Speak. Oh, the microphone's... There he is. Yes, there he is. Oh, why is my microphone doing that? There he is, guys. Hello. He's kind of hungry, but there's no overtime, so it's totally fine. Okay. So it's up to everyone. Chat, screenshot this. But anyway.
Yeah.
Yay. Okay, all right, guys. With that being said, we will throw it towards the highlights. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow for day number 9 of COA⅓ Abyss. See you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
ナイス。皆さん幸せね。オッケー、頑張れじゃあ。お前うまいな。ファング板。高了，先打板。翻。